Hey guys, tonight we slip up a temple staircase in Babylon, warm brick underfoot and starlight pooling in the gaps, to find out how an ordinary night watch becomes a map of the sky drawn with nothing fancier than a reed pen and a steady wrist. No spoilers, but there's a non-zero chance that if you forget the water clock, you miss the moon, and if you miss the moon, your supervisor raises an eyebrow so sharp it could trim papyrus. In other words, you might not survive the first day on the job. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me your city and the exact time where you are in the comments. It's fun to imagine our little constellation of night owls. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Between brick parapets, a slow breeze brushes baking heat off the ziggurat and leaves the night smelling of dust, river reeds, and a hint of bitumen. A guard's sandal scuffs somewhere below. Torches along the courtyard fade one by one, like embers exhaling. From this height, the city becomes a pattern of rooftops and dark lanes, and the Euphrates is a ribbon of whispering silver. On the flat roof, a simple table waits, planks on trestles, beside a jar wrapped in wet cloth to keep the water cooler than the air. Chalky lines on the table's edge remind you where to place the clepsydra, that humble water clock whose quiet drip chisels the night into pieces small enough to measure. A leather roll holds knives and reed stems. The master is late by a heartbeat, but the sky is on time. Around the corner of a low parapet, a shadow resolves into the night supervisor, the kind of person who can tell whether a star has risen by the way the city dogs shift their barking. His greeting is short, respectful of darkness. A clay tablet, still warm from the hand of the previous watcher, passes into your grip. It carries the night's first marks, weather notes, a quick sketch of cloud banks along the western horizon, a small circle that means haze near the horizon, but clear overhead. Stylistically, the characters lean forward, as if hurrying. Even if your training lives mostly in your fingers, the responsibility lands in your chest like a new weight. Stepping into a shift feels less like replacing a person and more like sitting down inside a machine made of time. Tonight's job begins before the stars do, which sounds paradoxical until it doesn't. The evening watch sets a baseline. Horizon visibility, wind from the north or south, stray dust. A damp cloth lies folded on a shallow dish so the ink doesn't dry faster than your pen. Most folks imagine all Babylonian writing as wedges pressed into clay, but for drawing and quick notes, you're lucky to have a smooth board and a liquid medium, the kind of ink that stains finger pads and makes sleeves look more scholarly than you deserve. Historians are still debating whether the Rooftop teams favored charcoal water mixes, plant-based dyes, or a little soot and gum concoction that clings like gossip. Either way, the line you lay down tonight must stay legible through a long shift. Somewhere back in the stairwell, sandals whisper again, bringing up a basket with tonight's rations. Dates, a heel of bread, one small onion tucked like a secret. A water skin thumps down beside the jar. The details matter because the body matters. The hours stretch differently when your stomach gnaws. Your master glances at the horizon and says nothing. That is your cue to breathe in, let your eyes relax, and wait for the contrast to bloom. Stars do not appear, they accumulate. First the brightest. A point that looks like a pinprick in someone's painted canvas, then another along an invisible diagonal, and then a spill of smaller lights that were always there, merely outshone by a stubborn sky. The city never fully sleeps, yet you can feel it settle, as if the bricks themselves exhale. Up near the northern edge, a faint arc announces itself, not by any single star but by a riff of them, the way wind declares itself by the motion of leaves. Mark the first, the master says, and your reed pen, its tip trimmed to a narrow tongue, follows orders. A light touch loads the nib. On the wax board, tonight's practice surface, you draw a low horizon line, just the suggestion of a curve, and a small dot above it where the first star steps out. The pen surprises you by how quickly it obeys. Every reed is a personality, but this one holds ink with generous patience. If a stylus for clay demands force and angles, this pen rewards breadth and balance. A light line is a whisper. A pressed one speaks louder. Soon your board carries a skeleton of the night. Below the parapet, a different time system beats. Markets closing, donkeys complaining, someone laughing 2 alleys away. Up here, time is slower and sharper. The junior watcher, you tonight, calls the increments and the master confirms. The water clock is set by weight, a standard filled to a standard line. When the level drops to the next scribed mark, the spoken minute is born. Not a minute as your wristwatch would understand it, but a measured portion of darkness that everyone on the roof agrees to respect. When the master nods, you add a small cross under the horizon line to show the passage, and you whisper the number, not out of superstition, but because sound travels peculiarly at night, and a careless voice can confuse the next rooftop over. Across the table, tools settle into their habits. The longer knife is for reed cutting. The shorter one cleans the wax board. The cloth-wrapped jar keeps the water cool through evaporative kindness. A trick you love because it is science pretending to be sorcery. A copper cup sits upside down to keep the moths away. One small clay weight, baked into a neat cylinder and incised with a sign that means something like standard, anchors a corner of the board whenever wind picks up. Unearthed examples of these simple objects tell us as much as any royal inscription. The humble things that touch the hand hold onto human fingerprints. A mainstream fact hides in plain sight here. The temple archives organize people like you, the scribes who observe the sky, into a practical bureaucracy, not a secret guild. After the first quarter hour, again, not exactly 15 modern minutes but a recognized slice, the master takes your earlier dots and relates them to the known. Patterns help memory work. Patterns make confidence possible. The dip of stars to the west matches what the diary predicted. And that feeling, the fit between sky and expectation, turns a cool fear into competence. A festival tomorrow means late-night fires along certain streets, and you factor the glare into your mind without complaint. A stray thought wanders through, that the gods do not need you to look up, but the city does. A king wants to know when to travel, a merchant wants to know when to launch a boat, a farmer wants to know how much night remains to irrigate the outer fields. The reed pen keeps a quieter version of the same time everyone needs. Inside the leather roll, a spare reed waits, smooth and greenish where the knife laid it bare. When a nib bends under fatigue or a blot appears where you asked for a thread, a replacement saves you from drawing with anger. The master's hand, scarred from years of splitting stems, demonstrates a gentle angle, not straight across, not too slanted, exactly the compromise that makes a line breathe. This is where a cold little fact sneaks in like a cat. Marsh reeds grow with subtle variations across a single day's harvest cycle. A morning reed hardens differently than a late afternoon reed. The difference is small, but the night magnifies small things. Once you notice, you never unnotice. That's your initiation into the impolite secret of craftsmanship. Nature always keeps part of the recipe to herself. Past the first hour mark, your body settles into the rhythm the rooftop expects. Knees find the familiar knots in the planks. Elbows learn the kindness of the cloth pad. Neck muscles perform a quiet dance you never see because you are the dancer. The ink behaves. Stars rise where they should. When the wind veers north, the odor of distant kills takes over, chalky and sweet. The city is both here and gone, because your attention climbs above it and then returns carrying news. A bright point near the east distracts you, flinging a private spark across your retina, and then it moves the wrong way, turning from star to insect. Moths love lamps, astronomers less so. A lamp cover, pierced clay shaped like a small dome, softens the flame and keeps the night from melting into glare. Beyond the roof, the great staircase of the Ziggurat stands like a spine, each step a vertebra you climbed when the sky was still violet. Not everyone gets this view. Not everyone wants it. In the crowded world below, people know this rooftop happens the way they know granaries and temple kitchens happen, but they do not choose to think about it much. You, in contrast, stand inside the city's nervous system. The fact that images and numbers flow through your hands lends a peculiar fusion of humility and pride. And here is a little sideways trivia. Certain nights before festivals, the temple keeps a basket of fresh reeds soaking in a shallow trough, as if the city expects heaven to demand extra lines. It's not a superstition, strictly speaking. It's a logistics bet. Close to the second hour, clouds play a brief game, sneaking in from the west and smearing the lower heaven with a damp thumb. This is when you learn the rooftop isn't only about seeing. It's about admitting when you cannot. A quick row of small diagonal marks at the bottom of your board flags partial obstruction. No one will accuse you of laziness if you confess an honest cloud. Everyone will accuse you of carelessness if you bluff. That kind of ethic, truthful notation over heroic fiction makes the difference between a story and a record. In history classes far in the future, people will celebrate these habits as the dawn of something called systematic observation. But right now, at this table, it's just a clean line that says, "Cloud here, proceed with caution." Meanwhile, the master brings up a question that annoys and delights in equal measure. What exactly counts as the horizon in a city with roofs of uneven height? A perfect world would hand you a sea, a line as straight as a rule, but Babylon gives you angles and courtyards and a river that reflects stars like it wants to be a small heaven of its own. Your answer is practical. You adopt a working horizon, low walls to the west, a taller side to the east, and you keep that convention night after night. Historians are still debating whether different temples cross-calibrated rooftop horizons or trusted local practices. If you imagine ancient committees arguing with polite frowns, you are not wrong. Consistency matters, but consistency also lives in the hands doing the marking. Later in the shift, a senior scribe stops by for the briefest inspection, the kind that looks like a casual conversation but tastes like appraisal. His fingers test the board's smoothness, and his eyes measure the spread between your dots with a speed that hides itself. This inspection is not about punishment. It is about keeping a signal-to-noise ratio high enough for the diaries to make sense. The senior nods once, the kind of micro-approval that feels like a festival procession if you're hungry for it, and disappears down the stairs, taking with him the smell of sandalwood oil. A 40-year-old habit leaves a trace you can feel. Roof watches do not imitate heroes. They imitate metronomes. That's your unofficial job description. Steady hands in a city that makes a lot of kinds of noise. Back by the water jar, a trick wrestles a small grin out of you. The cloth wrap cools the liquid by letting it evaporate. It works even when the air is this warm and dry, and the same principle keeps your reed damp enough to resist splitting midstroke. Ancient air conditioning, rooftop edition. Little systems like this, made of materials so humble they hardly deserve a noun, add up to a comfortable environment for precision. If a map looks calm, it is because its maker had a calm place to draw. There is also a practical superstition you learn to respect. Never point with the nib. A reed tip is a voice. If you poke, it grows offended and holds back ink at the moment you need it most. Call it nonsense if you like. Experience calls it survival. Sometimes a bat loops through the scene, a darker shadow in a sky of darks, eating insects with the work ethic of a scribe trying to make rent. No one records the bat, but the mind holds it. The master glances toward the north and whispers a star name you file away for later study. You respond by checking the water clock and marking another small cross beneath the line that stands for elapsed portion. The roof's language is minimal. Dots, short lines, occasional letters to remind you that a dot is not just a dot, but a particular light with a particular schedule. Tonight's goal is modest: keep pace, keep clean, keep honest, but it feels like the smallest version of a bigger vow. Do not make the sky bend to your drawing. Make the drawing bend to the sky. Eventually, hunger opens the onion, which is a romantic way of saying your patience snaps and you need salt. The dates restore your sanity like a code comment that finally explains the last 10 lines. While chewing, the master recounts a cautionary tale about a watch years ago when a dust storm convinced a junior that the stars had fallen. The humor is gentle, the lesson sharp. The world will supply illusions for free. The rooftop earns clarity the expensive way. If you are tempted to imagine that everyone on this roof believes exactly the same thing about what is up there, resist the temptation. Some think the gods speak through these lights directly. Others, closer to your voice tonight, believe the sky speaks a language of numbers that humans can learn to translate. The work gets done either way. By the third hour, the moon lifts her pale shoulder above the east. The city turns its head. Even people who do not climb rooftops notice this entrance. A pale wash spills across the parapet, making the ink shine like fish scales, and your fingers look like you forgot to wash after copying a spell. The moon's schedule imposes itself on everyone's night, and even though your later chapters will chase her across nodes and eclipses, tonight you simply greet her and note her height against the horizon. In the diaries, this becomes an entry as concise as a sigh. Moon rose at X, clear. A mainstream fact stands quietly here. Babylonian observers built a long tradition of recording the moon's behavior with disciplined regularity, and the math that grows out of that habit will later do beautiful things. Under the soft light, a short break opens in the work, an intermission you didn't know you were waiting for. The master asks for your quick sketch of the roof itself, a miniature of the world in which you are working. Parapet heights, table position, the lamp, the clepsydra spot. This is not for art. It is for repeatability. If later someone asks why your horizon line sits a finger's width higher than last season, you want to answer with more than a shrug. You want to show the picture of a new parapet brick, or the placement of a tall lamp that the festival committee insisted upon. Technical people in any century will recognize this ritual instantly. You're generating context, and context is the form of honesty that keeps numbers from lying. Ahead of you, the southern sky fattens with stars, the way a bowl fills when the tap runs. A stray cloud splits and dies. Heat from the day leaks out of the bricks beneath your knees and then fades, leaving a cooler platform under your body. A gentle ache behind your eyes suggests that blinking might be underrated as a technology. A common misconception says ancient astronomers merely stared upward in trance. The rooftop proves otherwise. You look up, down, sideways, again up, and then into the board, translating the glints into lines your fingers can remember. That translation is everything. The reed pen acts like a memory muscle you can hold up to the morning light. Without it, The night's knowledge would evaporate the way dew returns to the air as gossip at sunrise. On the far horizon, somewhere beyond the black profile of the city gate, a low, moving glimmer declares a boat. River traffic slows at night, but it never stops. The master half-jokes that if boatmen kept proper sky diaries, the temple could take a night off. Instead, you accept the company of distant oars and keep marking. A little-known detail slips out as if it were waiting in line. Some watchers tuck a thin strand of hair from a family member onto the underside of the board, an odd charm for steadiness that you would never admit to believing. The rooftop allows you to be practical and superstitious without contradiction. The ink does not judge. The stars pretend not to notice. The line continues. Out along the west, a bright wanderer leans close to the horizon, and for a heartbeat your hand hesitates. That is a planet behaving like a star, and that is a story for later nights, full of numbers that zigzag and models that make your brain hum. Tonight, the task is simple. Mark its position relative to a familiar trio near it, and time the moment it disappears into the masonry of rooftops. A water drop hits the jar's side with the timbre of a note you have come to love. This is when the master reminds you of the night shift's unwritten corollary to courage. Humility keeps maps clean. If the wanderer confuses you, you document your confusion. The archive prefers an honest uncertain to a confident error. That is a principle modern labs still chase across budgets and coffee cups. Across the roof, a faint chalk mark on stone shows where someone, sometime, started to lay out a fixed sight line. Was it a mistake? A test? A mark for training? Historians are still debating whether Babylonian roofs kept permanent sighting devices, posts, slits, or metal sights, or whether simple conventions and a practiced horizon did the work. Archaeology offers a handshake, not a hug. For you, the ambiguity has a practical flavor. Add an extra note on your board about where you stood when you took the last reading. If future you returns to this roof and finds the chalk line repurposed or erased, your map will not turn into a polite liar. The second person in the future is still the same person. Treat them with respect. Along the parapet's inner edge, a shallow groove runs like a vein. Rain rarely bothers Babylon in this season, yet the groove drains the roof clean when it does. And tonight it hosts a line of cool air you can feel with your fingers when you grow sleepy. Small comforts like this become rituals. You'll see watchers tap the groove 3 times before a difficult mark, not as an invocation but as an anchor. The reed pen likes anchors. The body likes them more. Another mainstream note, delivered with sleepy clarity. Temples invest in the boring parts of precision, stable surfaces, predictable lighting, smooth boards, because the boring parts produce the kind of reliable text kings and merchants can trust. The glamorous part is the sky. The trustworthy part is a well-placed table. Across half the night, the diary accumulates clean sentences while the board accumulates points that almost accidentally look like a sky. If someone unfamiliar were to pick it up now, they might call it abstract art. Dots and clusters, short ticks and crosses, a few guiding lines to propose a horizon. The meaning lives in the sequence of acts that built the marks, not only in the marks themselves. A map is a script the body performed. In that sense, your rooftop is a stage and your reed pen a choreographer's chalk. The master watches you watch, correcting the tilt of your head by a finger's width, and grunts approval when your next dot lands without hesitation exactly where it needed to land. The silence that follows is the kind that means progress. Out of nowhere, a tiny problem of arithmetic taps your shoulder. The spacing between 2 bright points feels wrong compared with the memory of a previous night. Fatigue could be the culprit, or a sly layer of haze could be bending perception. The water clock agrees with you that the interval took longer than the board suggests. Rather than rewriting the past 5 minutes, you do the thing this roof has taught you. Add an annotation with a question mark, a symbol agreed upon by your team that means verify in the morning against the tablet record. This is not a defeat. This is how the rooftop resists the human tendency to hammer uncertainties flat. The sky deserves footnotes as much as praise. Before the first pale blue creeps along the east, the world pauses in a famous way that never loses its novelty. The night is still full of stars, yet the feel of the dark changes. Roosters converse in short syllables across neighborhoods. The river seems to inhale. Masons in the quarter near the south gate will soon carry stones like arguments. You keep working because the night is not gone yet. And the one mistake that embarrasses even patient supervisors is a premature surrender to dawn. 2 more dots. 1 more cross. A line to suggest that a particular star is flirting with the rooftop's corner. A drama that lasts exactly as long as it takes you to breathe twice. Patience until the very end is a virtue that looks boring from the alley and looks holy from the roof. Around this time, the master pulls out a tablet with last month's notes, and the 2 of you compare sequences. Nothing mystical, nothing flashy, just a careful side-by-side to confirm that what rose then rises again now in the way the tally predicts. If a discrepancy appears, you do not assume the sky is wrong. You assume the instrument is moody, or the observer was distracted by an argument with a loved one, or a weight was misset in the clock. The humility looks old-fashioned, but it is simply the opposite of arrogance. A small obscure nugget, offered as payment for your patience. Certain watchers used to keep a sliver of mirror-polished bronze to check lamp soot on their face. Less vanity than an instrument check. A soot-smeared nose means a smoky flame that dims contrast. Back down the stairs. The city wakes with a different voice. Bread ovens open their mouths. Children inform each other of yesterday's dramas with today's emphasis. The roof hands you a last duty. Pack the tools in the order they want to be packed. Knives wrapped first, reeds aligned by length. The now light water jar emptied neatly off the north side where it won't dampen the courtyard. The board receives a gentle scraping to clear the surface without scarring it. The diary line closes with a simple end mark. If grand narratives about destiny belong to the priests and speeches belong to the palace, rooftop work belongs to the everyday skill that makes palaces believe their own schedules. There's a quiet thrill in being the person who knows what time is. Beside the top step, a lintel holds an old inscription whose meaning you half remember from a lesson. Praise to a god, thanks for a king, a list of gifts. It feels distant from your duffels and reed stems, yet it shares the same ground. The city always floats on layers of writing. Somewhere in that pile, people will later find your lines and wonder what methods your hands implied. Will they guess the damp cloth, the moth cover, the little breeze along the parapet groove? Will they picture your neck stretching like a reed of its own to escape a cramp? This is the playful reward for a night well done. You become part of the future's puzzle. Someone else's pen will reconstruct your pen and nod. Yes, that makes sense. Near the stairs' midpoint, the master slows to let you pass. A small gesture with the weight of a diploma. There will be other nights, other roofs, other breezes that smell like different cities. The habits learned here. Calm hands, honest marks, patience with ambiguity will stay. A mainstream summary sneaks in as the sun seals the sky. Babylon star watchers make their city's time legible, linking the daily to the cosmic with a toolkit so ordinary you could buy it at a market stall. A gentle controversy follows like a respectful friend. Did they think of these lines as maps the way later scholars do? or were they diagrams and notes in a category of their own? Historians are still debating this question. That debate, like the water clock, keeps good time. Finally, the stair spills you into the temple courtyard, the place where night knowledge becomes day paperwork. A clerk waits with a small smile that translates to, "We will read what you wrote, and we will trust you if you were careful." The master's nod closes the night like a seal pressed into wax. Outside the gate, the market unfolds stalls that will sell you more dates and, if you are lucky, a reed bundle with the right stiffness. The city swallows you back as if you were just another grain in a flood of barley. Yet your head still holds the roof's small wind and the ink's quiet gleam. In the next chapter, you'll be apprenticed more formally to that rooftop rhythm. But tonight, you walk home with starlight in your sleeves and a pen's memory warming your palm. Morning finds you crossing the temple courtyard with a tablet tucked against your ribs like a loaf of fresh bread. Last night's ink still faintly sweet on your fingers. A breeze moves the prayer flags tied along a low parapet, and somewhere a boy rehearses syllables under his breath as if the alphabet were a charm against mistakes. The staircase up to the teaching roof remembers your footsteps from the watch, but the rhythm changes. No longer the hush of surveillance, now the hum of school. Apprentices collect in the shade, trying to look casual and failing, because everyone knows the master will notice who pretends not to be nervous. You straighten your reed bundle, because competence begins as choreography. Place, align, breathe. Inside the doorway at the roof's edge, a long table bears scratches that read like biographies. Grooves where someone learned not to press, faint circles where a cup once sweated through a summer. A teacher called the Umanu stands with half his weight on one heel, surveying faces as if measuring the sky's distance through your skulls. He greets the group with a tilt of his head, then touches the board, and the room's chatter recedes the way haze backs away from a strong noon. Observation, he says, is a kind of politeness to the world. The line sounds simple enough to embroider on a sleeve. The practice will take years. You take the seat that gives you both a slice of horizon and a corner of shade. Apprenticeship in this place isn't a secret so much as a steady pressure. Like a river teaching a stone how to be smooth. A senior scribe, Tupseru by title and grumbler by temperament, passes out wax boards and styluses first, reed pens and ink later, because the temple likes you to earn fluid lines by graduating from stubborn clay. He tells the new hands that clay forgives, wax negotiates, and ink keeps grudges. A taxonomy as accurate as any omen list. At your elbow, a boy named Nabuashapshi holds his reed as if it might bite. You nudge his wrist with the quiet camaraderie of the recently terrified. Lesson 1 arrives without ceremony. Copy the master's marks, not their flourish. Esagila, the temple at Babylon's heart, breathes around the classroom like a great animal, slow and sure. Bells mutter in a sanctuary below, weaving prayer into background thread. The Umanu names the texts that will live beside your pillow for months. The astronomical diaries that reduce nights to honest lines, the omen series that braid sky with meaning, and the compendium others will later call Emuel.Appin, a careful gathering of star lists and rising times that feels like a ladder someone kindly left against the sky. Mainstream knowledge glows here. This temple keeps records the way a careful household keeps grain. Labeled, dated, cross-checked, and the habit builds a memory longer than any single life. Lessons begin with eyesight before ink, because tools are no help if attention is shabby. The master lines up the horizon with a plumb line and teaches you to rest your gaze on the edge of a parapet, not the empty, hypnotic air above it. A gnomon, a simple upright rod, casts a short shadow you measure without pretending it is about the sun today. It is about teaching your hands to trust lengths. A strip of cord becomes a circle on the board with a nail as center, and then that circle becomes a frame for the sky. Repeatability, the master says, is generosity to your future self. You write the word on the wax and immediately scrape it off, because the lesson only sticks if you keep drawing. Tools unfold their personalities as you test them. Reed styluses love clay and produce the familiar wedges that make bureaucrats purr. Reed pens love liquid and glide when cut properly. The knife that cuts reeds loves neither, but tolerates both if you respect the angle. The Tupseru shows you how to keep the pen's slit from yawning by resting it every dozen strokes against a damp sponge. So small a habit you might miss it if your stomach rumbles. He speaks about ink not as a substance but as a mood. Too thin and it sulks in pale threads, too thick and it shouts clots. Obscure trivia sneaks in with a wink. Certain scribes add a breath of date syrup to an ink pot to coax it into obedience. No one admits it in public, but everyone recognizes the sheen. Chatter from neighboring roofs slides over the parapet like birdsong. Laundry arguments, a joke about a broken sandal, the thump of a jar set down with more confidence than skill. The master turns this ordinary noise into a lesson, asking you to mark a line every time a sound repeats at a steady interval. After a few minutes, the board displays a rhythm map of the courtyard below, and the method clicks. You are learning to take qualitative experience and give it an honest skeleton. If a pig can be rendered into bacon, a noise can be rendered into a sequence. Sky watching at its core is this turn awe into marks. You grin despite the formality, because the idea feels like it has been waiting under your tongue. Practice drills follow the same logic and taste better than you expected. On the wax board, the master draws 3 dots, not stars in particular, just the idea of stars, and then dictates intervals, 2 portions apart, then 3 base 60 minutes between the second and third. Your job is to annotate distances in a way that any rooftop colleague can interpret without needing your eyebrows as punctuation. The reed pen skates, hesitates, skates again. Grooming the nib between strokes becomes a quiet ritual, like folding bread dough. Press, lift, turn, breathe. You feel the line teaching your hand even as your hand persuades the line to exist. It is satisfying in the way stacking firewood is satisfying. Clear start, clear end, modest excellence. Mistakes arrive as if invited, and the classroom treats them like weather. Notice, adapt, carry on. A blot grows where a dot should sit, declaring itself loud as a rooster. The Tupseru does not sigh, which is a gift. He demonstrates a correction. Scrape gently, warm the wax with 2 fingertips, redraw lightly, add a tiny triangle in the margin to acknowledge the fix. You log the error in your mind under ink mood swings, and move forward. Another apprentice confuses east-right and west-left on the board's frame. A mishap so common the temple keeps a proverb for it. When the river runs backward on your tablet, go drink water. Laughter softens the bruise. The error will bruise anyway. All useful errors do. Discipline here never tastes like punishment. It tastes like a daily respect for coordination. The master sets a routine that stitches mornings to nights. Roof practice at dawn, copying tablets in the late morning, math drills at midday when shade is deepest, omen recitations as the city wakes, and a final rooftop stint at dusk to tie the day with a sky-colored knot. You think of routine as a bridge that lets fear cross a river without getting wet. Even when your hands tremble, the sequence keeps walking. On days when wind chews the parapet and dust crawls into your teeth, routine adds a layer of mercy so thin you might miss it until it saves you. Numbers stride into the room wearing base 60 like a robe with many pockets. The Umanu sketches a circle and divides it into pieces that would make later mathematicians nod knowingly, then shows how easy it is to share factors when 60 plays host. Fractions behave, angles cooperate, and the ratios that describe the sky sit down at the table without needing to be coaxed. You annotate the board with segments labeled like slices of a calm pie. Mainstream fact gets its moment of applause. Babylonian mathematics is a sturdy engine built on sexagesimal cleverness, and the rooftop borrows that engine every night without ceremony. The feeling that numbers are friends rather than riddles loosens the muscles in your jaw. Language practice, yes, even for a rooftop, threads through the day like a quiet melody. Sign lists march under your stylus, the famous sequences that turn wobbling marks into meaning. The teacher pairs Sumerian star names with Akkadian equivalents, making you say both as if your mouth were learning to hold two lanterns at once. A simple list becomes a map of inheritance. Old words carrying new pronunciations, new words kissing old concepts on the forehead. The master points at constellations you will chase later and assigns nicknames only your cohort understands, a mild rebellion against the grandeur of tradition. Privately, you file a thought. Making names familiar is the same as making distances walkable. Ritual anchors the classroom just enough to keep time from fraying. A small offering bowl on the table holds barley grains, and before math drills the tupseru drops 3 into it, each landing making a tiny sound like a promise. 1 for attention, 1 for honesty, 1 for patience. You are free to interpret this as devotion or as pedagogy. The grains do not care which. A lamp near the north parapet receives a new wick at midday, because no one wants a smoky lamp teaching you to accept bad contrast as normal. These rituals may look like superstition to someone squinting from the market, but inside the classroom they feel like good manners toward the work. Debate sneaks in with the same air as dust motes, unavoidable and illuminating in the right light. The Umanu sets down his pen and asks a question that has bothered scribes for lifetimes. Are these drawings on wax and board true maps, or are they scaffolds for lists and numbers, aids rather than entities? He tells you some scholars insist the tradition is primarily textual, pointing to the long omen series and diaries. Others argue that diagrams were always part of the craft, only perished because ink and wax live shorter lives than clay. Historians are still debating this question, and you feel the elegance of both sides. You also feel the roof's reply, whatever the category, a good line helps a tired mind not lie. Tasks expand from the forgiving wax to the stubborn tablet. The tupseru demonstrates how to press wedges that mean north and south, how to carve a ruled line that refuses to wander, how to copy a date so it keeps its dignity through handling. Clay's weight persuades your wrist to behave, and the discipline bleeds back into ink work in the afternoon. The board, strangely, feels lighter after an hour with clay. You begin to enjoy the commute between mediums, like changing shoes to remind your feet that different paths require different gaits. A museum of the future will love these tablets. Your rooftop heart quietly prefers the living line of ink. Homework in this classroom looks like errands disguised as favors. The master sends you to the reed stall by the river, where the merchant recognizes the temple cut and offers lengths already stripped of leaves. He lets you try the flex of each with an aplomb that suggests he could run the rooftop in a pinch. You suspect he could. Back at the temple, you deliver a bundle to the tool basket and claim 2 for your own. Along the way, you notice how corridors hold coolness even at noon and how door lintels acquire inscriptions the way bread ovens acquire soot. Every delivery becomes an observation lesson if you let your eyes remember politely. Mentorship here rarely feels like speeches. It feels like someone adjusting your elbow mid-stroke. The Umanu does this twice in an hour and speaks only 6 words. Less force, more invitation to ink. The phrase lodges where advice lodges when it intends to stay. A senior apprentice shows you how to anchor your little finger on the board without smudging, creating a tripod that steadies the nib without bullying it. Another explains her way of reading wind by the tiny tremors on the surface of the ink dish. You hoard these fragments like amulets and tell yourself not to become insufferable about them. Patience keeps a reputation cleaner than talent ever will. Records pile gently in a storeroom near the stair, each tablet wrapped in cloth that smells of clean dust and old figs. The archive pad notes on a clay docket, the day's observers, the condition of the horizon, the presence of cloud or smoke, the little anomalies worth rechecking. You help carry a tray in and feel the weight of habit settle around your shoulders like a shawl. A mainstream point to tuck in your pocket. This habit of daily records over centuries will later astonish readers who think fidelity requires modern instruments. The instrument here is routine, and the calibration is honesty. That kind of infrastructure is harder to build than a tower. Calendars enter the conversation over lunch when the Tupseru asks everyone to name the month and the moon's age without peeking at the tablet by the door. You succeed only because last night's rise burned into your memory like a small brand. The teacher smiles without showing teeth and explains intercalation in plain words. How a city persuades lunar months to shake hands with the solar year so barley and festivals don't drift apart like cousins who forgot each other's names. The practicalities feel less like astronomy and more like civic housekeeping. Yet the line between those categories dissolves when your daily bread depends on the sky behaving predictably. Exercises in the shade under a stretched cloth become a kind of afternoon trance. The master pins a short list of star names to the board and asks for their partners. Rising companions, opposite culminators, the little mnemonic pairs that make night navigation efficient. You jot the couples down and then redraw them as dots connected by light lines, teaching your memory to hold a map by rehearsing its steps. A subtle joy blooms. None of this requires genius. It requires showing up, listening with your hands, and not panicking when a line falters. On a hot day, that's near miraculous enough. Secrets aren't really secret, just things no one thinks to mention until you need them. The Tupseru shows you how to weight the corner of a wax board with a small loop of clay when wind grows mischievous, and how to shade your nib with your palm when the sun glares from a low angle. He confesses that a certain pair of sandals squeak on the stair, and the class laughs at the way a practical footnote can sound like gossip. You offer your own discovery, ridiculous and true. Counting heartbeats can keep a line steady when your timing tool sits 2 arm lengths away. The Umanu nods, unoffended by novelty attached to old methods. Progress becomes visible the way a bruise fades, slowly and then suddenly gone. A week ago, your hand trembled at the thought of committing a distance to the board. Today, your dots arrive where you ask them to sit, like polite guests. The teacher trusts you with a corner of the night's diary to copy, and you feel the responsibility tingle along your forearms. The text is compact and unfussy. Clear in the north, haze along the west, faint wind from the south, moon at 3 degrees height when observed. You render the line into wedges with a care that borders on sentiment, because at last the shapes feel like language and not just a code a stranger invented. Afternoon heat teaches another class entirely: how to keep the mind cool when the body is a furnace. The temple solves part of it with shade cloth and soak jars, but the discipline is yours. You learn to hold the reed a finger farther back when sweat threatens to slick the nib into your sleeve, and you learn to pause every 4 lines to look at something farther than the board so your eyes remember what distance feels like. An older apprentice presses a damp cloth into your hand without comment when you forget. Kindness circulates here like a secret coin. You spend it later without hesitation. Evening approaches with a lavender light that flatters everyone's ambitions, including yours. The class returns to the roof's edge for a brief rehearsal before real stars show up to judge. The Umanu uses rooftops across the river as teaching instruments, asking you to call out when a particular finial aligns with a known star's expected rising point. This is theater, yes, but it is also calibration. Learn the city's silhouette as if it were a second constellation. When the first bright star arrives on schedule, a little chorus of relieved exhalations rustles along the parapet. No one claims victory. Everyone claims continuity. Pathways through the temple turn reflective after dusk, and the master takes the chance to talk about lineages, not of kings, but of scribes. A chain of teachers stretches behind him like footprints that refuse to blow away. Someone taught him how to trust a water clock. Someone taught that someone how to note a cloud without complaining. And somewhere the line meets a teacher whose name no tablet remembers. The idea comforts you. The sky is not the only thing that repeats. A small controversial seed lands with the words. Some say the methods you learn here took shape in one city and spread outward like river water. Others argue they grew in parallel, shared by traders and marriages rather than decrees. Historians are still debating the balance between invention and diffusion. Tomorrow's duties are assigned with the same calm that allocates bread. The roster puts you on second watch, the sweet spot between early drowsiness and late delirium. You will arrive with a board scored to your preferred grid, a reed cut to your best angle, and a mind rehearsed in the polite stubbornness that makes decent maps. The Umanu dismisses the class with a gesture that includes both the tablets and the horizon, as if to say the real room includes the entire sky. You descend the stair with a kind of soft pride that does not stick out like a spear. It tucks under your belt and warms your stomach. Markets along the temple's flank are closing, but one stall lingers with baskets of reeds arranged by height the way bakers arrange loaves by crust. The merchant recognizes your face from earlier and holds up a stem that glints a little under the lantern. For clean lines, he says, not too thirsty. You weigh it like a promise, pay in small coins that clink with public humility, and tuck it into your roll. A woman buying lamp wicks asks if the sky said anything interesting today. You give the official answer. It kept its appointments. She seems satisfied. You feel oddly protective of the roof's quiet truth. Streets toward home fold around you, familiar knots in a well-knit cloth. A neighbor's child announces that she can spell her name without help. A triumph you cheer without irony because instructors of any subject live in the same republic. The lane smells of cooling earth and cumin and the last of the oven smoke. When you cross your threshold, the reed bundle leans in the corner like a patient dog, and your hands ache in the precise way that predicts good sleep. You promise yourself to trim a fresh nib in the morning and to practice the circle again until the cord and nail feel like extensions of your fingers rather than small foreign gods. Ceilings in small houses teach one more lesson before bed. Map something familiar to teach your hand steadier manners for the unfamiliar. You sketch the outline of the doorway, note the angle at which the lamplight makes a shadow, and mark the timing of a drip from a leaky roof tile as if it were a star thudding through a personal firmament. No one will archive this. The practice files itself inside your muscles. A generation from now, someone might ask how you learned to draw a rising as if the board had always wanted that particular slope. You will shrug and say you counted drips until the sound turned into a line. Night lifts above the city again, polite as always. You think of the classroom and its tidy tyranny, of the archive room breathing its perfume of clay and patience, of the debate about maps that keep scholars awake just long enough to sharpen their pens and then sleep. A mainstream comfort tucks you in. The temple does not care how poetic you feel. It cares that your marks help the city keep honest time. That indifference helps you relax. Your private feeling, the slippery astonishment that the sky can be made legible with a reed and some courage, gets to exist alongside the public duty without contradiction. Windows narrow the stars into strips you can count on one hand, and that's enough. You rehearse tomorrow's motions in your head once, not twice. Superstition says the third rehearsal jinxes confidence, and then let your breath lengthen. A last small, weird fact drifts by as sleep approaches. Some apprentices will scent their reed bundles with fennel because they swear it lures fewer moths to the lamp. Others claim it lures more. Historians are mercifully silent on the fennel question. The roof will give the only verdict that matters when the next shift begins and the lamp either hums with visitors or behaves like a disciplined star. Marsh light spills over the river like thin milk as you leave the temple precinct with a knife wrapped in cloth and last night's lessons still warm behind your eyes. The merchant's stall from yesterday pointed your feet here, but the real teacher is the wet world itself. The hush of reeds knocking their sleeves together, the glisten of dragonflies stitching silver thread, the slow breath of the Euphrates pretending it has all the time in the world. Apprentices fan out along a muddy path while a senior scribe leads the way, stepping where the ground remembers not to swallow sandals. No one speaks loudly. Reeds respond to quiet the way ink responds to a gentle wrist. Across a shallow inlet, plumes of giant reeds sway with the posture of tall scribes, lean and patient. The senior points with a stick, not a finger, and names qualities you will hunt the rest of your career. Straightness of shaft, evenness between nodes, a rind neither too brittle nor too green, a pith that promises flex without tantrum. A cut too near the root gifts you moisture and regrets. A cut between nodes yields a body that will shape clean. The marsh becomes a market without prices, only choices. The first stem you touch surprises you with coolness, as if night hides in the plant where day forgets to check. Knives come out like polite suggestions rather than threats, bronze-colored and honest about their limits. A shallow slice tests the rind. A deeper bite commits to a future line you cannot yet see. The senior scribe demonstrates an angle that looks like common sense and turns out to be a recipe. Slanted enough to respect the grain, shallow enough to let the stem forgive you later during drying. Each cut answers a question your fingers asked without words. A small heap of stems grows on a reed mat, and you learn another invisible skill. Stopping before greed makes you grab the almost right along with the right. Bundles get tied with cord from last year's harvest, and the group shuffles to a patch where the stalks are thinner, more nimble. This is where you harvest candidates for styluses, the wedge makers that press into clay, because stoutness serves a different master than flow. The temple loves both tools the way a kitchen loves both mortar and sieve. A mainstream note settles neatly into the morning. Babylonian writing lives on two parallel roads, clay tablets impressed by styluses and quick, perishable surfaces traced with ink. Your reed harvest feeds both streets at once. Drying begins before the sun decides what it means to be hot. Stems spread beneath an awning, but never in punishing light. A too eager sun turns future nibs into splinters with ambition and no stamina. The senior speaks about temper as if the reed were a student. Let moisture leave slowly so the fibers learn to live together. Weight stones, pebbles warmed in a pocket, keep the stems from warping their vanity into curves. An obscure tidbit rolls out with a smile. Some scribes swear by a day and night rhythm. Shadow, then morning sun, then shadow, because the plant seems to breathe easier if it walks a little between worlds. Workshop sounds take over when the bundles reach the temple again. Knives softly whispering along rind, scrapings called shavings, only to make them feel less like mess. A gentle cough as dust remembers lungs exist. Two categories of future emerge on the bench. One pile will be cut into styluses for clay, tips carved into chisel edges that print wedges like miniature mountains. Another will become pens, split-nib instruments for liquid lines, the kind that draw star paths and horizon guides with a grace clay never offers. The bench is a border crossing between mediums, and you work the passport desk with quiet authority. Heat treatment sounds fancier than it looks. A charcoal brazier keeps a low, grateful glow, and the senior shows how to pass a reed over it in a quick, polite arc, not to roast but to persuade. Strength, he says, is softness arranged. The warmth sets the rind, dries the ambition out of the pith, and gives the future nib a temperament that won't sulk when ink asks it to sing. A tiny snap means a stem resented your speed. Into the reject basket it goes, not out of cruelty but because rooftop time is too expensive to spend on bad negotiations. Shaping the stylus for clay feels like sculpting a single syllable you intend to repeat forever. A cut across the end, then a trim to create an angle, then a bevel that promises consistent wedges rather than dramatic ones. The edge must be sharp but not slicing, wide enough to make a crisp impression but narrow enough to dance between signs. The senior presses the new tip into a practice tablet. The wedge prints clean, the tail elegant, the exit line a graceful hush. You note how the pressure works like grammar. Too hard and you shout. Too soft and the sign whispers itself out of existence. Attention shifts to the ink pen, and the bench grows suddenly quiet the way rooms do when a baby sleeps or a god enters. A diagonal cut near a node produces a mouth. A careful slice down the center splits the tongue. Capillary magic takes over once the slit meets ink, but only if the two halves agree to a marriage of tension. Too wide, and the pen gushes like gossip. Too narrow, and it starves mid-sentence. The senior's knife barely appears to move. The reed transforms as if embarrassed by how much it wanted this shape all along. You accept that mastery looks, from the outside, like laziness. Finishing the nib becomes a meditation in 3 textures. Pumice kisses the edge into a kindness that still keeps its opinion. River sand offers grit at a scale so small it feels like a rumor. Leather, an old belt perhaps, gives the final polish that teaches the slit to behave like an invited guest rather than a gatecrasher. A first dip into a modest ink dish yields a line that begins bold, grows thoughtful, and then steadies. The arc you draw on wax looks like confidence learning to walk. Remember the order, the senior murmurs, because the reed remembers it. Tools have biographies. Maintenance is a craft marriage, not a fling. A pen refuses to behave unless you court it with routine. A rest on damp wool when the day grows hot, a rinse in clear water if the ink pot gets cheeky with sediment. The gentle habit of turning the nib a hair between strokes to keep the slit from choosing favorites. A too dry pen will bite. A too wet pen will smear. A just right pen will glide in a way that gives you the dangerous thought that perhaps drawing is easy. Correction arises immediately. Drawing is honest, which is harder than easy. Comparisons between stylus and pen unfold like a friendly argument between cousins. Clay rewards decisiveness. Ink rewards patience. The stylus teaches economy, the art of meaning with few shapes. The pen teaches modulation, the ability to whisper and speak in the same sentence. On the roof, you use both. Cuneiform for the diary that the archive loves, ink for the fast, accurate diagram your future self at midnight will thank you for. A mainstream clarity stands up and bows. The Babylonian rooftop is a laboratory not because of novelty but because of method. Tools serve repeatable attention, not theatrical genius. Nibs come in families the way constellations do. Broad chisel cuts give robust horizon lines. Fine tongues deliver delicate star dots and label strokes that coexist without fights. A half-moon nib, trimmed with a smile, lays generous curves for celestial circles. A needle-thin cut draws calibration ticks that only the lamplight notices. The senior has nicknames for them the same way sailors name winds. Ox, sparrow, gate, thread. You adopt the language with a self-aware grin because names work like handles when the day is slippery. Ink recipes provoke opinions more intense than bread preferences. Soot-based mixtures boast velvet lines. Plant-based brews smell like a garden that has decided to write a letter. A few drops of gum. Not too much. Teach particles to hold hands. A whisper of date syrup adds flow with a gloss your eye either loves or scolds. The master forbids metal pots for storage. Clay or glazed ceramic keep the brew honest. An obscure aside slips in. Someone once tried fish glue, and the board never forgave them, announcing the experiment for a week with a smell that made the whole class reconsider astronomy as a career. Sourcing reeds becomes a seasonal calendar you feel in the heel of your hand. High water swells stems with sugar and hope. Low water tightens them with caution. Harvest too early and the rind pouts under the knife. Harvest too late and the pith crumbles into useless memory. The temple maintains relationships with river folk who know which bend fosters straightness after storms and which patch looks healthy and hides worms. Gifts go back and forth. A tablet that settles a minor dispute in exchange for a pile of cut stems. The economy of precision includes kindness. Carving accidents instruct with an eloquent speeches rarely achieve. A nib splits too deep and flutters at the first stroke, imitating a bird more than a line. A stylus tip chips and turns every wedge into a complaint. The senior creates a graveyard for these small tragedies, not to shame them but to teach. Each failed edge carries a diagnosis you can read if you keep your pride in the other pocket. Turning error into taxonomy keeps the workshop generous and the rooftops supplied with instruments that won't betray you at the hour you need them most. A reed case becomes your companion, as personal as a pillow and twice as honest. Leather wraps hold a little family of nibs, a sliver of pumice, a scrap of wool, a small knife that feels lucky without insisting on the word. Some scribes paint tiny dots on the case to remind themselves which nib family lives where. Others trust their fingers to find what they reach for in the dark. Personal systems bloom here like houseplants no one comments on but everyone keeps alive. Over time, the case smells like ink, dust, and the mild authority of discipline. Practice boards host exercises that have nothing to do with stars until they suddenly do. Spirals teach pressure control. Parallel lines teach breathing. Tiny squares, hundreds of them, teach patience that later hides inside a single straight horizon stroke. The senior requires a page of dots as uniform as beads on a merchant's abacus. The tedium aches until it turns into pleasure. Somewhere between the 20th and 50th dot, your hand stops arguing with you and begins to partner. That moment is worth an afternoon's heat. Grid-making earns its own lecture, because the rooftop will ask for it every night and will not accept excuses. The pen's chisel nib sets down the faintest construction lines, circles, crosshairs, arcs, that later vanish into the background like scaffolding removed before a festival. A fine nib follows with bolder marks where the heavens demand notice. Draw the helpers as if someone else will erase them. The senior says, teaching humility toward future editors and toward yourself on the next shift. Hidden structure is a love letter to clarity. Anatomy of a slit could be an entire school by itself. The two halves need tension like a bowstring, close enough to share ink, far enough to release it without gossip. The smallest burr at the edge ruins a line with a petty snag you will blame on your eyesight. Pumice does what sermons can't. Removes the burr and returns the path to kindness. The direction of the slit matters, too. Aligned with the reed's grain, it hums. Cut across it, it sulks. You listen with your fingertips, because tools whisper to those who practice being quiet. Differences between reed species introduce an unexpectedly botanical flavor to your craft. Thick-walled stalks promise durability for styluses. Thinner-walled cousins yield nimble pens that dance between dots and letters. Stems from upstream feel denser, a rumor of mineral soil in their bones. Stems from marsh islands feel springy, a rumor of wind made solid. The senior shrugs at the poetry and says, "Choose what makes your line truthful." Historians are still debating whether named reed varieties in old lists correspond to species distinctions or to stages of preparation. The classroom nods, fascinated by a taxonomy that blurs just enough to keep you humble. Repairs on the rooftop are a sport with better stakes than any game played in a courtyard. A nib that flares mid-observation receives a nip from the little knife and a lick of pumice under lamplight. The trick is not to overcorrect. The sin is to pretend nothing happened. Water clock minutes do not pause just because you had a disagreement with a piece of plant. Practiced fingers can rescue a pen in the space of a sigh and return to recording before a rising star crosses an imagined line. Storage wisdom sounds boring until it saves a night. Nibs rest tip up when sleeping, not tossed into the case like cumin into a soup. Reeds travel with a bit of damp cloth on long days, especially when the air forgets water exists. Ink lids stay on as a form of respect to evaporation. The small clay weight that keeps your board from wandering doubles as a pen stand when the wind starts a rumor. Multipurpose tools earn permanent citizenship in your kit. These unglamorous habits summon glamorous consistency. Wax boards invite practice lines during afternoons when the sky hides behind heat. The pen loves wax differently than it loves parchment or buttery scrap, and you learn to adapt pressure to each without turning fussy. A light touch sets ink on wax as if laying down a promise. A heavier hand carves the line into the surface and earns an ugly accusation from the tupseru. Carpenter, not scribe. You laugh because the joke is true enough to sting and gentle enough to keep. Teaching moments arrive from unlikely corners. A visiting scribe from Uruk carries a pen case that opens like a little shrine, each nib resting in its own cradle. He demonstrates a cut you haven't seen. A double slit that feeds a wider line without blotting, and your classmates lean in as though a magician just pulled a tablet from a jar. The method works but asks for a perfect ink thickness, otherwise it pouts. Debates bloom over lunch about innovation versus reliability. The roof, as always, will render the final verdict when the work either flows or refuses to. Horizon practice takes place on the adjoining roof where the parapet dips enough to reveal a broader east. The pen's broad nib lays the baseline, faint and patient. The fine nib seeds dots where memory says certain risings should land if the air cooperates. A light breeze tests your posture more than your skill. The senior watches how you adjust rather than what you draw. Stability, he says, tapping your shoulder, is a habit of the spine. The line steadies when your neck does. Afternoon lecture wanders into names, because tools and stars share the same fate. They live longer when someone cares enough to call them something. The senior links the word for reed to ancient syllables that also mean measure and canal. a linguistic braid that feels exactly right. A pen is a river in miniature, channeling ink the way canals channel water to fields. A stylus is a tool that makes canals of meaning in clay. The metaphor refuses to leave once it arrives, and you do not ask it to. Care-and-feeding rituals grow sacred without announcements. Before each practice set, a single drop of water falls onto the ink stone like a bell being struck. After each set, the pen's tongue gets a wipe with clean wool. Twice a week, the knife sees the whetstone and the whetstone sees oil. A little courtship that ends in a sharper angle and fewer complaints. These routines are not superstition. They are courtesy to future work. The future, after all, will be tired and grateful for favors done in advance. Map-making demonstrations transform the workshop into a stage. The senior draws a grid circle so smooth it looks printed, then walks a fine nib around it, stopping at imagined degrees that your training calls portions. Dots bloom at cardinal points not because the sky sent letters, but because a well-behaved diagram anticipates stress. Labels in tiny script tuck themselves beside features like polite attendance. What began in a marsh now claims the authority to coordinate stars. That leap never gets old. Debate returns as debate does in honest rooms. Someone asks whether the earliest star diagrams grew out of temple classrooms like this or from private workrooms where craftsmen followed curiosity after market hours. Another wonders whether households kept informal skies on door lintels the way children keep tallies of their heights. Historians are still debating the origin paths. Evidence favors both possibilities in different periods, but perishable materials are notorious deserters. The conversation ends not with a verdict but with a shared resolve. Draw well enough that a later century can infer what your hands meant. Travel kits earn a lesson of their own. Besides the reeds and ink, you pack a cord for quick circles, a nail to anchor the cord, a small square of wax to patch a board nick, a cloth that knows the shape of your palm, and a tablet docket that reminds you how the Rooftop's diary wants dates declared. Everything fits into a canvas roll that ties with a knot you can undo when your fingers are numb. The kit weighs less than a loaf and more than a promise. Carrying it changes your posture in a way friends notice and kindly mock. Conversations with merchants along the river enrich your craft with unplanned advice. One shows you how reeds from a shaded bank hold a deeper green and dry into a paler, stronger tan. Another warns that stems from a stand near a tannery drink too much of the air's appetite and turn brittle in months. You start to hear opinions the way you hear wind, direction, speed, taste. A few silver coins here and there buy not just materials but narratives about seasons and floods. The city, it turns out, knows as much about pens as the temple does. It just tells the story in different rooms. Practice shifts into a game that makes apprentices awake despite the heat. The senior calls out line types: horizon, faint, label stroke, ultrafine, star dot, moderate pressure, and the class draws each in rhythm to a drum tapped softly on the bench. Coordination between ear, eye, and hand matures under the modest percussion, and you laugh at how childlike joy sneaks into serious work. The game hides a lesson in breath control, the kind that keeps your wrist kind during midnight when a stubborn wind pretends to be your enemy. Maintenance logs might sound officious until you keep one and sleep better. A small clay docket receives a neat line each time a nib gets trimmed, a slit widened, a pen demoted to practice duty. When a rooftop diagram misbehaves, the docket often solves the mystery faster than pride does. Record your tools like you record the sky. The senior insists, and the symmetry pleases you in a way that signals a lifetime habit forming without drama. Return to the marsh occurs at week's end to test your eye against nature's talent for exceptions. A storm upstream wrinkles the reeds with a grammar different from last time, and you relearn patience in a new key. Cutting goes slower because you catch yourself predicting rather than looking. The senior smiles when you correct the impulse. A thin heron stalks fish in water ankle-deep to you, and the entire world feels like a lesson in angles. The skies reads, you think, are stars. The river's stars are fish. Metaphor and mud teach the same humility. Preparation for festivals folds into the craft without changing the tempo. Temple courtyards run on lists, and one of those lists now includes extra reed bundles, slit to fine, ink pots sealed, spare pumice, lamp covers checked. You work through it with the calm of someone who knows that good rituals make good nights. The senior assigns you to train a newer apprentice on slit depth, and the act of speaking your method clarifies it in your own hands. Teaching and carving become a double helix you will climb for years. Evening drapes itself over the ziggurat, and the workshop trades sunlight for lamplight. Under that gentler glow, nibs reveal behavior's daylight masks. A nose of ink collects at the tip with a dignified tremble. You learn to touch the reed to the inkstone's edge to draw off the excess without shaming the line. A moth tests your patience and is denied politely by a domed lamp cover. Little civilizations form wherever there is light and order. Your bench is one such city, and the law is clarity. Archivists drift through at closing to borrow 2 styluses and a pen case for a display near the public court where donors like to see the temple's competence with their own eyes. None of these objects glitter. That is their charm. Humble tools make majestic time. An older keeper murmurs, and for once a slogan feels accurate. The proudest thing you carry away from that sentence is the conviction that nothing about your craft requires miracle, only diligence arranged with affection. Bed comes late after a day like this, and the ceiling pattern of your home looks secretly grid, as if inviting you to draw. Before sleep, one more tiny practice sneaks in. A single dot drawn slowly, intention laid on it the way a potter lays a hand on wet clay to say, stay. The dot is not a star, but it could be. It is not a vow, but it invites one. Tomorrow's rooftop expects a pen worthy of the horizon, and your reed, cut from morning light and shaped under steady hands, lies ready in its case like a friend who has decided to keep your secrets and tell the truth. Midday folds itself over the temple like a warm shawl as benches reappear beneath awnings and tools find their familiar places. The rooftop is asleep for the moment, but the classroom wakes with a different mission. Testing where skylines live best. The Umanu taps 3 surfaces on the table with the knuckle of a practiced hand. A clay tablet still soft enough to obey, a wax board framed in with like a quiet picture, and a small roll of pale animal skin that smells faintly of smoke and salt. Each will carry the same little piece of night, he says, and each will tell the story with a different accent. Curiosity pulls you forward the way the river pulls a boat that forgot to tie itself. Clay waits like bread dough before the oven, patient but opinionated. A basket of damp lumps sits beside a low basin, and you knead a portion with your palm until the grit stops insulting your skin and the mass turns from stubborn to cooperative. The tupsaru shows how to fold without trapping air, the enemy of clean surfaces, and how to press the pad of your thumb over tiny stones until they accept eviction. A flat board and a smooth roller complete the transformation. The tablet takes a rectangular shape with edges trimmed by a string pulled tight, like a straight horizon made of earth. Clay knows time differently than a reed does. It wants you to decide before it dries into a memory. Choices multiply as the slab receives its first lines. For records that belong to the archive, wedges dominate, disciplined as soldiers. For diagrams, the trick is humbler. A reed stylus dragged lightly leaves a scratch that can become a guide. A reed pen with thin ink can paint over a surface if the clay is leather hard and the day kind. The master discourages heavy incisions, because grooves turn into gullies as drying shrinks the world. Your job is to suggest. An invisible part of your brain starts calculating how the rooftop's wind will treat each surface when night leans on it, and the calculation tastes like responsible anxiety. Wax answers the room with a gloss that drinks lamplight gently. The board's wooden frame embraces a level bed of beeswax darkened with a breath of soot so pale lines show clearly. A stylus can inscribe and a warmed scraper can erase. A small brass spoon hangs from a cord to reflow scratches into smoothness, and the smell is part bakery, part workshop. The Amanu tests the surface with the lightest spiral, and the curl of displaced wax makes a tidy ridge you can push back with a fingertip warmed near a lamp. Quick practice lives here. Grids for rise and set, test arcs, rehearsal labels. The board is kind, but it will also punish impatience. The stylus digs if your wrist forgets to float. Practice exercises teach wax's temper faster than lectures can. A horizon line laid too heavy carves a canyon you'll have to level. A star made with the pen too wet becomes a comet with a tail you didn't order. The class adopts a rhythm. Mark, breathe, scrape, smooth, mark again. The pleasure is immediate. Just enough resistance to make your hand honest. Just enough forgiveness to keep courage awake. A quiet aside sneaks in from the senior. A smear of cedar resin added to the wax keeps moths uninterested and yields a surface that refuses to crack on a cold night. No one writes this down. Everyone does it tomorrow. Tablets step back into attention as the teacher sets a soft one on a plank cradle and scores faint guidelines with a triple-armed wooden comb. The comb owns equal spacing without drama. The tablet accepts the persuasion with the sigh of a field learning it will be furrowed. A stylus prints the wedges for directions, names, and timing. A shallow incision near the top edge suggests the path where a bright star will climb across the page of Earth. Drawing curves in clay is an art suspicious of pride, because clay likes straight lines you can press and leave. If you want arcs, you must coax rather than command. Sometimes you lay faint dots where the arc will pass and then connect them with the patience a gardener uses to train a vine. Parchment enters the conversation with a whisper, the sound of a roll untying itself. Prepared skin stretches across a board you clamp at the corners. The surface feels alive even when it behaves. The Amanu explains that such sheets are expensive and a little foreign to temple practice, used more often for letters in Aramaic than for astronomy. But they wander into the Rooftops kit when a teacher trusts a student or when a quick, portable diagram needs to travel. A pumice stone kisses the area where your lines will live, taking away the last of the shine so ink grabs politely. A rag dusted with fine ash dries a patch your nervous fingers touched, because oil is the enemy of crispness. The reed pen wakes. A thin gray line proves the marriage. Storage teaches the loudest lesson about survival. Clay despises haste and loves shelves. Tablets dry in racks near windows that steal heat without stealing too much water. Wax boards remain indoors, stacked flat between lint-free cloths and laid under a modest weight so the surface doesn't heel over like a drunk. Parchment retires rolled around a dowel and tied loosely to avoid creases. A leather thong smells like future. In this room, you sense the conspiracy of materials against memory. Any diagram not migrated to clay or copied often is a volunteer for oblivion. That's the secret behind the silence of museums on this particular kind of map. Perishable gear kept the night alive, and then the air claimed its tax. Copying from one surface to another becomes the occupational yoga you didn't know you needed. A wax rehearsal from the dusk watch turns into a clear clay summary after breakfast. A parchment sketch carried down from the roof during a change of shift becomes a neat ink and wedge hybrid if the master deems it worth final form. The process is not busy work. Moving the lines forces your mind to verify distances, times, and labels. Errors drop away like sand through fingers. The wrist learns a step and the brain learns a song. By the third move, the tune no longer needs humming. Lamps throw their opinions onto the surfaces as the afternoon bends toward evening. Soot collects when flame sulks, and wax suffers most if you let shadows deepen into grime. The lamp cover, perforated clay like a small beehive, spreads light evenly and keeps heat from turning a tidy grid into a landscape of melted dunes. Clay likes warmth if the air is fair, not flame if the wick is moody. Parchment wants steady brightness but no licking heat. A practical superstition emerges. Never position a lamp at the exact height of your eye. It will teach you to love glare. Better to set it lower and let the surfaces luminously whisper instead of shout. Ruling circles becomes a three-surface circus that secretly trains patience. On clay, a cord and a peg establish a pivot. Turn slowly, keep pressure even, don't ask the edge to forgive a wobble. On wax, a metal point glides a circle that you then gently rub back to level with a broad finger, leaving a ghost line your pen can follow. On parchment, the reed pen itself draws the curve in a single breath. The trick is to keep the slit fed while your elbow makes a calm compass. The umanu nods when the line closes where it began. Not because perfection matters to vanity, but because a closed circle means your hand stayed a friend. Corrections look different on each stage. Clay excuses small sins if you catch them before the body changes state. A damp pad can wipe away shallow scratches, and a beveled spatula will push the skin back into plausibility. Deeper gouges? Accept the scar and annotate like an adult. Wax loves a heated spoon that irons chaos into second chances. But the surface remembers if you lose patience and stir instead of smooth. Parchment tolerates a lifting knife that peels away a mistake feather thin and a dusting of pounce to hide shine. But abuse will tear what wants to sing, not fight. Admitting the error on the margin wins you a reputation for trustworthiness that nobody says aloud but everybody notices. Records speak in a chorus that scholars in far centuries will eavesdrop upon through clay because clay doesn't rot when buried with respect. The celebrated astronomical diaries, the ones that march night by night through years of weather and politics, survive on tablets that harden into opinions harder than the kings who ordered them. Diagrams like the ones you practice on wax and parchment rarely make that journey intact, not because they lacked value, but because their value was immediate. A quick guide for a shift, a teaching frame for an apprentice, a travel note for a messenger who needed to know which star to look for above a particular part of the city. Mainstream knowledge lives in the archive. Quick knowledge lives in managed disappearance. Controversy never fully leaves the room, even while your wrist sweats. A senior cites examples of surviving tablets with drawn features, arcs, dots, even things that look suspiciously like planispheric order, and argues that graphic maps were part of the craft more than the surviving record suggests. Another counters that the tradition's backbone was list and number, with images as occasional scaffolding. Historians are still debating this question. Your own hands complicate the argument by loving both. Wax lets ideas learn to walk. Clay lets them grow old with dignity. Parchment lets them travel and negotiate. The surfaces are an ecosystem, not rivals. Trivia floats up at the best moments and chooses a seat near your smile. Some workshops darken wax with soot from cedarweed lamps because cedar leaves a scent insects dislike. Others prefer a mixture of charcoal and a crumb of indigo when they can afford it. Claiming the cool tone is kinder to tired eyes. A few scribes salt a clay basin ever so slightly to slow drying when the wind becomes bossy. A few add chaff to practice tablets so they're sturdy enough for a season of student errors. One old hand swears that parchment drawn on during a south wind curls less in storage, which everyone treats as folklore until a south wind proves him right. Workflow for a training night folds all three surfaces into a single polite choreography. At dusk, you sketch a thin horizon and a few anticipated risings on wax. During the watch, you add dots and short notes as reality greets prediction. At shift change, you copy the clean version into clay with wedges for times and little incised ticks for positions. Before sleep, you redraw on parchment only the parts your next partner must carry to a different roof or a distant courtyard. Each migration trims noise. Each transition teaches your hand to separate observation from ornament. The way a cook learns to salt food, not the pot. Administrators adore clay because clay can be counted and filed until the calendar itself blushes. The temple's order lives in shelves and dockets and labels that stare down chaos without raising a voice. Your affection for wax and parchment doesn't threaten that. It partners with it. A supervisor can read your clay summary at noon, trust that the numbers earned their way through wax rehearsal, and send a note on parchment to a quartermaster about tomorrow's lamp oil rations because the sky informs logistics in a city that actually runs. If support staff rule the world quietly, it is because surfaces participate in good governance. Carrying your tools up the stair at twilight turns into a mini lesson in physics you didn't ask for. Wax hates direct sun during the climb, so you wrap the board in cloth like a sleepy child. Clay despises a jolt and loves a flat grip. Parchment wants a tube and a hand not tempted to use it as a walking stick. The reed pen rides in its wrap tip up so the slit doesn't drink dust, and the little heated spoon for wax correction hides in a pouch with a coal that the lamplighter lends you. Hot enough to matter for 5 minutes, not hot enough to burn your reputation. Ergonomics shift with each medium, and your body learns to change accents. Clay invites a firmer grip low on the stylus because pressure is your grammar. Wax requests a floating wrist and a stylus held like a dancer's ribbon. When you press, you dig. When you glide, you sing. Parchment welcomes the reed pen's balance point farther back, letting the elbow lead while the fingers whisper. The master corrects posture with one finger taps on your shoulder blades that somehow fix your line. Apparently the back tells the hand what tone to hold. This knowledge refuses to leave once it moves in. Weather insists on a vote you cannot veto. Humidity makes wax languid. You move the board closer to a draft and wait as if cajoling a sleepy friend. Dry heat turns clay impatient. You wrap the tablet in a damp cloth between sequences so the edges don't desert their cause. Cold air crisps parchment into a thing that remembers it was once skin. A breath over the surface before the first line says hello with enough kindness to matter. The rooftop is more than azimuths and hours. It's a climate argument you learn to negotiate with towels, covers, and a sense of humor. Once, a dawn watch teaches a lesson so sharp you taste it like lemon. You leave a wax board near a window after a tidy practice, and a draft cools it unevenly while the sun's first shoulder warms only one corner. The surface warps into an attitude. Lines that had behaved now tilt like stubborn oxen. You swear softly in a vocabulary suitable for temples and spend 15 minutes reflowing the plane with a spoon and patience that grows up while you're not looking. From then on, you store wax like a dignitary. Flat, covered, weighted lightly, and far from feuds between wind and sun. Tomorrow's training will pivot from surfaces to names, the teacher promises, because lines with labels turn into something the mouth can carry to the next roof. Before that shift, the class undertakes a final tri-surface drill. Plot a small dog's path across the courtyard on wax as it chases a child. Copy the timing into clay with wedge marks for heartbeats. Sketch the route on parchment with a tiny legend that reads, Game of Tag. The exercise feels ridiculous and hilariously relevant. Your hand learns to honor motion with marks, your eye learns to trust distance, and your mind learns that maps begin as stories no one is embarrassed to tell. Dawn lays a thin ribbon of peach over the eastern parapet while the classroom bench gains a new prop. A plank painted with 24 tidy clusters of dots, each labeled in 2 languages that refuse to compete. The Umanu pats the board like a well-behaved dog and tells the circle of apprentices what your hands already suspect. Lines are useful, but names give lines a voice. Today you start to memorize the old sky the way a musician learns scales. Not because scales are glamorous, but because they make every later melody possible. Lists arrive first, plain as bread and twice as nourishing. 1 column marches under Sumerian headings, Emul@Sipa.zi and .na, the true shepherd of Anu, Emul.gir.tab, the scorpion, Emul.lugul, the king, while the facing column carries Akkadian partners you can deploy in markets without sounding like you swallowed a temple. The master speaks each pair and asks the class to echo. Not like a choir, but like people learning a map out loud. A mainstream fact strides through the doorway and takes a seat. The Babylonian catalogs connect older Sumerian sky lore with Akkadian language and administration, welding city histories into a single firmament your pen can actually reference on a busy roof. Stories wrap around the names before you can protest that you came here for geometry. The true shepherd of Anu walks the southern sky like a captain on second watch, and even if later people call that figure Orion, the posture remains. Belt bright, shoulders squared, an implied stride. The scorpion crouches in the heat months, tail raised exactly the way summers feel when they overstay. A pair known as the Great Twins grins across a stretch of darkness you eventually accept as friendly. Myth is not the point tonight, but myth is the packaging that keeps the names from slipping off your brain like fish scales. Practice turns the plank into a memory field. The Tupseru lifts a reed and touches dots in sequence while calling out their names in alternating languages. Sipa.zia and .na, Kakab Lugalira, Jayar.tab, Zukakapu. Your job is not to translate. Your job is to feel the cadence so your mouth can take dictation from the sky later without panic. A rhythm develops almost against your will. Long syllables for grand shapes, quick snaps for trickster asterisms that hide in the city's glare. Laughter sneaks in when a mispronunciation turns the fox into a brick. The class agrees never to let the brick rise on anyone's tablet again. History slides a chair up to the table and asks to be included. The master tells how traders, priests, and patient scribes braided their vocabularies over generations, letting Sumerian sacred names keep their dignity while Akkadian practicality taught your address book how to spell. A few entries reveal quarrels that never fully healed. The constellation called the Furrow, linked to barley and the goddess's path, insists on more than one identification across schools. Some place its heart near the ear of a maiden later scholars will call Virgo. Others tug its meaning toward the ecliptic like farmers tug water from a canal. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate keeps explanations honest. Mnemonic games convert fear into fun. The Umanu sets a bowl of barley on the bench and assigns a grain to each syllable in a tricky name. Then lets the class trade grains back and forth to learn the sky the way children learn streets with pebbles. Partnerships bloom. You adopt the swallow, whose long shape spreads across what later generations will call Pisces and parts of Pegasus. And your friend claims the goatfish, a creature that wears Capricorn like an alias. By sundown, The room has invented 10 childish rhymes that would make a priest smirk and a tired watcher remember the right corner of the horizon. Labels require a typography the roof can understand at speed. The reed pen becomes your alphabet coach, teaching you to write tiny but legible along arcs without tripping over the curve. A broad nib lays the constellation's general name. A finer nib tucks the particular star notes beside individual dots. The master forbids writing across a figure's face. A superstition disguised as layout. Treat the sky's bodies with the same courtesy you use for living ones, and your diagrams will read cleanly at midnight when sweat turns a line slippery. You drag the reeds slit gently across a practice circle and watch letters behave like good neighbors. Constellation borders demand a diplomacy you didn't know your fingers could practice. Unlike the crisp boxes of later atlases, these figures live by association and habit. This curve of dots belongs to the scorpion because the story says so. That pair sits with the twins because sailors swear it. The Umanu shows how to use light guiding lines that suggest a body without caging it. 3 short strokes for a scorpion's barb, a soft ladder for the shepherd's belt, a low curve for the swallow's wing. You try a heavier outline once and immediately hate it, because the sky looks handcuffed by your certainty. Temple chants seep in from a nearby courtyard and add an accidental rhythm to the lesson. The master times a call and response so the class speaks Path of Anu on the last beat, priming tomorrow's grid work even though today belongs to names. A mainstream anchor returns. The Mesopotamian sky organizes into 3 great pathways: Enlil, Anu, A, each hosting certain stars and planets in their seasonal marches. Labels will eventually ride those lanes like caravan tags. But first you must love the cargo enough to recognize it without looking twice. The reed pen taps the board in time with the chant. The roof says yes without words. Phonetics turn from obstacle to partner when the Tupseru insists that you sing difficult names under your breath while drawing them. The act looks ridiculous, feels effective. A word like Pabelsag, the archer you recognize as a complex, heroic figure, refuses to tangle when sung. A note like IKU, the field, lands clean against a grid because the syllable itself is a tiny square. A quirky footnote pops up from the back bench. Some households teach children a star alphabet with bread stamps, pressing dots into dough for a playful loaf called sky bread. No one can prove this practice. Everyone hopes it's true. Neighbors contribute without intending to. The potter who supplies lamp covers tells you he navigates by a pair of stars he calls the little jar, which your chart calls part of the goatfish's tail. A boatman mentions the dog by the gate, and you triangulate till you realize he means a duo in Canis Major that temple lists treat as attendants to the true shepherd. Language is a courtyard. Everyone shouts their part of the story. Your job is to reconcile dialects without sneering, then place dots where they behave for the roof's common memory. Diagrams receive a thin frosting of story to keep them from drying out. The scorpion receives a tale sketched so lightly it might be a rumor, and in that rumor lives a warning about months that demand respect. The archer's bow gains a faint arc no thicker than a hair, and that arc holds the memory of a hunt that starts in one season and finishes in another. The lion gets a suggestion of a mane. Nothing you'd call a drawing in daylight. Everything you need at night when the line helps your eye say, here. The Umanu nods. You are learning to annotate without preaching. Calendar chores sneak in when the class turns to seasonal rising lists. A column for early spring risers, Pleiades among them, called the stars that open or the little cluster, organizes the roof's expectations so tonight's watch doesn't feel like inventing astronomy in a panic. Later lists carry summer names that sweat, autumn shapes that hide behind haze, and winter geometries that feel closer than they are because the air sharpens edges. A mainstream point lands gently. Agricultural timing dances with these lists, and the temple's grain accountants smile when the sky and the storage jars keep the same beat. Cultural layering appears as a texture, not a thesis. Sumerian constellations come with god names that carry jobs. The plow working the heavens the way a farmer works a field. The old man leaning his wisdom where goats pretend not to hear. The great twins making mischief out of companionship. Akkadian equivalents add titles that make the temple ledger happy. Badru, Shiltahu, Zababa's star. The Amanu refuses to choose one over the other. He says both, often in the same breath, until your brain accepts that a thing can own two names and still be one thing. Language lessons rarely feel this merciful. Memory palaces sprout around the room without permission. The north corner becomes the tower where the true shepherd hangs his belt. The south corner hosts the scorpion's curl. The window admits the swallow's wing. While copying, you tap the place your body associates with each name and then transfer the feeling to the board. This is not magic. It is architecture employed by exhausted people in a hot city that still asks them to be precise after dark. The trick works. You feel silly and grateful. A combination the Rooftop recognizes as the first step toward competence. Debate, of course, returns to remind you that scholarship lives in the cracks. A senior scribe, patient but stubborn, argues that the plow, the mul.appin that gives its name to the famous compendium, corresponds to a specific set of stars near what later maps call triangulum, and he lays down a diagram like a lawyer. Another, equally convinced, points to a slightly different pattern near the same region and petitions the court of the Rooftop to consider witness testimony from sailors with better eyesight. Historians are still debating the exact identifications, and you discover you rather like living with the ambiguity as long as your watch can still tell the right time. Exercises drift from naming to placing, because a name that floats without a location is just a pretty word. The Amanu calls Jair.tabtail, and you place your pen at the low southeastern band where summer heat gathers like a supervisor's sigh. He calls Sipa shoulder, and you answer in the south where winter's clarity polishes stars into coins. A small bell rings for speed, another for accuracy, a third for courtesy when you admit a doubt and ask for the call again. By afternoon, your wrist knows where these names live even if your tongue stumbles. Jokes keep the room kind. Someone claims the goatfish owes rent for occupying both water and land on the chart. Another proposes a tiny tax mark near the twins for laughing during serious nights. The Amanu allows exactly one pun about raising the scorpion's tail, and then forbids repeats with a look that says affection isn't the same as chaos. Laughter and labels coexist. The roof does not care whether you chuckled at noon if you draw clean at midnight. Visualization drills shift to the roof's edge for sunset. The city's silhouette becomes a mnemonic book you can open anywhere. A temple finial marks where the swallow's beak points when it first rises thin as a whisper. A market tower aligns with the twins when their feet flirt with the horizon. A gap between two flat roofs becomes the scorpion's sting as it dives west. You are not mistaking buildings for stars. You are teaching your body to marry heaven to ground so the map in your hand can talk to the street under your sandals. Labels evolve into whispers on the page. The master insists on a hierarchy, constellation names in a script weight you could read from a lamp length away, star epithets in lighter strokes that behave like fine dust catching light. You practice tilting letters to follow an arc so eyes won't stumble, and you avoid crossing lines with letters unless you want a tangled goat where a line should be. A fussy trick proves wise. Leave a hairline of untouched surface around every label. White space is the silence that lets the word be heard. Cross-cultural echoes keep tugging. A visiting trader from the west mentions a hunter with a belt, and the room quietly shares a grin because everyone understands that the sky is one and the stories are many. The Umanu does not scold. He invites the trader to supper and asks for more tales. Your notebook gains a margin scribble. Different names, same posture. Later, when you draw the shepherd's belt, your hand respects both stories without needing to referee. Household practice sessions turn ridiculous and productive. A child in the lane points at a doorway and asks if the twins live there. You reply with a solemn nod and then pull your reed to sketch 2 dots above the lintel, adding tiny labels that make the neighbor laugh. Bread ovens become lions for a quarter hour. Water jars align into the swallow's wing. A row of sleeping goats pretends to be the furrow in late afternoon just to curry favor with the farmers. You are not desecrating the sacred. You are stitching the sky to the city so the map stays alive when you are tired. A rare scrap of imported parchment, too precious for drama, hosts your first full spread of names tucking around dots and gentle lines. The diagram breathes. The shepherd does not shout. The scorpion does not sting your eyes. The swallow coasts along the rim as if the board were the river. The Umanu places a small mark of praise near your label weight and says only, legible at 1 arm's length. Compliments do not come cheaper or dearer than that. Quirky facts roll in at dusk like cooler air. One scribe swears the fox's stars help predict when dogs in the northern quarter decide to sing. Another whispers that the old man's position correlates with quiet births in a midwife's notebook. Nobody turns these into omens today. The roof keeps omen work corralled to its proper tablets. Still, the details cling because they smell like neighborhoods, and neighborhoods keep names friendly. Historians are careful with such anecdotes, but even careful people admit that local memory often knows what official lists take years to notice. Etiquette ends the lesson with a kind nod to divinity without turning your diagram into a sermon. Before the class rolls the boards, the Umanu asks everyone to say one name aloud as a small thanks for not getting lost. The room turns into low music. Shepherd, scorpion, twins, swallow, lion. And the sound ties you to a lineage that stretches backward beyond any clay you will ever touch. It is a practical gratitude. The names help you work, and the work helps the city sleep. Evening watch begins, and the rooftop tests whether the day's lesson sticks when the horizon grows honest. The first bright sentinel appears where the shepherd knows to plant a heel, and your hand writes sipa.zi.and.na along a faint arc without checking the plank twice. A cluster quivers into view, and you mark the Pleiades with a note that later readers will understand without your eyebrows to help. The scorpion raises its tail slow as hot wind, and your label lands beside the barb like a smile that promises not to smudge. The city breathes under the roof. Names ride lines. Lines ride habit. Habit rides a reed pen cut sharp in a marsh at dawn. Twilight stretches across the rooftop like a silk ribbon pulled slow, and the Umanu lifts a reed to sketch 3 faint belts on the practice board, each band running east to west with a modest tilt that matches the way the stars prefer to travel. He calls them the paths, Enlil to the north, Anu through the middle, Ea to the south. And even before the ink dries you feel how the idea settles, turning a night full of glitter into 3 organized streets. The names sound mythic, but the purpose is gloriously practical. Give your eyes a framework so your hand can draw the right thing in the brief time a star offers your attention. Mapping those belts begins with the simplest physical truth the rooftop knows. What rises due east belongs to the central road. The master starts the band of Anu by laying a thin guideline that springs from an east point the class has checked with a plumb line, a gnomon shadow at equinox, and a dozen evenings of consensus. Anything that peels north of that point during rising earns a seat in Enlil's Avenue. Anything that slips south finds a home in haze. A mainstream fact stands steady beneath the brushstrokes. Mesopotamian catalogs sort fixed stars and wandering ones alike by these three ways, letting diaries say things like Jupiter in the path of Enlil, with the same confidence a clerk uses to name a street. Scholars may bicker over exact widths. Their arguments make fine company for long, dusty afternoons, but on the roof you learn a functional boundary by eyesight and habit. Some texts imply equal belts. Others hint at regions that flex with latitude and local practice. A few later tablets sketch divisions that make modern diagrams rub their temples. Historians are still debating how formal those borders were in different centuries, whether the paths map cleanly onto declination bands or live as observational neighborhoods. What your shift demands is consistent judgment. Keep nights comparable to nights, and your maps will age gracefully. Geometry proves itself again with chords and patience. A nail anchors the board's center. A loop of cord etches a soft circle. The reed pen follows with a tidy equator-like band that becomes Anu's thoroughfare. Slightly smaller and larger concentric arcs trace the imagined ceilings of Ea and Enlil. Not walls, the master reminds, but rails. Labels perch in a light hand so the belts breathe. A tiny tick marks due east, a sister tick due west, and suddenly the rooftop doesn't feel like open air. It feels like a room with lines that respect the sky's manners. Somewhere in the temple storeroom, a clay tablet in the mul.appen sequence lists rising and setting stars in terms of these paths, and the archivist likes to whisper that the list sits there the way a river course sits under a city, silent, essential, consulted more often than displayed. In class, you copy a short excerpt by heart. Star of the old man in the path of Enlil, the scorpion in the path of Ea, the true shepherd of Anu in the path of Anu. It reads like a song whose chorus remembers to point you in the right direction. The belts do not demand devotion. They demand attentiveness arranged. Between instrument and sky, a habit grows that your wrist comes to cherish. When a fresh watch begins, you place the board so the Anu band runs parallel to the horizon's kindness. Then seed a few dots where memory says certain risers will wink into being. The trick is not to trap the sky. The trick is to offer a place where it likes to land. Every dot wears a tiny index mark pointing to its path, E, A, or EA. So the later copyist in you can translate quickly into clay without rummaging around mentally for the correct lane. Practice makes the abstraction domestic. The Umanu calls, swallow's beak, and you angle toward the central belt because that long asterism straddles the middle with an elegance that makes even tired eyes smile. Scorpion sting pulls your wrist southward, near the lower band where heat lives. Wagon pole nudges you into Enlil's territory, that northern stretch where familiar shapes feel weirdly stretched along the horizon. Your pen stops guessing and starts remembering. It's not that the world got simpler. It's that your mind now has hooks. Consider how local ground teaches cosmic lanes. In one direction, the roofline of a brewer's hall marks where the Anu belt's most dignified risers announce spring. In another, a broken finial shows where Enlil's path hosts a Ziqpu star that likes to culminate near midnight in certain months. You jot small architectural glyphs at the board's edge in pencil-thin strokes. Nothing anyone will archive. Everything your tired brain will thank you for later. City features become mnemonic punctuation. The belts supply the grammar. Underfoot, the clepsydra ticks out portions, and you slowly learn to marry time to belt. A star that rises well into Enlil's path at the 10th portion fades into the northwestern maze at the 20th. Copied over weeks, those times smudge into a stripe of memory your hand doesn't even need to ask permission to recall. The combination, band plus hour, becomes an address, and your rooftop turns into a neighborhood you can walk in the dark without stubbing toes on uncertainty. Elsewhere in the city, daytime scribes who never climb a single stair still talk the triadic language because administrative notes love the belt's clarity. A letter to an outpost might include a line, "If Mars appears in the southern path, deliver the shipment a month later," a sentence half omen, half logistics. You don't adjudicate the omen. Your job is to make sure anyone reading your board can tell at a glance which path the Red Wanderer occupied when you saw it bite the horizon. The utility feels clean. If bureaucracy had a favorite star, it would be the one anchored by a path label. Numbers sidle into the story without banging a drum. The Umanu divides the sky's circle into neat sexagesimal portions and shows how certain rising points correspond to predictable offsets north or south of due east. You sketch a calibration fan, light rays eating into the eastern band, each ray labeled in base 60, so later you can annotate 2 portions into Enlil, without sweating whether your angle estimate will embarrass you. Mainstream mathematics hums under the ink. Base 60 makes fractions civilized, and civilized fractions make belts less like poetry and more like conversation. Listen to a senior watcher describe planets as guests who favor Anu's wide road but occasionally wander north for curiosity or south for mischief. Jupiter spends months in a path the diaries dutifully note. Venus darts, pauses, doubles back, and the belt labels help the narrative stay coherent. You record Nabu in EA, and the clay later turns it into a tidy line future readers can trust. A quiet thrill attends the moment you realize the belts let wandering chaos wear a name tag. Riverine metaphors flood the workshop because this is Babylon, and everything somehow ends up a canal. The path of Anu becomes the central waterway where most traffic flows without complaint. The path of Enlil acts like the northern branch that brings coolness and timber down from elsewhere. The path of EA behaves like the southern branch that kisses marsh and fish and surprising storms. Calling them canals won't convince a tablet, but it will teach your hand to expect different kinds of trouble in different lanes. Long stretches of smooth sailing in the middle, treacherous haze hugging the south, odd optical tricks in the north when low stars act like rumors. Names from yesterday's lesson slip neatly into their lanes as if they were waiting for the invitation. The true shepherd strides across Anu's street with his belt shining like a row of lamps at a festival. The scorpion flexes low in EA, tail raised over a heat-rippled horizon. The wagon sprawls along Enlil's way, far north enough that rising and setting feel like long negotiations rather than clean entrances and exits. A few shapes split their loyalties across bands, and your labels grow tiny arrows to show the crossing, as polite and useful as a city sign that says, "Neighborhood boundary ahead." Southward views require patience and a stern face for disappointment, because ridges of dusty air build their fortresses above the low horizon just when the southern belt needs friendliness. The master teaches a practical mercy. Assume the EA lane will demand earlier setup, bigger labels, and bolder dots for the same legibility you get easily in the center band. He also teaches an equally practical humility. Write a diagonal hatch in the margin when southern haze ruins a plan. Do not invent clarity just because the ritual wants to proceed. Clean diaries built Mesopotamian astronomy. Clean refusals kept it honest. Northward glances earn a separate set of tricks. Low in Enlil's path, some stars drag their feet or refuse to rise more than a fist above the wall, making geometry behave like drama. The master encourages a protractor made of cord and nail to extend the roof's vision with triangulation, turning a glance and a portion into a decent estimate of where the dot really lives behind the brick. It feels like cheating until you remember the belts are guides, not gods. Precision often arrives in a disguise called compensation. Anu's lane becomes your comfort road. the one where due east anchors your night the way a well-known song steadies a singer. Equinox evenings feel like the belt built itself for that moment, letting certain stars climb right out of the east point as if eager for performance evaluations. You note them with labels that sit like calm supervisors, no fuss, just clarity. The path's politeness can lull, so the Amanu makes you practice under thin cloud when contrast drops and the board needs more courage than usual to look like a map instead of a confession. Enlil's stretch, by contrast, cultivates a personality of plan and patience. The North Pathway hosts stars that may flirt with never-setting status from Babylon's latitude, and even when they do set, the slope of their arcs makes timing slippery. The belt label keeps you from wandering mentally. Tag the position in Enlil, cross-check with the water clock, and accept that your drawing must show a long, shallow approach rather than a heroic leap above a clean horizon. The Rooftop rewards humility that doesn't call itself by that name. A's track, meanwhile, lives close to the line where sky and ground exchange rumors at dawn. Low stars rise into turbulence, dance, and, if you hesitate, vanish into walls and trees like performers who refuse encore. The path tag at least ensures you fumble in the correct drawer of your brain when speed matters. An obscure workshop trick earns its moment here. Some teams set a thin white thread along the parapet to magnify the perception of motion in low stars. When a dot touches the thread's plane, time a portion and mark. It's theater with a purpose, and you'll never scorn it again after one hazy summer. Calendrical thinking sneaks in when belts meet months. Lists of first visibilities and last good sightings arrange themselves by path because the city's working year enjoys predictability, not surprises. Grain accountants like to know when the scorpion returns to the evening south. River pilots like when the true shepherd announces cold mornings. Festival planners like when the twins look bright enough in the central lane to justify midnight processions. The belts become civic infrastructure, intangible roads that still manage traffic. Debate on origins legs itself up the stair like an old friend. A visiting scholar argues that the tripart sky likely crystallized out of Sumerian observational habits long before the compilers stamped it into clay, pointing to archaic names that linger in all three bands. Another counters that the neatness of the scheme reflects later administrative minds regularizing a motley heritage into a system that scales across cities. Historians are still debating where inspiration meets standardization, and you find the disagreement oddly comforting. Systems that work usually have more than one ancestor. Craft routines materialize as soon as you accept the belts as given. On setup, you sketch the three bands first because labels without lanes go feral. During the first hour, you populate Anu's strip with expected risers so your board can breathe. During the second, you flirt with Enlil's subtleties. During the third, you pay debt to EA's impatience. By the last hour before dawn, your diagram reads like three polite conversations happening at the same party, each with its own rhythm, each sharing the same air. Routine breeds freedom to think, so the Amanu uses a slow night to pull out an old tablet where a line reads, "If Venus in the path of EA appears dim, the king should," and he stops with a grin because omen endings belong on other days. The point tonight is syntax. The belt tag gives a sentence backbone whether the clause after it belongs to meteorology, administration, or ritual. Your job isn't to prove or refute omens. Your job is to pass along a clean subject so sentences, of any kind, don't collapse. Weather keeps its sense of humor, and the belts adapt. A north wind scours Enlil's lane into sharpness and smears EA into a sulk. A south wind flips the favor. You learn to write a tiny wind rose at the bottom of the board. A minimalist diagram that later explains why your southern dots look bold and your northern ones look tentative on the same night. The belts themselves are neutral, Your annotations teach later readers not to mistake visibility for virtue. Apprentices turn the paths into a game that refuses to be silly. One calls a name and a belt. Another must draw a shot arc in the right lane within 3 heartbeats. Laughter hides the training payoff, which appears on the roof when a hurried moment demands your wrist choose immediately between and under a tiny star with a bad attitude. The belts become reflexive, like stepping aside when a jar carrier barrels through a lane. Precision with a grin often learns quickest. Memory loves structure, so the belts become mnemonics that travel without boards. You walk home along alleys whispering Inlil Anue in time with your feet, tagging shop awnings with mental stars. Northern lane above the spice seller's lintel, central belt over the baker's door, southern track where the alley opens to the river breeze. No one sees your map except you. Everyone benefits when tomorrow's drawings look like they were made by someone who sleeps with clarity under the pillow. Tools adjust to the system without drama. The cord and peg compass gets a notch so you can set belt arcs the same way each watch. The lamp cover gains 3 small punctures arranged along its rim to cast reference dots where your board's lanes meet the parapet. The reed case earns a new pocket that holds a fine pen reserved for belt labels so weight and width remain consistent. It's not fetish. It's courtesy to the work. Future hands shouldn't have to guess which nib wrote anew. Errors happen, belts or no belts, and the system shines by making confessions efficient. A star that looked like an EA denizen at rising sneaks north by second glance. The mark gets a tidy correction arrow and a new tag. You log the wind and haze, promise to cross-check the next night, and refrain from rewriting history to flatter your first impression. The belt framework keeps your dignity. It shows the mistake as a learnable misclassification, not a cosmic betrayal. Exercises evolve with the season, turning the triadic map into a moving friend. In early spring, you practice the procession of Anu's risers, naming pairs that show at convenient hours. High summer belongs to EA's low parade, when practice, not optimism, saves your eyesight. Autumn gives Enlil long nights to demonstrate its stretched geometry, and you find yourself rather fond of the belt you initially feared. By winter solstice, the 3 have braided into a habit you can trust even when the wind steals sensible thoughts. Finally, a quiet night rewards the belt idea with a demonstration that feels like a secret handshake from the heavens. A bright wanderer, Saturn, slow and dignified, lingers in the middle band for months, letting your diary lines each night carry the same tag, in the path of Anu, while your dots march along the arc like beads. The repetition soothes. When, at last, it leans toward Enlil's side by a clean fraction, your board notes the drift so calmly that the change feels like a well-planned festival procession switching streets. The belts did not make the sky behave. They made your attention steady enough to see behavior without drama. Granaries sleep easier when maps behave, and the temple's archive inhales a little deeper when a tablet arrives with organized lines. You rinse the reed, fold the cloth over the board, and pack the compass with the piece of cord that remembers arcs into obedience. The rooftop's breeze cools your cheeks. The 3 belts lose their ink and return to heaven where they always lived. But tonight, they lent your hand a structure gentle enough to respect mystery and firm enough to record time. Enlil Anu The Umanu murmurs as you descend. Not a prayer exactly, more like a librarian closing the stacks for the night. Midnight is a promise the rooftop keeps, even when the city pretends to be asleep. A thin path of lamp glow leaks from alleys. The river mumbles in its sleep, and the sky arranges itself for attendance. The Umanu taps the board with your reed, and says the word that will organize the next stretch of your life. Ziqpu, standing. not standing like a stubborn ox, standing like a star that pauses at the very top of its arc, the moment when rising hands the baton to setting. That pause becomes a clock you can read with your eyes, and suddenly the night owns a backbone. Meridian is the second word that matters, though the temple prefers gestures over lectures. A plumb line kisses a nail fixed to the parapet, defining north-south with gravity's polite authority. The master sets a low frame, a simple wooden gate with a slit, so that when a star walks into that slit and stands at its highest, you declare Ziqpu. This is not just above. It is the exact over. Your board gains a vertical reference line the way a house gains a main beam. Everything else bows to it. Plumb weights behave like patient teachers. The bob stills, the lamp softens, and the string becomes a frozen waterfall that, with surprising patience, points at the same slice of sky where the invisible meridian lives. A scratch on the parapet aligns with that slice. You rehearse moving your gaze back and forth. Star to slit, slit to string, string to board, until your neck accepts the choreography. Timing rests in the clepsydra, but the moment of standing belongs to your eyes and a line that only looks simple. Practice finds its rhythm in a sequence the rooftop knows by heart. First, you note a candidate star approaching the meridian, bright enough to love, known enough to trust. Next, you hum a count with the water clock as the dot climbs, and you make a light mark at the moment when motion turns into stillness so brief it almost feels like a word you forgot mid-sentence. Finally, you write the time in base 60 beside the dot with the gentleness of a scribe who understands that future readers were not here to share your shiver. Lists of Ziqpu stars live in tablets and memories like drumbeats. Some compendia assign culminating stars to the night watches, offering a star at or near midnight for each stretch of the year. Others provide richer arrays, naming multiple standing stars so a watcher at any hour can know where he is in the darkness. Historians are still debating how standardized those lists were between cities and centuries, whether they marked equal hours or seasonal watches of unequal length. On the roof, debate becomes logistics. Pick the list your temple trusts and make sure the water clock does not embarrass it. Bowl clocks drip their opinions in clay syllables. The clepsydra, shallow with a calibrated hole, releases water at a known petulance, and a set of scribed lines around the jar translates level into portions. Before the shift, the master adjusts the flow with a wet finger, a whisper of oil if the air is too dry, and the patience of someone who knows that time is a fluid with moods. Mainstream knowledge holds steady here. Babylonians used water clocks for night timekeeping, and the Ziqpu stars validated those minutes whenever the sky was kind. Chords and circles return because geometry loves company. A chord anchored near the board center draws faint arcs that imitate the sky's sweep. You add a thin north-south line for the meridian, a west-east line to keep your sense of balance, and your diagram becomes a small stage where culminating dots can stand without wobbling. The belts from last night, Enlil, Anu, I, remain faint in the background like staff lines for music. Ziqpu lives at the crossing of melody and beat. Northward culminators test your patience. Stars in Enlil's path sometimes perform long, high arcs that make standing look like a slow-motion trick. The trick for you is recognizing the instant when ascent becomes descent. The Umanu teaches a symmetry method. Note a star's height when it is a breath before the slit, then match that height a breath after. The midpoint between those drips in the clock is your Ziqpu time. Feels like splitting a hair with a reed, and then it feels like home. Southward culminators demand generosity. Haze cuddles the low horizon, heat trembles the air, and the slit catches a star that behaves like a nervous singer. You widen the slit just enough to be fair, bold the dot on your board a fraction so the record is legible later, and you add a tiny hatch mark that means low contrast, be kind. The discipline here is not heroism. It is courtesy to the truth when the atmosphere sulks. Antechamber rituals prepare eyes for midnight. A cup of water sits near the parapet groove. Not because you are thirsty, you are, but because rinsing your face tames lamp glare that fogs perception. The lamp cover's perforations cast 3 little dots you've placed to bracket the meridian. Their faint pattern keeps your eye from drifting. A strange but honest tidbit makes its way through the shift. Some watchers lick a thumb and tap the board lightly to feel how fast the ink cools as the night progresses. A ridiculous proxy for temperature that actually correlates with contrast. Rooftop traffic moves like a quiet bureaucracy. The previous watcher hands off the diary and a whispered note. Wind turned north at the 5th, meaning that Enlil will look kind and cranky. You accept, you adjust, and the Ziqpu plan for the shift shifts without offense. A senior mentions that the culminating star for the month, your so-called midnight star, will stand near the meridian halfway through your watch. The clepsydra's rations are checked again, as if water developed opinions when no one was looking. Signals between observers play a part your formal lessons underplay. A low cough from the far corner means approaching. A soft click of the stylus on wood means in slit, and a single whisper, now, means the Ziqpu moment lands. On nights with thin cloud and cooperative wind, that whisper feels like ringing a bell in a city that forgot its bells for the sake of sleep. Your read follows with the dot, the time, and a small letter that tags the star by name without showing off. Teachers in this craft adore redundancy the way sailors adore extra rope. If the watch assigns a culminating star that proves shy, clouded, dim, or unjustly placed, you have 2 alternates prepared, one on each side of the meridian so the night cannot pretend it didn't hear you. The alternates live on the board already, faint but ready. When the shy one fails, you choose the nearest brave one and keep the diary honest. Flexibility here is not improvisation. It is fidelity with options. Habits build the clock into your body. While the clepsydra drips, your breath falls into its own count. Not because you love counting, but because calm breath keeps the slit from wobbling. Every 10 drips, you blink deliberately, because fatigue makes blink sneaky and blurs the exact moment a star becomes a statue. A hand on the board's edge anchors your reach. Elbows avoid crescendo. Elegance in this room looks like ordinary movements that forgot how to be messy. Water has a sense of humor, which is something they don't tell apprentices early enough. When the night cools faster than expected, the flow slows. When a mischievous moth commits to becoming a floating buoy, you overcount. The fix is ritual. Check weight, clear the hole with a reed shaving, reset to a known mark at a known time, often the rise of a bright eastern sentinel, and note the adjustments on the clay docket. Mainstream practice insists you confess every correction. The archive forgives almost anything except pretending you never needed one. Culmination brings gifts accidentally. The very act of watching the meridian turns your attention into a metronome for other events. A planet kisses a star you know only because you lingered. A faint cluster shakes off haze exactly when you expected to be bored. The Ziqpu training sharpens the entire watch, not just the moment you write. The reed becomes a conductor's baton in a symphony your city doesn't hear but relies on anyway. Procedures travel because elders die and methods must not. A visiting Tupseru from Uruk demonstrates a sighting frame with 2 slits, a narrow and a wide, stacked one above the other so that the wide locates and the narrow confirms. The timing grows cleaner. The pride stays quiet. Another visitor swears by a thin bronze wire stretched along the meridian to catch glints that tell you when the slit and the star truly share a line. The wire hums in the wind like a polite instrument no one asked for and now cannot imagine living without. Errors become literature if you let them. A sip too many of the onion broth dulls the eye. A careless adjustment to the lamp, done with enthusiasm rather than finesse, makes the slit glow and the star sulk. The diary's margin accepts your apology in a symbol the team recognizes. When the copy moves to clay at noon, the error travels with it, not as a stain but as a caution. The archive becomes a memory of mistakes that made tomorrow straighter. Scribes love to argue about the watches, and the Rooftop indulges them gently. Some insist on 3 watches, first, middle, last, with culminating stars assigned accordingly, making midnight a practical midpoint marked by a chosen Ziqpu. Others prefer finer resolution, dividing the night into more equal portions and naming a culminating marker for each. Historians are still debating whether the earlier practice always used 3 or whether 5 and 7-part divisions came in with later administrative minds. The diary remains agnostic. It will happily accept whichever scheme delivers repeatable honesty. Lamplight, ironically, is the enemy of the meridian if you let it be. A lamp placed at eye level breeds halos around slits, and the halos wobble like bad ideas. The fix is simple. Set the lamp lower, shield it with a pierced cover, and let the meridian live in a darker band. The lamp learns to be a servant rather than a diva. The star learns to stand without glare. The read line on your board learns to whisper instead of shout. Night rewards polite lighting with polite data. Wind treats the slit like a mischief opportunity. A northerly breeze makes the string kiss the frame. A southerly one teaches your eyelids new dances. The team weights the plumb line with an extra bead, adds a bit of beeswax where the string crosses wood, and tucks a cloth at the base to quiet tremors. Nothing here is heroic. Everything is effective. A small, obscure trick surfaces from a senior's pocket. If the wind persists, dampen the string with a finger. The added weight and adhesion cut the shimmy by half. Bench practice in daylight builds night competence in ways no sermon can. You draw a set of arcs on wax and pretend a dot approaches. A partner announces approach, stand, depart, while you time with a spoon dripping into a bowl. Ridiculous? Absolutely. Effective? Predictably. The muscle memory forms in the safety of laughter and later appears, uncalled, when the real star stands with imperious silence. Rooftops belong to those who rehearsed while the sun squinted. Exercises tie lists to sky. The Umanu reads, month of Tasritu, culminating star X, and you set up the slit to receive it at the predicted portion. If the star behaves, confidence earns a coin in the pocket. If it misbehaves, you verify the clepsydra, verify the frame, verify the air, and then, only then, verify your memory. Most errors turn out to be ambition demanding applause. The watch prefers humility demanding clarity. Calendars carry Ziqpu like keystones. Festival planners ask when the standing star for the night of a procession will hover. Choir leaders ask whether the second watch will include a bright culminating marker so singers can handle pitch in the open court, and boatmen, who pretend not to care about temple schedules, quietly listen for the same information to decide whether they can push on to the next mooring. The culmination moment stops being a scholar's curiosity and becomes a civic appointment. Neighbors do their part without knowing it. A roof 2 courtyards east has a crooked parapet. Its silhouette aligns with the meridian from your station. A fig tree's topmost branch serves as a daily reminder for how high a particular Ziqpu sits this month. A distant kiln's plume warns you that a south wind started half an hour ago, and that EA's low culminators will misbehave. The city is a lumpy instrument. You learn to play around the lumps. Debate over upper versus lower culminations, whether to note the moment a circumpolar star dips lowest as well as highest, threads through the shop like a polite cat. Some watches love both, collecting pairs that bookend the night. Others call the lower one an indulgence when time is short. Historians are still debating how often lower culminations were used operationally rather than pedagogically. Your team writes them when the night is generous and shrugs when it isn't. Precision lives here in the refusal to make rules sound braver than they are. Training on the meridian reshapes how you hear the clock. It stops sounding like drips and starts sounding like intervals between events. Rise to stand, stand to set to you should probably eat something. You stop checking the clepsydra every breath and start checking the sky, using the clock only to write down what your eyes confirmed. The clock becomes a witness rather than a boss. That shift, quiet as a reed stroke, marks the difference between surviving a watch and owning it. Arithmetic sneaks in wearing a friendly face. You learn to average 2 near misses, your partner's now and your own now. So the recorded time reflects a team rather than an ego. Base 60 loves this move. Halves and thirds and quarters slip into the line like polite guests. The Amanu smiles because numbers are behaving and also because collaboration has become a reflex rather than a decree. Rotation of crew depends on Ziqpu more than anyone admits. Shifts slide at predictable points, and a culminating star that sits near the handoff lets a tired watcher finish with satisfaction and a fresh one begin with confidence. The supervisor's eyebrow, famously sharp, softens when a handoff lines up with a standing call. Ritual and mercy, it turns out, share a meridian. Checkpoints build across the night like stepping stones. A first Ziqpu near dusk calibrates the clock. A second near the middle of the watch reassures the diary. A third bestows the pleasure of closure. If clouds erase one stone, the sequence still gets you across the river, even if your sandals argue. A small sign, a triangle drawn faintly at the board's bottom, marks every successful stand. The board becomes a personal river you can cross while everyone else sleeps. Haze tries to ruin your ambition and fails, thanks to a trick as old as patience. Instead of a slit, you use a narrow V cut into a piece of wood. The star fills the V and peaks when its light equals along both edges. This feels like cheating until you remember that the sky cheats with haze every night it can. Fairness demands ingenuity. The mark you write gets an extra hatch, your private code for V method, and the clay copy will carry that honesty forward. Music from a distant courtyard floats up, drums practicing for a ceremony, and your heart toys with the idea that the beat and the drips could be friends. For 10 minutes they are. The rhythm steadies your hand. The slit behaves. The culminating star obliges with a textbook pause. Then the drummer tires, the beat wanders, and you return to the water's calm stubbornness. Night work forgives experiments as long as they do not pretend to be doctrine. Planet antics turn the meridian into a stage. Venus sometimes stands at a height that makes everyone on the roof briefly unprofessional. Mars pretends to be important and then reminds you that the slit cares nothing for color. Jupiter offers the kind of steadiness that makes the clepsydra relax. A mainstream point deserves its little bow. Babylonian diaries note planetary positions by path and by timing, and Ziqpu checks give those lines the dignity of verification. Intervals between culminations teach the season better than any wall calendar. Short gaps whisper winter. Longer ones breathe summer. Without trying to be poetic, you learn to feel the length of night in your bones just by the cadence of stand calls. On a good week, your board's timing line looks like a well-behaved fence. On a bad one, it looks like a sketch of thunder. The sky likes to remind scribes that humans invented order, not the universe. Stories attached to favorite Ziqpu stars the way nicknames attach to friends. One colleague swears the standing of the old man brings good luck with ink flow. Another claims the true shepherd's midnight pause correlates with quiet dogs in his alley. No one writes these as omens in the official sense tonight. The omen tablets handle that business elsewhere. Still, the anecdotes persist because they smell of neighborhoods, and neighborhoods keep watchers awake with affection rather than fear. Notebook margins bloom with little glyphs that make sense only to your cohort. A double dot means heard 2 calls, averaged. A curled line means wind shimmy defeated. A tiny circle around the time means clepsydra reset here. These are not secrets so much as friendship in ink. When a stranger copies the data to Clay at noon, the main lines are all they need. When a friend reads the wax, they hear your voice in the marks and know why the diagram looks the way it does. Maintenance refuses to be a dull cousin in this chapter. The slit frame gets a check before every watch. The plumb line meets the oil stone for a fresh knot that won't creep. And the reed gets a minor trim so the label Ziqpu looks identical on every board. Consistency shows up in the smallest motions. The way you set the frame down, the angle your elbow makes with the parapet, the exact place your lamp sits. If ritual seems excessive, ask the clepsydra what it thinks about improvisation. Drills for apprentices turn fun at the price of dignity, which is an excellent trade. The class splits into pairs. One plays star, moving a bead along a chord. The other plays watcher, calling approach, stand, depart, and recording times. A third plays wind, which is everyone's favorite. Laughter dissolves fear. Rhythm builds competence. And the few who try to turn the game into theater find that the reed exposes frauds faster than teachers do. Design decisions keep Ziqpu from colonizing the whole board. The meridian line stays fine, never bold. The stand dots wear a slightly larger coat, but never overshadow risings and settings. Labels tuck to the west of the meridian to avoid colliding with the eastward hope of the next watch. The diagram breathes because you edited what wanted to be loud. The umanu nods at silence. It is the sound of a map that will still make sense when a stranger reads it. Quiet settles after the last stand of your shift, and satisfaction comes without trumpet or poem. A few dots, 3 times, 1 faint vertical, and a line of base 60 numbers. It looks like nothing a king would parade, yet it holds the night together like stitching on the inside of a robe. A mainstream truth steps out into lamplight. The reliability of Babylonian astronomy lives in these humble habits, not in any single grand theory. The habits love Ziqpu because it gives them a hinge. Granaries, fairy schedules, festival rehearsals. Everything subtle in the city relaxes when the rooftop keeps time. The board slides into its cloth. The clepsydra drains with a last dignified gulp. The slit frame leans where it sleeps. Down the stair, someone yawns like a lion trying to be polite. You leave with the meridian still in your mind's eye, a transparent line you can use to walk straighter even on streets that refuse to be straight. Before sleep, a thought visits with a gentle knock. Maybe the word standing also applies to you. The star pauses to hand the night to itself. You pause to hand the watch to the next pair of eyes. Neither of you rules the sky. Both of you honor its manners. Historians are still debating how formal the Ziqpu lists were, how coordinated across centuries, how standardized the watches. The rooftop, meanwhile, keeps the city's midnight promises with a reed, a string, and a bowl of water. After a week of these watches, The meridian no longer feels like a line you drew. It feels like a place you live. Walking home, you align your shadow with a wall and smirk because the habit refuses to stay on the roof. The sky owns the street, the room, the pause between your breaths. When a neighbor asks the time, you almost answer with a star's name instead of a number. Restraint arrives just in time to keep friendships uncomplicated. Finally, the month's midnight star makes its ceremonious culmination under a particularly clean sky, the kind the river blesses with extra silver. The slit and the string and your breath agree. The clepsydra nods. The dot lands. The number sits calm and centered. Nothing explodes. No choir erupts. The city does not applaud. A grain merchant will never know this moment happened, and his scales will be truer tomorrow because it did. That is the flavor of this craft. Time made visible by a star that stands, and a hand that doesn't tremble when it writes. Twine, cord, and a calm wrist. Your grid kit waits on the rooftop bench like a trio of very quiet teachers who never raise their voices but somehow run the school. A short nail taps into the board's center, the cord loops around it, and the reed pen stands ready as if it has been studying circles all afternoon. This isn't about decorating the sky. It's about giving tomorrow's tired version of you a map that behaves when memory doesn't. A grid turns yesterday's hunches into tonight's coordinates, and that small miracle begins with humble lines that don't mind being erased 12 times before breakfast. Geometry arrives without a lecture, carried by the cord itself. You measure a radius with your thumb and the first joint of your forefinger, your own body as protractor, and sweep a light circle that will host the paths you already trust. Enlil anu, yea. The circle is not the heavens. It's a well-behaved stage. Once it closes neatly, a faint crosshair drops in meridian north-south, prime east-west. Your reed glides just enough to leave intention without arrogance. Mainstream knowledge nods here. Babylonian practice loves circles divided into sensible sexagesimal portions, because base 60 shares its toys with everyone. Chords whisper tricks when you keep the room quiet. A second loop, shorter by a measured thumb width, draws an inner circle that will carry the low southern belt where haze likes to sulk. A longer loop marks the high northern arc where stars perform slow ballet. Between them, the central band gets the generous ring you'll spend most of your night inside. The board starts looking like a pool with 3 ripples. Historians are still debating whether surviving diagrams imply formal spherical projections or practical look-and-copy arcs. Either way, your cord doesn't care about the argument, it just behaves. Parapet landmarks sneak into the design like friendly neighbors leaning over the fence. A tiny notch at due east references the seam between 2 rooftop bricks you've eyed for months. A notch at due west points to a distant palm that acts like a seasonal metronome. A pair of pinprick marks at north and south remind your elbow where to breathe. These are not grand instruments. They are city-scented anchors that keep the grid honest. A mainstream point slips in. Babylonian observing sites repurpose architecture as sighting aids much more often than they indulge in permanent metal devices. Practice lines grow by purpose, not by poetry. The horizon gets a firm but slender stroke, broad enough to respect, thin enough not to bully. Tick marks every 1/12 of the circle take their seats, inscribed with numbers your fingers pronounce in base 60 without needing to think about how civilized that base feels. A second set of shorter ticks splits each 12th into 6, because planets love to keep you busy between neat fractions. You add tiny triangles to every 30-degree equivalent. Nicer to glance at the numbers when you're juggling lamp, pen, and water clock. Templates enter like stagehands, invisible and indispensable. A sliver of palm rib carries 3 tiny notches you filed this afternoon. Lay it along the meridian and it gives you equal spacing for latitude-like rings you sketch faintly to show high, mid, and low sky. Another strip with 2 pinholes becomes your rise and set calibrator. Align one hole with due east, pivot the second along the horizon line, and the chord it suggests translates directly into 2 portions north of east. The kind of phrase the diary loves. Obscure trivia hides in your kit. Some watchers tuck a chickpea with a thread tied around its waist as a quick sliding spacer. It's ridiculous, and it works. Compass motions with a cord teach your wrist to be patient. Slow turns keep the reed from sputtering. Quick ones make the slit sulk and the curve wobble. You learn to feed the slit with a breath of ink at the top of the sweep, not at the start, so the line stays even rather than obese at birth and starved at death. The circle rewards your kindness by closing where it began. No seam, no bump. On bad nights, that simple closure feels like mercy. Symmetry checks save you from charming errors. After sketching the belts, you lay a reed across the circle center and confirm that the spacing between Anu and Ea mirrors the spacing between Anu and Enlil. If one side looks like a generous mother and the other like a miserly uncle, you adjust with the lightest of scrapes and redraw. The board accepts correction if you don't pretend perfection arrived on the first try. Historians are still debating how precisely these belts were defined numerically in daily field use. Your rooftop resolves the debate with consistent craftsmanship and a habit of honest edits. Calibration stars step on stage to test the grid's manners. A bright pair near the equator-like band should sit at symmetric heights when they rise east and set west. If your dots refuse that symmetry, the grid is crooked or the wind has tried to chisel your patience. Ziqpu training from last chapter leaks in usefully. You check the meridian line against a plumb string, confirm the frame hasn't sulked, and nudge the board's position by a thumb until the geometry behaves. Mainstream practice grins. Cross-checks between culminating stars and rising arcs keep rooftop maps from drifting toward fiction. Indices turn a drawing into a language. A hairline near due east earns a tiny E, though you prefer a wedge-like sign that your cohort recognizes without letters. The same for W, N, S. Belt labels stay light. A, Anu, Enlil, each written with the fine reed reserved for tags, never with the broad nib that lays horizons. Dots receive delicate halos at first to accept a later choice about which should be bold. Anyone reading the board tomorrow can see at a glance where a wanderer stood, which path it occupied, and how far from due east your first sighting fell. Margins collect the housekeeping that keeps future you from sending curses back down the stair. A thumb-length legend explains your ticks. Long for 12, short for 6, hairline for 1. Humidity, wind direction, and lamp placement get icons so small they look like a language for ants. They're beautiful to you because they explain what the night did to the lines. Down in the corner, a rectangle holds notebook numbers. Watch start, clepsydra check times, read nib used. That little docket behaves like a second grid for time and tools. Labels behave when you teach them manners. Constellation names curve along arcs, not across them, and you leave the width of a reed hair between script and line so the letters don't look like they tripped. Individual star epithets perch just outside dots, the side away from the meridian, to reduce collisions with your timing notes. Planet names get a different tilt, a tiny italic your team agrees on so you can find the troublemakers in a hurry. Nothing shouts. Everything whispers where it belongs. Arcs for special events deserve a livery. Predicted eclipse track lines. Yes, you'll adore them in a later chapter. Get a dashed arc faint enough not to boss the page. Expected retrograde loops of a wanderer receive stepped markers. little stair symbols that tell your hand where the planet will pause and double back. You don't paint future certainty. You pencil probabilistic kindness. When reality arrives, your pen can bold what actually happened without arguing with yesterday's optimism. Circles expand beyond the main triad when you need extra scaffolding. A smaller inner arena ring shows where low-lying stars wobble in poor air. A larger outer hush ring marks the height above which labels must live, a discipline that keeps the middle sky readable. If you must draw a planisphere-style view for teaching a new apprentice, you add quadrant lines and number the outer rim in 60 parts, by habit, not superstition, so the student can shout 3 parts into Anu and still be understood across a windy roof. Angles translate into distances when the sky is stingy with seconds. A chord rule, a strip with a few pre-marked chord lengths, lets you measure the gap between 2 dots and annotate 5 portions without dramatics. The math behind it is older than your lamp and happier than your wrist at midnight. Mainstream fact steps forward. Babylonian sexagesimal made angle division a domestic pastime rather than a specialist party trick, and your grid is where that friendliness lives. Errors learn to confess early so they don't grow teeth. If a line sags because you leaned on the reed like a carpenter instead of a scribe, you lightly scrape, warm the wax, or whisper apology to parchment, and redraw. If a ring arrived egg-shaped because the cord slipped, you write a small egg in the margin and move on rather than pretending the sky is oval. Historians are still debating whether surviving oval-looking arcs on certain tablets reflect instrument quirks or intentional projections. One thing is sure, your grid admits human hands touch it. Whether hacks elbow their way in because the air enjoys jokes. On humid nights, the grid lines shine a hair too much. A dusting of pounce. Powdered reed shell or ground eggshell, depending on whose grandmother you ask, brings the sheen down so dots stand forward. On dry nights, you rest a damp wool scrap across the board's corner so ink doesn't evaporate between the pot and the line. A moth screen over the lamp keeps comets from appearing where labels should be. Materials lend personality to the same geometry. Clay demands incised guides so shallow they pretend to be light. Wax tolerates constant edits and trains your wrist like a gym. Parchment rewards pressure control with lines that look like they mean what they say. You switch reeds accordingly. Broad chisel for horizon and belts. Keen tongue for ticks and labels. Friendly all-rounder for dots. A small, obscure detail. Some watchers rub a speck of olive oil on the cord, so it turns with less jerk, which makes circles smoother and hearts slower. Ergonomics keeps the grid from owning your back. The board sits flat but angled a finger at the far edge. Elbows float, pinky anchored very lightly like a tripod foot. The lamp stays below eye level so glare doesn't pretend to be a star. You switch hands for some arcs. Not because you are ambidextrous but because turning the board risks bumping the clepsydra. Balance becomes a style rather than a sport, and your lines resemble steady breathing rather than heroics. Teamwork turns a single grid into a shared reality. One watcher lays belts and ticks while another calls out calibrators from memory, and a third logs weather. Roles rotate so nobody grows proud of their favorite corner. You compare tonight's fresh lines against yesterday's clay in the morning light, not to find fault but to build trust that you would draw it the same way tomorrow if the sky allowed you. Mainstream habit glows here. The continuity of the diaries depends on many hands agreeing about small marks. Exercises wrap practice around play until it's impossible to tell which is which. The Umanu calls 2 portions into Enlil, 7 high, and you plant a dot where the grid invites it, then locate which actual star fits the spot once dusk confesses. Another round asks for a predicted setting point given a rising, and your chord strip sings its little song until your pen nods. Before long, the grid stops feeling like a cage and starts feeling like a roadmap you help survey. Legacy whispers through the archive even when paper-thin diagrams evaporate. Clay remembers your belt tags and timing notes. Wax remembers the movement in your wrist that built those tags but melts away like a secret told to the right person. Parchment sometimes travels, teaching a distant watcher how your roof thinks about arcs. Historians are still debating how many graphic star maps existed day to day versus how many the Earth allowed to sleep in museums. Your grid votes with work rather than with rhetoric. Debate also curls around projection, what shape the sky should be on a flat board. Some argue for circles with equal-spaced rings like a polite onion. Others play with stretched ovals that better fit a low southern horizon's rude behavior. A few experiment with rectangular graticules because they like right angles more than round patience. No consensus tonight, only the Rooftop's verdict in results. If the grid repeats, if the dots land, if the reader at noon understands, then the method earns another night. Nightfall turns the abstract back into a living partner. The first star peaks along the east and lands exactly where your faint dot waits with the smugness only correct predictions deserve. You resist the urge to brag to a lamp. Further up, a pair you labeled last month rides the Anu band cleanly across the board, and your timing line sits next to their path like good stitching. Down low in EA, haze tries to blur your confidence, and the grid compensates with larger dots and bolder labels just as the practice sheet told you it would. Consistency feels like courage. Finally, the watch closes with a small ritual you didn't know you needed. A soft wipe removes chalk dust from the ticks. A careful pass of the reed darkens any faded belt labels. And a modest symbol at the page's bottom, 3 linked wedges, means grid complete. The board slides into its cloth with the sound of fabric that respects work. Tomorrow a different wind will test the same lines, and the same lines will test a different you. The grid isn't a masterpiece. It's a promise kept between nights. Numbers sit on the bench like tame birds as afternoon light soaks the parapet. And the Umanu grins because today your reed learns to sing in base 60. A scrap of wax shows 3 tidy rings from last night's grid. But the real stage is your palm. 1 joint per count, 1 quiet breath per mark, and an old rule that makes apprentices smirk. 60 has more friends than 10. The promise behind the joke is practical. When the sky asks for halves and thirds and fifths on the same night, a numeral system that treats 2, 3, and 5 as family saves your temper. You steady the ink, check the lamp's shade, and accept that this chapter won't brag about stars as much as it brags about the arithmetic that lets stars behave on a page. Placeholders come up before you can pretend they don't exist. The master scratches 2 identical wedges on clay and says, "This can mean 1 or 60 or 60 by 60, depending on where you set it." Place value feels like a magic trick until you stop blinking. Then he lowers his voice for a historian's aside. Early tablets lack a true 0. Later periods introduce a spacing mark or a pair of angled wedges to signal an empty place. But at line ends the absence still plays games with readers. Mainstream knowledge nods. Sexagesimal is positional long before many neighbors adopt the habit. On your board, you make an oath between you and the grid. Always tag units with a little tick or a context mark so sunrise won't turn 1 into 60 by accident. Fingers serve as your first calculator, not because abacai don't exist somewhere, but because your hands are free and persuasive. The teacher shows the trick everyone in the market somehow knows. Count the 3 phalanges of 4 fingers with your thumb. 12. Then walk that dozen over a second hand. 5 steps, and you arrive at 60 without a tablet in sight. This isn't mysticism. It's muscle memory that scales. When you whisper a timing like 7 and a 6th portions during a watch, Your fingers agree before your mouth finishes the sentence. An obscure morsel slides in with the ease of a snack. Certain scribes nick tiny dots into the side of a reed case, 1 per 5, so the hand can check a count in the dark by touch alone. Tables become the real heroes of the rooftop the moment reciprocals show their faces. The Umanu writes IGI, I in Sumerian, but here reciprocal, and pairs comfortingly regular numbers with their partners. 2 left-right arrow 0, 30, 3 left-right arrow 0, 20, for left-right arrow 0, 15, 5 left-right arrow 0, 12. In a base that loves 2, 3, and 5, division is just multiplication you remembered to invert. Irregular numbers, those with prime factors that snub 60, like 7 or 13, refuse to settle into neat endings. You annotate them with approximations and a humility mark your cohort respects. Historians are still debating how widely standardized reciprocal tables were across cities and centuries. Your roof solves standardization by copying the table every season until everyone's wrist knows it by heartbeat. Circles invite division the way bread invites butter. Your cord draws the rim. Your pen lays down 12 equal ticks. The next pass halves each tick to 24. One more pass builds 48. Finally, the board accepts 60 without complaint. The miracle is untheatrical. A sexagesimal circle makes a 12th, a 10th of a 12th, and 3/5 of that sound like instructions, not drama. When a bright planet nuzzles 2 parts north of east, you can write 0, 02 by reflex and later convert to a tidy distance on clay without fuss. Mainstream fact bows here. Our later degrees, minutes, seconds inherit the elegance of this world. Whether or not the rooftop says degree, the habit of slicing the sky into 60ths already lives in your hand. Notation steals a minute to become your friend. Modern scholars draw semicolons between whole units and fractional 60ths. 3, 0, 7, 34, 3 plus 7 60ths plus 30 60ths of a 60th. But your wax hears only rhythm. The master makes you say the parts aloud while you write 3 and 7 and 30 of the smalls. The reed behaves better when your mouth owns the cadence. Practical labels rescue numbers from ambiguity. An angle, dot beside 3, 0, 7, 30 means a cut of the circle. A time wedge means portions of a watch. A length hook means a chord on the board. Later readers will thank you for treating numerals like citizens who carry identity tokens. Drips from the clepsydra translate into sexagesimal without needing an interpreter. 1 portion equals a certain drop count. 60 portions complete a night only in poems, but the clock loves the number all the same. When the water slows because air cools, you log an offset in 60ths of a portion and move on. A tangle of math dissolves because 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5 all sit tidily on your table. A correction like add 0, 0.3 to each 10th portion after the 5th reads like clear weather. The city schedule downstream, grain wagons, ferry starts, rests invisibly on your talent for writing time as if it enjoys being written. Chords sneak onto the bench the way good tools do, quiet, efficient, already smudged with use. A narrow strip marked with chord lengths for common angles lives by your board. Lay it across 2 dots, match the span, and the strip tells you 5 parts without a tantrum. You copy 0, 0.5 into the margin and later convert to whatever the clay expects. No one pretends you are doing Euclid in a tower. You are building a bridge between distances on wax and angular talk in the diary. Historians are still debating exactly which geometric tables Babylonian astronomers used for chords or secants in our terms. Rooftop practice cares that your tool is consistent and your notes honest. Diagonals bring square root 2 to the party, which sounds like sorcery until someone writes one. 24, 51, 10 on a shard and grins. That famous value, 1 plus 24 sixtieths plus 51 sixtieths of a 60th plus 10 of the next, turns a square side into its diagonal with a precision that would make a fussy mason smile. You try it on wax. Draw a square, measure the side as 1, swing a diagonal to 1. 24, 51, 10 with your cord, and watch the grid symmetry hum. The tablet that carries this number won't climb your stair tonight, but the method in your fingers feels older than gossip. Mainstream Point affirmed, Babylonian mathematics carries astonishing approximations that survive on clay longer than empires do. Perimeters accuse pi of being both helpful and slippery. On clay, area problems often treat pi as 3 for speed. In craft rooms that love circles, a quieter number makes cameos 3, 0, 7, 30, which equals 3.125 and suits certain administrative and architectural tasks. The rooftop steals both when it needs them. When you draft a teaching circle for the board, 3 is fast and forgiving. When you calibrate the lamp cover's perforated ring to cast reference dots, 3, 0, 7, 30 keeps spacing pretty. Historians are still debating how widely the refined value played in pure astronomy versus accounting and layout, but your read enjoys both because a circle that closes tidily is a lullaby to tired eyes. Products arrive not as a recital, but as a recipe. Multiplication tables, 60 of them if you're ambitious. Live on a wax slip you've scraped and recopied until your wrist thinks it invented them. To divide by 9, you multiply by the reciprocal 0, 0, 6, 40. To cut a distance in thirds, you lean on 0, 20. Doubling and having danced through problems like kitchen steps. When a planet's nightly motion demands you add 0, 57 across 5 nights, your pen hums because adding 60ths feels like pouring water from one bowl to another. Spill free if you keep a steady hand. Mainstream habit smiles. Reciprocal arithmetic owns the rooftop as completely as plumb lines do. Shifts turn into math without losing their humanity. The roster calls you to second watch, which the diary treats as 20 to 40 portions of the night, and a culminating star should stand near 30 by the plan. If the clepsydra's slow mood adds 0, 0, 2 to each portion after midnight, your Ziqpu time gets a clean correction. Write 29, 58 when your eyes say now, not 30, 0, 0, and note the adjustment with a small triangle your cohort uses for flow drag. The virtue here isn't brilliance. It's consistency. Sexagesimal lets you keep consistency without envy. Zodiac language wraps the math like a sash. The ecliptic divides into 12 signs of 30 each. Whether you say 30 degrees or one sign depends on company, but your wrist draws the same ticks. Labels for 1/3 of a sign or 2/5 of a sign fall out of your table like dates from a shaken palm branch. 0, 20 for a third, 0, 12 for a fifth, 0, 48 for 4/5. Debates over when, exactly, the degree-minute-second triad hardens into explicit units can wait for calmer afternoons. Historians are still debating how terms and units migrate between omen lists, astronomical diaries, and later Greek treatises. Tonight, your board just wants the sky to land where the ticks invite. Portions on the water clock meet portions on the rim without needing a peace treaty. The Umanu loves calling problems across the bench. A star rises 0, 10 into Anu at portion 12 and culminates 0. 42 later, how long to set? You answer with a little pile of 60ths and a grin, because subtraction in this base is neighborly. You borrow a 1 when you need 60 little friends, not 10 grouchy ones. The diagram you draw later carries the arithmetic politely. Tiny time marks along the path, angle marks at the ends, so a reader at noon reads actions, not algebra. Halves carry personalities in a sexagesimal world, and your pen respects them. Half a 12th is a 24th. Half a 24th is a 48th. Write 0, 0, 7, 30 and 0, 0, 3, 45 without sighing. The reed prefers these gentle numbers because they close with small denominators when copied to clay, and the archive appreciates lines that survive handling. An obscure shop trick helps on bleary nights. A thin knot on your cord at 1/3 the radius finds 0, 20 arcs instantly. Another knot at 1/5 finds 0, 12. Knots are the hill country cousins of tables, cheerfully practical and always under your thumb. Debates stroll through the door anyway, because scholars can't help themselves. A senior says the rooftop owns true angles, measurable like lengths and multiplied like commodities. Another prefers to speak of parts of the path and portions of the watch, suspicious of abstract units untethered from sky and water. Historians are still debating when Babylonian astronomers systematically treated arcs as explicit degrees with minutes attached in the way later Greek texts insist. Your own piece deal is simple. When teaching, you speak in parts. When annotating, you write in 60ths. When arguing, you draw. Practice melts abstraction into muscle. The master calls 3 parts north of east, 5 high in Lil, and your reed drops a dotted 0, 0, 3 on the horizon and a short ascent to 0, 0, 5. The label lives along the northern belt and behaves. He calls 2/5 of a sign past the twin's shoulder, and you glide 0, 12 along the ecliptic line like it was carved into your board at birth. The grid from last night and the tables from this afternoon shake hands over the ink. Your diagram stops being sketch and becomes instruction. Games keep the room awake, because arithmetic without laughter makes hands clumsy. One apprentice claps a rhythm in 5s while another in 3s. Your job is to draw ticks for 15 while the beats fight pleasantly. Another team rolls a clay die stamped with fractions 1/2, 1/3, 1/5, 2/3, 5/6, 1/4, then races to place a planet's nightly step given a random fraction and a random path. The winner gets an onion and a smug evening. The loser gets to refill the water jar and accidentally learns how hard numbers become easy when they visit the same places often. Rounding finds a chair and stays, because the sky refuses to honor your tables to infinite places. When a reciprocal runs long, like 1/7 equals 0, 0, 8, 34, 17, 0, 8, 34, 17. You decide where to cut with a symbol your team recognizes for good enough for tonight. You also learn to write bounds instead of a single boast. Between 0, 0, 8, 34 and 0, 0, 8, 35. Sexagesimal tolerates these courtesies. Error doesn't snowball as fiercely when every unit nests inside a friendly 60. You sleep better knowing the diary will not pretend perfection just to flatter arithmetic. Merchants across the lane secretly share your base even when they swear by tens. Weighing out barley, they love halves and thirds and quarters as much as you do. Their counters and your board speak dialects of the same language. A neighbor asks how far the scorpion's tail will be from the festival arch next week. And you answer in parts the bricklayers understand, half a sign to the right of the arch at the 5th portion after sunset. The city purrs when different trades share numbers like bread. Mainstream civic truth surfaces. Astronomy becomes infrastructure when everyone can read the same fractions without getting a headache. Journeys carry your 60ths westward even if your sandals never touch the sea. A visiting scholar from elsewhere mentions circles with 360 equal parts, and your ear doesn't flinch. Your board has been living that life all along, just under other names. Later centuries will codify degrees, minutes, and seconds, and readers will pretend they were always shaped like that. Historians are still debating the exact channels, textual, commercial, scholarly, through which Babylonian sexagesimal habits become the scaffolding of later Greek astronomy. On the roof tonight, the channel is obvious. A reed, a chord, and a habit of dividing until the sky stops arguing. Pockets hide more math than pride will admit. Tucked inside your reed case lives a thin wax slip with the reciprocals you forget when hungry. 7, 11, 13 written to 3 places with an honesty mark beside them. A second slip keeps coefficient numbers for quick chores. A circle's area from its diameter. A heap's volume from its base. A lamp oil estimate from wick length. Obscure trivia peeks out. Some apprentices sent their wax slips with a pinch of cedar dust because they swear memory follows smell. Others claim fennel is better. Historians mercifully avoid adjudicating the spice wars. Nightfall tests whether 60ths actually help when lamps hum and wind invents opinions. A planet ambles along Anu's band, moving 0, 57 per night by last month's scheme. Your diagram marks tonight's expected step, and your eyes find the wanderer almost smugly on cue. A star rises 0, 10 north of east and later sets 0, 10 north of west. The symmetry makes your earlier circle nod. The clepsydra pouts, you add 0, 0, 1 to the second half of the watch, and the culminating now lands within 0, 0, 2 of the plan. Nothing glamorous happens, everything trustworthy does. Sexagesimal turns from a schoolroom trick into the soft machinery that keeps the city's sky believable. Ink dries while the last portion drains, and the board looks peaceful. Ticks quiet, labels tucked, numbers wearing their small diadems of units. A mainstream truth lingers. The Babylonian gift isn't just that base 60 exists. It's that base 60 moves into a roof and pays rent in clean diagrams and diaries that carry across generations. A debate keeps respectful company. Whether your angles count as degrees in your mouth or only in a later scholar's index is interesting and unresolved. Whether your fractions made the map legible tonight is settled. You wrap the reed, smooth the wax, and promise to bring the same calm math to the moon's schemes and the planet's zigzags when their turn comes to strut. Night begins like a ledger opening. Only the ink is starlight and the margins are wind. The board from yesterday waits under its cloth. The clepsydra mumbles in slow syllables, and the first thing the Umanu reminds you is painfully simple. A city cannot eat predictions. It eats schedules. Diaries make schedules possible. So the watch starts not with grand arcs, but with a small, stubborn line where you write a word that feels like housekeeping. Clear, hazy, wind from north. And that word becomes the spine of every other line you dare to draw. Paper does not live here. Clay does. The nightly draft travels on wax or parchment, the quick scribble kind that forgives your hurry. By mid-morning, the draft migrates onto a tablet that will outlive you and perhaps the temple too. Mainstream knowledge sits right beside your elbow. The famous Babylonian astronomical diaries record not just sky positions but weather, river levels, eclipses, market prices, and stray history. A king's mood or an enemy's rumor folded into the sky report like a pinch of salt. Your reed respects this mixed recipe and writes small so the day can carry a lot without boasting. Breezes have personalities you learn faster than relatives' names. A northerly cleans stars into coins and moves dust somewhere you don't have to inhale it. A southerly arrives like warm breath and turns the low horizon to soup right when you need EA's path. On the wax, your group uses a set of little wind glyphs agreed on over T3 short strokes for north, 3 dots for south, a hooked line for the mischief that swirls out of alleys. Historians are still debating whether such symbol sets were standardized beyond a temple or even a city. Judging by Rooftop lore, standardization is a dream and consistency within team is the reality that keeps maps legible. Downstairs, an archivist likes to say that weather is not an excuse. It is a datum. That sentence lodges under your ribs. When cloud sits like a board official along the west, you hatch the line near the horizon and write an honest note. Partial obstruction, third of the lower band. When smoke from kills fattens the south, you resist dramatizing and tag the contrast loss with a tiny triangle you'll recognize even half asleep. The diary refuses to accept a vague, bad night. It wants the flavor of the badness, parceled into marks useful to tomorrow. Patterns creep into the margins before you formally teach them to. A week of northerlies and suddenly in Lil's belt looks like a teaching gift. Clean dots, tight labels, confident timings. Wally sulks. Your noon copy shows the bias without apology. Then a shift in wind reverses the generosity and your notes adjust with the humble dignity of a ledger. The best compliment a supervisor gives is also the quietest. I can tell what the air did by reading your page. That is the whole job hiding in one sentence. Terminology gets a midday lecture because words, like winds, wander. Clear here doesn't mean no cloud anywhere. Perfect for romance. It means stars visible to the horizon with steady contrast. A definition everyone on your roof can apply the same way. Haze means a veil that eats faint stars first. Dust means the same but scratchier. Smoke hatches differently because it tends to sit and argue. Historians are still debating whether the vocabulary recorded on surviving tablets reflects uniform training or local accent. But on your parapet, the words become tools that cut repeatable shapes out of experience. Ink behaves like weather's apprentice. Thin mixes betray you on humid nights, refusing to hold a line. Thicker ones turn every letter into a boast. You learn to keep two pots, a lighter flow for labels and a stickier brew for hatching, and to switch mid-sentence without sounding flustered. An obscure workshop trick earns a permanent place in your kit. A pinch of finely ground reed char in the ink gives hatches a matte bite that reads better at dawn. No one brags about this. Everyone keeps a little bag of black near the lamp. Everyone in the city has an opinion about weather. Almost no one measures it. A baker tells you the morning's dough rose too quick. Therefore the night must have been warm. A boatman swears the low clouds mean cheap fish tomorrow. A child says the wind tastes like cumin, which is both unhelpful and somehow correct near the market. You smile, breathe, and translate impressions into the marks your diary respects. Wind icon, hatch density, cloud height. A note beside the water clock that says, flow slowed after portion 18, air cooled. Wind talks to the clepsydra as if they were cousins who pretend to dislike each other. Cooler air thickens water. The drip slows and makes your portion grow smug unless you confess and correct. Warmer air thins the flow until time slips away like gossip. The neatness of Sexagesimal makes the correction civil. Add 0, 0, 1 here, subtract 0, 0, 2 there, but the ethics are the important part. You do not let weather quietly bend time. You write the bend and then straighten the line in public. Clouds teach triage. High thin veils barely dim the brighter stars. Your labels tighten and your dots grow bigger, but the watch continues. Low thick layers near the horizon force you into a different mode. Record the obstruction, bold any risers that punch through, and shift attention to culminating checks because the meridian is sometimes the only honest witness. A lamplighter might call this making do, but on the roof it is a method. The diary knows which nights survive by where you put your attention, and it does not accuse you of cowardice for refusing to draw what you cannot see. Sometimes the weather writes an omen even when the omen tablet tries to mind its own business. Dust storms make the moon look like a tarnished coin. A murky halo circles it, and you note ring size the way a doctor notes a pulse. You do not interpret here, that job lives in another set of shelves, but you record carefully enough that an interpreter has something sharper than a shrug. Mainstream point, whispered because everyone already knows. The diaries braid observation with omen culture without letting either strangle the other. Both survive because the writing is steady. Acoustics belong to weather in a city of courtyards. On still nights, you hear sandals from 5 roofs away, and the drip of your own clepsydra sounds like a bold person in a quiet room. On windy ones, your partner's now at the slit arrives shredded and late. You develop a hand signal language that looks comedic from the alley but keeps the diary honest when sound is treacherous. A tiny mark in the margin, 2 dots under a time, means timed by signal. A confession you carry to clay without shame. Onions discover a second career as hygrometers when an old watcher shares a frankly ridiculous trick that works. Set a peeled slice on the parapet and watch the sweat. Beads at the rim mean damp air and friendly ink. Dryness that makes the slice matte means your pot will sulk unless you coax it. You are not measuring relative humidity like a scientist in a future nobody can imagine. You are checking whether tonight will let thin hatches live. Historians are mercifully quiet about the onion question, which is a relief, because the rooftop will not surrender this superstition. Calendars lurk behind cloud reports because wet and dry seasons argue with your schedule more than any official decree. Rains, when they decide to bless, prefer the cold months and carry low cloud that hides the southern belt early. Summer's shamal, northwest wind with opinions, scours the air so clean you suspect the gods hired a housekeeper. You map these tendencies into a private almanac. More culmination work in winter evenings, more rising/setting work in summer twilights. The diary across years becomes a weather map of the sky itself. Margins take the weight of everything weather ruins and save your pride. Beside a patch of empty dots at the horizon you write, band obscured after portion 8. And the emptiness turns from failure into data. Next to a stretch of unusually bold labels, you add a tiny grain mark meaning lamp lowered, glare reduced. Your board becomes a polite conversation with air and light. The clay turns the conversation into something the archive can shelve without wincing. Training drills wrap weather into muscle. The Umanu stages a fake haze by hanging a gauze over a frame. The class must reproduce the board's layout with fatter dots, shorter labels, and a bias toward timing marks. Another day, someone waves a fan just off camera to simulate gusts while you hold the reed like a calm person. Laughter leaks between strokes, but the skill sticks. You learn to write legible under petty sabotage. Copyists in the storeroom carry the true test for whether your night survived weather. If they can transcribe without asking what on earth you meant by that hatch or this unlabeled bold, then your notes did their job. If they ask 1 question, fine. If they ask 5, you buy the oil next week and then fix your symbols. The clay tablet's line for weather is short by design, but the board that feeds it must be rich, or else numbers lie by implication. Routines protect clarity from drama. Begin each watch by writing the 3 weather basics, sky state, wind, horizon, before the first dot seduces you. At mid-watch, reassess, even if nothing looks changed. The clepsydra and the air both develop opinions after midnight. At final portion, close the weather line explicitly, haze lifted, wind calmed, smoke increased. The last is common when ovens wake. You write it without scolding the city for wanting bread. Numbers tend to behave when weather folds into the same base. Hatches come in 3 densities mapped to 0, 10, 0, 20, 0, 30 of your obstruction scale. Wind icons are paired with a little numeral for strength. 1 for breeze, 2 for working wind, 3 for watch this. A planet's brightness note uses a fixed 3-step code as well, because haze that eats magnitude changes interpretation faster than you expect. You are not inventing meteorology. You are keeping your astronomy edible. Somewhere between cloud and ledger, civic life strolls in. The diary's line for river level, so many cubits at the quay, sits beside your weather note because rain upriver pretends it's none of your business until it very much is. Prices for barley, sesame, dates, yes, they appear too. Get a laconic mark. The scholar in your head thinks the arrangement is odd. The citizen in your stomach knows why it belongs. Mainstream fact again. Those clay diaries mash sky, economy, and chronicle into one long honest paragraph. Across rooftops, teams swap weather stories the way ferry captains swap current gossip. A watcher to the west reports smoke thicker near the Potter's Quarter. You favor your eastern edge for low work. A team to the south caught a gap in the cloud earlier. You ask for their timing to sanity check your own. Historians are still debating whether multi-roof coordination was systematic or opportunistic. All you know is that friendly shouting has saved many a dot from becoming fiction. Even the lamp gets weather-conscious. A moist night loves a high flame. A dry one loves a low flame with the cover closer to keep glare from teaching false halos around the slit. You keep a small log of wick lengths and weather. Nothing precious, just a list that reads like a cook's notebook. The result is not romance. It's legibility, and legibility is the only romance the archive accepts. Sleeping quarters become an extension of the weather record when the watch ends at the hour the city pretends to yawn. Before you collapse, you scrape the wax, distill the lines into the clay's hard grammar, and add the day's sky state in the normal place, not buried under labels as if apologizing for it. The tablet dries along a window that knows how to be warm without meanness. A month later, another tablet will sit beside it saying, clear, north wind, and someone, perhaps you, perhaps a quiet stranger, will lay the two side by side and listen for a pattern. After a week of dust, you hear a different kind of relief enter the courtyard. Rain, rare enough to sound like a rumor coming true. The watch shifts into indoor mode. You set up under a covered edge, and the board accepts more culmination and fewer risings. The diary's weather line lengthens by a few careful words, light rain, intervals. Because omitting rain from a city like this would be like omitting music from a procession. Once the storm passes, the air wears a clean shirt, and your pen rewards it with fine labels that seem to love their own edges. Quarrels with weather turn tender when you recognize routine's mercy. The same sequence that felt dull in June, note wind, mark haze, check clock, becomes a raft in a gusty October. You stop expecting perfection, which in practice means you stop lying. A supervisor's eyebrow appears less often, replaced by a less visible pride that sounds like good night and feels like an early wage. You might not be a poet, but your diary is a steady friend. Practice with weather also reshapes prediction. The moon that used to show up exactly where your geometry said it should now shows up where your geometry says it should, minus the expectation that haze will nibble her first quarter before she climbs. You plan eclipse watching with more patience because thin cloud turns a guaranteed event into an exercise in humility. The diary becomes something braver than prophecy, a record of readiness. Method spreads by imitation in a temple that treats efficiency as a courtesy. A younger apprentice copies your wind icons, your hatch densities, your habit of labeling a poor horizon ahead of time so no one accuses that emptiness of laziness later. You copy another watcher's lamp log because hers produces cleaner labels on damp nights. No one writes a textbook. Everyone writes a page that reads like one. Visitors from another city arrive with a different weather dialect. Their dust icon looks like your smoke. Their haze hatch slants the other way. After a day of good-natured teasing, the teams converge on a shared legend for the week and promise to translate when back home. Historians are still debating how far such harmonization traveled and how much the big compendia nudged it. On a roof, harmonization often equals, which set of marks can an exhausted copyist read? Another obscure footnote sneaks in between drips. Some watchers swear by a star lens, a shallow saucer of water set near the parapet, to judge vibration by the way reflected dots tremble. You test it with silly skepticism and end up using the tremor as a quick proxy for gust strength. It's not an instrument the archive will brag about. It's a kindness the night makes to the impatient. Storage learns to respect weather too. Wax boards sleep flat under a gentle weight so heat doesn't crown them. Clay tablets dry in shade with airflow that keeps surfaces even. Reed pens rest tip up when the air dries so the slit doesn't glue itself. A tiny card sits with each board, date, watch, weather state, so that if a catastrophe spills boards, you can reassemble a night from its climate. This is not paranoia. It is respect for time. Morning brings judgment that feels like breakfast after fasting. The tablet for last night, clean weather line, honest gaps, times corrected in 60ths, meets the archivist's eye. He reads silently, nods once, and slides the slate into the drying rack. His nod does not feed a family, but it keeps the temple's memory from leaking. The diaries are not famous yet. They are obedient. Elsewhere in the temple, a reader who never climbs the roof uses your weather line to explain a price anomaly in barley from 2 days ago. Smoke thickened, ferries delayed, market opened late, price grew sulky. The diary does this sort of civic housekeeping all the time. It is not sexy. It is what steadiness feels like when it grows visible. Documentation for weather seeps into other genres because good ideas refuse to stay in their lanes. A ritual tablet begins to note wind direction to time incense so smoke rises straight. A builder's docket asks for a day with a north breeze before raising dust-prone walls. A courier prefers your clear nights for star-aided navigation between towns. No one writes you a poem. You don't want a poem, you want the city to run. Grids from yesterday's chapter have a last little gift for weather. When haze chews the edges of a path, the faint rings you laid down tell you where high, mid, and low should look even when contrast slumps. The rings make guesswork look like method, which scares you a little until tonight's culmination check validates your dots. You are not cheating, you are testing the air with geometry's help. Drainage along the parapet becomes a surprising ally. After a brief shower, tiny beads linger in the groove and act as miniature stars. If the lamp cover glints in them, glare will likely eat your labels until you lower the flame. Yes, it's absurd. And yes, you write a small circle in the margin to mean glare predicted by drip glint. Every roof is a laboratory if you let it embarrass you into noticing. Finally, the chapter's moral arrives without fanfare. Weather does not oppose astronomy. It parents it. The diary is where that lesson grows up. By writing the sky alongside the air that held it, you refuse to pretend that dots exist in a vacuum. A mainstream truth stands, patient as a plumb line. Babylonian diaries endure because they treat context as data, not decoration. A respectful uncertainty stays as well. Historians are still debating how far the daily rooftop weatherwork fed into long-period models rather than merely checking them. Your read, meanwhile, keeps giving tomorrow a trustworthy yesterday. Mid-month arrives with a pale shoulder lifting over the eastern parapet, and the moon acts like a guest who always shows up with the same smile but never at quite the same time. Lamps hush themselves behind covers. The clepsydra taps its patient rhythm, and your reed waits to turn slipperiness into marks. Phases, intervals, risings, settings. Everything about this bright neighbor moves fast enough to keep pride humble. A mainstream anchor steadies your breath. The synodic month averages 29, 31, 50, 8 in base 60 notation, 29 days, 31 60ths, 50 60ths of a 60th, and 8 of the next, close enough to trust, wiggly enough to deserve respect. Crescents begin your work long before eclipses dare to strut. First visibility after conjunction feels like a game of hide-and-seek conducted by optics, dust, and optimism. Last visibility before conjunction becomes a different kind of pursuit, happening under lavender dawn when bread ovens yawn and dogs develop opinions. The board gets a low horizon line, a thin label for first crescent, and a note for elongation, the moon's separation from the sun, along the ecliptic path your grid already knows how to sketch. The city's calendar lives here. Months bow to that first slender grin, and your diagram gives the grin coordinates instead of complements. Calendars grow practical teeth when intercalation enters the scene. A lunisolar year must persuade lunar months to behave with agricultural seasons, and the temple manages that marriage by inserting extra months when barley and sky disagree more loudly than usual. Diaries log, first sighted at portion X and last seen at portion Y, and the pattern across seasons tells scribes when to add a 13th month so festivals don't drift off like boats cut from their moorings. Historians are still debating exactly which intercalation schemes held sway at different periods and cities, but no one debates this. Rooftop crescents feed civic calendars the way wells feed courtyards. Wax boards let the moon teach shading as well as geometry. A wash of thin ink whispers the limb that glows. A soft, dry brush steals light back where night nibbles the disk. Labels behave modestly. First quarter, full, last quarter. And tiny arrows along the ecliptic remind your eyes which way the moon slides from night to night. You resist drawing romantic faces. The board wants data more than charm. A mainstream habit keeps you honest. Phase notes always carry a separation number beside the pretty shading, so readers understand the picture as a measurement, not a mood. Practice knots itself around what scholars like to call the lunar 3, time intervals that predict and explain a surprising amount for how little they ask. Sunset to moonset after the first visibility. Moonrise to sunrise before the last visibility. And the complementary stretch near full intervals that, once copied across months, turn into rhythms your hand can anticipate. Modern literature tags them with compact names, NA and me, and your wax slip keeps them like a charm. Historians are still debating how uniform those exact designations were in ancient usage, but the rooftop's confidence grows when the intervals keep making sense. Jargons become comfort blankets on long watches. A small corner of the board carries 3 repeating columns where those intervals live. Predicted, observed, corrected. So crescent nights have a map for attention when the wind starts practicing its bad habits. Your reed dots the moon's position relative to a bright star you've learned to love as an anchor, and the time difference flows into sexagesimal like water into a well bucket. A quiet, obscure tip you never expected to use becomes a staple. Count heartbeats while the clepsydra is out of reach to estimate a quarter portion without turning the watch into a footrace. Nodes enter like polite conspirators when eclipses step toward possibility. The ecliptic, the sun's polite highway, is a line you can draw in your sleep now. The moon wanders above and below it with a tilt that refuses to apologize. Where that tilted path crosses the ecliptic lives the possibility of shadow theater. Your diagram gains a gentle chord across the sky labeled line of crossings, and a small symbol at each end, today's mouth and tail, if you allow a little myth to keep memory from slipping. Whether or not anyone in your temple used the later word node, the geometry behaves as if the concept were already living on your roof. Dragons get smuggled in as mnemonic pets because people remember animals more kindly than angles. The head claims the crossing where the moon moves northward, the tail the southward step, and no one in the watch needs to see a serpent to understand which season of eclipses approaches. Ritual tablets elsewhere in the temple never draw dragons with ink. They draw anxieties and remedies. The rooftop keeps the animal as a whisper only, a playful map word that helps young minds honor crossings without inventing monsters that scare sleep away. Geometry translates the omen's poetry into the diagram's grammar. When the moon sits near a crossing and the separation from the sun shrinks toward nothing, your board suddenly cares about lunar latitude as much as about elongation. A pair of faint lines above and below the ecliptic, your eclipse limits, appear on the page, dashed so they don't boss the picture. If the moon's dot marches between those lines at the right time, you put the pen down, swallow, and adjust the lamp for patience. Mainstream clarity lives here. Eclipses demand both conjunction or opposition and proximity to the ecliptic crossings. One without the other is just pretty sky. Saros rises from the clay shelves like a number with a myth inside. 223 synodic months. About 18 years, 11 days, and some clever hours bring lunar and solar shadows back into familiar choreography. Golier texts and tablets that love repetition whisper, "What happened then, something like it will happen again now," and you learn to trust the echo without treating it as prophecy. Historians are still debating how prediction moved from omen list to calculated scheme, and how early temple rooms treated Saros as method rather than memory, but the diary on your bench enjoys the cycle either way. It turns chaos into patience. Tablets from the Omen series Enuma Anu in Lil stare with that bureaucratic calm only old clay knows. They catalog eclipses by watch first, middle, last, and by which edge darkening begins north, south, east, west, because direction on the moon gets translated, fairly or unfairly, into direction on Earth for ritual advice. Your board borrows the practical part and leaves the heavy talk to other rooms. A circle for the moon, a little bite drawn at the true limb of first contact, and a label that says politely, beginning at north. The rest of the page waits for time stamps that either arrive or, on clouded nights, sulk in your imagination. Rooftops prepare for eclipse duty with the seriousness bakers reserve for festival mornings. A second clepsydra sits ready, calibrated like a twin. A spare lamp wick hides in the case. The slit frame at the meridian gets a gentle nudge to ensure no wobble will make a now into a maybe. 2 scribes share the work, one to watch and speak, one to draw and write, and a third, when the temple can spare them, to mind the clock. Humor remains allowed. Panic is not. Nothing here bleeds glory. Everything here buys accuracy with patience. Portions turn into a choreography if the shadow obliges. First contact wins a dot and a number, followed by a line that eats into the disk like deliberate dusk. Maximal coverage gets its own mark and a note for how much of a diameter the bite devoured, sexagesimal even here, then a slow return toward ordinary moonlight. Clouds often interrupt like uninvited poets. Your diagram plays host as well as it can, labeling obstructed in honest script where courage cannot conjure a view. The clay copy tomorrow will keep that honesty like a moral. Shadows on the moon act like artisans working in colored silk when haze cooperates. Copper, saffron, ash, words trip to your tongue you didn't know lived in it, and the board refuses to accept adjectives without numbers, so you write ring breadth and fingerspans on the diagram, a practical measurement that watches often reuse. A mainstream caution walks beside you. Earth's shadow paints not only geometry but atmosphere. So color tells more than romance when the city burns extra fuel or wind carries dust from elsewhere. The diary collects those colors without trying to decide what the gods meant by them. Other shelves weigh meanings. Edges mean everything when directions translate into ritual. A first nibble on the northern limb gets a tiny symbol you and your cohort share, different from the one you use for a southern bite. East and west get their own marks too, so a reader at noon can say with confidence which side began the drama. Historians are still debating how consistent these directional notes were across centuries and how tightly they guided interpretation. Your Rooftop's priority remains humbler. Present the facts as if the reader were tired and kind. Watchmen become a single organism when the moon enters shadow. One voice handles now, training its breath to avoid excitement's tremor. One hand places the dot and writes the number without turning the line into a cliff. One mind keeps the entire board legible. Lamp low, labels clear, hatches honest. Apprentices are allowed to admire. They are not allowed to disrupt. When the bite recedes, the team breathes in the kind of relief carpenters feel when a long plank sits square without persuasion. Signals adapt because sound dislikes wind. A finger on the board means approach. A tap on the cover means contact. A tiny whistle means maximum. And none of those look dignified from the alley. You don't care about dignity. You care about synchronization. Notation catches the method. Double dot for tap, small circle for whistle, so the clay knows why the time marks look oddly clustered. The Rooftop treats eclipse timing like drum and dance. Repeatable because it has a score. Rituals elsewhere in the temple get noisier than your page admits when eclipses walk into the city's mind. Priests chant. Substitutes stand in for kings on bad nights according to tablets that no fears better than your board wants to. And streets behave like mouths wanting news. Your job doesn't change. You draw. You time. You label. You add a line for cloud and a second for wind because the city's heart rate is none of your data. But the air still needs to be told how it behaved when the shadow arrived. Craft returns to smaller lunar tricks the moment the big shadow passes, because most nights are not festivals. The moon's latitude, how far above or below the ecliptic it rides, gets annotated at first and last quarter with little perpendicular ticks to the ecliptic line, building, month by month, a picture of how far the path strays. The sum of those ticks gives you a tidy way to judge when eclipse seasons approach even without grand cycles. If the ticks shrink as conjunction nears, your pulse prudently goes up. Forecasts in your temple arrive on 2 feet. Repetition and arithmetic. Repetition whispers through seros, exoligmos, 3 seros cycles to pull the hour back into kindness. And goal year texts that keep nudging the present with a copy of the past. Arithmetic walks in with lunar step schemes that treat the moon's longitude and speed as values that rise and fall in neat increments. Mainstream histories connect those schemes, called System A and later System B, with the broader development of Babylonian predictive astronomy. Your bench experiences them as tables that help the read put dots near where the moon intends to be. Margins hold the warnings that make predictions feel like colleagues rather than gods. Parallax, the way a low moon looks displaced depending on where you stand, earns a small icon that means allow for near-horizon mischief. Refraction, air behaving like a glass worker, shares the same corner, a sly reminder not to scold geometry when the atmosphere wears a mood. Historians are still debating how explicitly Rooftop teams quantified these effects versus handling them as rules of thumb. Your team's method is simple. Write the reminder, draw with modesty, check by culminating star when possible. Models sound glamorous until you meet them. Then they sound like stepladders with polite labels. In System A, the moon's velocity and longitude move in steps. Ascend for a while, hold, descend. So a clever table lets you add a piece each month and land sensibly on tonight's place. In System B, a zigzag function replaces steps with slopes that reverse. A smoother mood for a wilder sky. Historians are still debating the precise dates and workshop habits that separate A from B in lunar practice, and whether every rooftop used both with equal affection. Your read works with what the master hands you and writes the uncertainty in the margin. Intervals return as comfort food after theory threatens to overstay. First crescent to first quarter, quarter to full, full to last quarter to last crescent. Timing each with a patience that doesn't brag builds a calendar your hands can read aloud. On a good run, the quarter points arrive almost smugly when predicted. On a rough one, haze and haste demand an apology in clay. The synodic number at the start of this chapter feels less like a statistic and more like a rhythm your body agrees to keep. Drills for eclipse season get staged in daylight with an audience of amused pigeons. A coin plays the moon, a fig bowl plays Earth's shadow, and a lamp behind the bowl plays the sun moving the coin near the bowl's rim shows which paths miss and which bite. And the apprentice who once swore math was dull now argues for the best way to draw the first contact bite on wax, so the angle reads clearly. Absurd, yes. Effective entirely. Errors don't terrify the rooftop. They teach. A cloud hides first contact. You label uncertain, and mark the time of the first clear bite with a that stands slightly hollow to remind later eyes that perfection stayed home. A lamp flare pretends to eat the moon's limb. You lower the wick and draw a tiny halo icon to confess the interruption. The clay in the morning will carry those confessions unchanged, and the archive will like you better for them than for bravado. Lamps practice kindness when the moon is on stage. A shield with more perforations spreads light without glare. The flame stays low and distant so the eye doesn't invent a false limb. A second lamp waits behind a scrap of cloth, ready for a quick swap if the first grows smoky at a rude moment. You keep a wick log that reads like a cook's recipe and discover, to nobody's surprise, that predictable fire makes for predictable lines. Haze loosens metaphors you usually keep locked. A mild halo sits around the moon like a ring that can't decide whether to be a jewel or a rule, and experience turns the sight into a measurement. Number of finger widths, clarity of inner rim, color against the sky. It's part optics, part weather, part omen territory politely left to other rooms. Your page welcomes all three as long as each wears its correct label. Horizons make or break lunar honesty. Low risings distort shape and timing. Low settings refuse to let you see the exact moment the bright returns to a full limb after a bite. A rule emerges without debate. Mark low events if you must, but trust meridian checks when possible. That line saved you in Ziqpu work. It saves you again when the moon tries to hurry you into bravado. A mainstream comfort returns. Different instruments, the meridian slit, the clepsydra, the grid are family, not rivals. Teachers love to turn lunar chaos into games. One drills you on spot the future eclipse. Given 5 successive lunar latitudes sketched as little ticks above and below the ecliptic, point to the month when conjunction and crossing might partner. Another makes you predict first visibility given a dust index, your weather line suddenly promoted, and a separation in parts. Laughter creeps between tables and chords, but accuracy follows close behind, wagging its tail like a well-fed dog. Neighbors will always love the moon louder than they love your tables. Children squeal when the light goes ash-gray. Elders mutter half-remembered lines from omens they only kind of believe. and someone offers to bring you a date if you predict whether the bite will end before a drum rehearsal finishes. You answer in watch terms and portions rather than omens, not to be contrary but because your job is to keep time, not hearts. Secretly, your heart is busy too. Legends carry their own truth while your page carries geometry. The lion eats the moon, someone says when shadow chews a generous arc, and you do not correct the story in the moment. You correct the time on the board and draw the bite on the correct side. Later, over bread, you quietly mention that the lion only bites near the crossings, and your friend laughs because that sounds like a thing lions would do. Humor greases accuracy better than lectures ever will. Debates about what exactly the ancients knew ride in beside the smell of lamp oil. Did early observers conceptualize nodes as explicit points with names and arithmetic lives? Or did they treat crossings as practical places where omens get loud? Historians are still debating this question. Your rooftop treats the line of crossings like a fact that needs no hero. Draw it, watch it, attach predictions when tables let you, and marked out with a symbol that makes future readers feel respected. Numbers keep the courage humble when beauty tries to hijack attention. First contact, 12:07 by water clock. Maximum, 13:20. Coverage 0. 45 of a diameter. Last contact, 14:33. Haze thin. Direction, north limb. These aren't lines a poet will copy. They're stitches that keep the night from unraveling when memory pretends it doesn't take naps. A mainstream truth glows without having to raise its voice. Babylonian strength isn't in grand theories shouted from walls, but in thousands of quiet numbers written by hands that wash their reeds and admit the weather. Schemes for timing learn to dance with Earth's rotation whether you like it or not. Saros shifts 8 hours forward with each return, shoving midnight eclipses into afternoon or dawn, unless you follow with exoligmos, 3 Saros, pulling the hour back into neighborhood time. Goal year repeats whisper more intimate promises. Last year's crescent behavior hints at this year's, adjusted by small, rehearsed corrections. Historians are still debating how these cycles shared space with omen interpretation in temple rooms. Your bench watches them share ink on a page without wrestling. Ecliptic lines become busy streets on eclipse months. You mark the sun's position, then the moon's nightly steps, their separation shrinking like a debt being paid. A dashed cap shows the crossing window. A soft, shaded band shows the intersection where shadow might live. The diagram begins to look like a plan rather than a diary, and you imagine your own teacher doing the same with another apprentice years ago. The same dashed cap, the same patient instructions about not drawing certainty where a cloud might eat your dignity. Angles make first and last visibility less mystical than gossip claims. Separation at first sight depends on dust, height, and eyes that slept. Your board carries a conservative rule of thumb for dry nights and a different one for heavy air, both written in parts your cohort agreed upon at a table with crumbs still on it. Historians are still debating exact ancient thresholds under different conditions, but your page doesn't need the debate to be over. It needs the rule to be steady and the exceptions to be confessed. Knots tied in cords become your favorite cheats. One knot lives at a cord length equal to the moon's width. Another sits at the average daily motion along the ecliptic. A third marks the safe separation that makes crescent hunting more joy than self-punishment. The knots aren't sacred, they're friendly. When you lay the cord on the board and the knot kisses a tick, your hand relaxes and your lines behave. Verification steals the last word. As always, at dawn after an eclipse night, you compare notes with a roof 2 courtyards east. Their maximum arrives 1 portion later, and the difference makes sense because their meridian frame rocks in wind like a tiny boat. At noon, the clay copy receives your times and direction marks. The archivist's nod feels like water on a hot day. In a week, a tablet from the omen shelves will visit your table for cross-reference, and the ritual will talk to the diagram without either pretending to be the other's boss. Copies travel farther than sandals sometimes. A parchment sketch of the moon's path and the crossing line goes with a messenger to a satellite shrine downriver. He returns with their weather marks and a jar of dates, saying their clouds learned manners before midnight. Stories ride home with the coppery glow still on his tongue, and you resist drawing the color until you find a way to measure it that isn't just flattery. The board stays a board. The city gets to be poetic on its own time. Stories pile up anyway because people live inside them. One colleague swears every time the moon dips deep into shadow. Neighborhood dogs hush as if a mother crossed a room, while another insists cats run councils on walls. You write none of this, but you smile while you ink your last label for the night. Historians will ignore the animals and chase the numbers. Both are doing their jobs. Patience winds through the chapter like the shadow itself, arriving, pausing, receding. On the best nights, the moon keeps appointments you predicted with a tenderness that makes you want to write a thank you note. On the worst, haze erases bravado, and your only victory is a clean confession. Either way, the city eats schedules, not predictions, and your diary keeps the ovens and fairies honest. That's the flavor of lunar work here. Glamorous maybe twice a year, quietly essential every night that asks for a crescent or a timing. Morning brings a basin, a cloth, and the clay's slow appetite. The wax becomes wedges and numbers. The shading becomes words that refuse to be coy. The eclipse, if it happened, shrinks into 6 clean lines that fit beside prices and water heights like a humble citizen doing their duty. Mainstream scholarship will later extract theories from shelves like these. Your pride comes from the page itself, not from a tomb of conclusions. Evenings that don't promise eclipses still carry practice if you care to notice. The moon slides past a star you labeled last month. You note the conjunction and smile because the sexagesimal breath you learned earlier makes the distance sound like a sentence instead of a complaint. A halo dares you to wax poetic. You number it and draw a tiny circle in the margin. Then lower the lamp. Not every night wants a dragon. Most just want a good read and a kind clock. Finally, the chapter leaves you where it found you. On a roof under a sky that keeps secrets only long enough to make you try harder. Eclipses are the headline, sure, but the lunar business that feeds them. Crescents, intervals, crossings, patience. Stitches your nights together and makes the city's mornings possible. Historians are still debating how explicit the models were, how uniform the jargons, how much the ritual steered the math. Your read keeps writing for readers who will never see your lamp. The moon moves on. Your board dries. The method stays. Evening paints the ecliptic like a lane of warm brass, and the umanu taps the board with a knuckle that means business. Tonight belongs to the wanderers, those bright citizens that refuse to march with the starry choir. Lamps settle under pierced covers. The clepsydra paces the rhythm you trust, and your reed waits to turn the sky's squiggles into lines a future copyist can love. A mainstream anchor steadies the mood. Babylonian astronomy tracks planetary motion nightly and expresses it with stepwise or zigzag functions on tablets that later scholars nickname System A and System B. Yet here on the roof the names matter less than the habit. Measure, mark, repeat until the zigzag stops feeling like magic and starts behaving like a schedule. First, the umanu has you thread the ecliptic across the board, a faint highway that planets prefer even when they misbehave. A thin cord and nail lay the great circle. Sexagesimal ticks beat its rim like a necklace you can count by touch if the lamp sulks. Path labels, Enlil, Anu, a hush along their bands so a quick glance tells which neighborhood a wanderer inhabits. Nothing fancy appears, only the grid's polite generosity, and then a quiet recipe. Observe at the same hour each clear night. Register the planet's longitudinal step in parts. Let the reed write the arithmetic like a lullaby. Historians are still debating when exactly zigzag formulations became standard in temple workshops versus living in mathematicians' shelves, but your board already speaks the dialect fluently. Dots in a row, differences in the margin, patience everywhere. Mercury arrives like a shy neighbor who knocks and runs. Never far from the sun, it peaks from dusk and dawn with a separation so small that optimism can masquerade as eyesight. A partner stands at the parapet's notch where two bricks make a V. Breath time to the water clock keeps nerves from inventing sparks. When that pinprick finally surfaces, your hand places the lightest on the ecliptic, then writes a modest number, separation 0, 02, altitude hardly a finger, and adds a private parenthesis that your team understands as visible but faint. An obscure craft superstition gets another rehearsal. A wisp of fennel rubbed on the lamp cover for side-looking, which works mostly by reminding you to relax your gaze. Mainstream knowledge nods in the background. First and last visibilities of Mercury are notoriously sensitive to haze and horizon, which is why temple diaries treat them with cautious ink. Venus behaves like a celebrity who keeps her appointments. As evening star, she strolls from first appearance to greatest elongation and back into superior conjunction. As morning star, she returns with nearly theatrical punctuality. 5 synodic periods weave an almost 8-year braid that lets goal-year scribes whisper. Write down where she stood 8 years ago. She will be nearby again. Your wax slip keeps that memory next to the reciprocals, and your diagram learns a neat trick. Place ghost dots. Faint, never bossy, showing the expected path for the month, then confirm or correct without vanity. Historians are still debating whether the Venus tablet of Ammisaduqa captures pure observation or partly reconstructed cycles. The Rooftop refuses the argument tonight, choosing to draw what the sky offers and tag the rest, check next clear evening. Jupiter ambles with magistrate calm. Its roughly 399-day synodic beat means last year's dot sits a few ticks left of this year's, near enough to feel like a neighborly echo, and retrograde writes a stately loop that your read can render even when your eyelids act like curtains. The scheme you practice for it reads like kitchen steps. For System A, velocity pieces live in 3 tiers, fast, medium, slow, swapping at fixed longitudes so your nightly differences stair-step. For System B, a sawtooth of speed climbs and falls linearly, reversing at boundaries your table lists. You don't preach the names on the roof. You whisper the numbers under the lamp, then let the line curve where the dots insist. A mainstream point earns its bow. Babylonian tablets do not need circles on circles epicycles to predict loops. They need repeatable arithmetic and a faithful diary. Saturn prefers understatement, which suits the board's temperament. Slow steps tiptoe across the ecliptic with the discretion of a good steward, and retrograde paints a restrained loop that looks elegant even on wax that's seen too many edits. The Umanu assigns a stiffer parchment for Saturn charts because months of handling warp lesser skins. A small, pragmatic choice that never makes it into omen verses but saves your labels from wavering. A tiny notch cut in your reed case, 2 grooves for Saturn's label nib, turns midnight fumbling into muscle memory. Obscure? Absolutely. Useful? Every time a gust tries to knock organization out of your hands. Mars refuses to whisper. Near opposition it swells bright enough to throw a wafer-thin shadow on your board. And the loop widens into drama you must domesticate with good habits rather than enthusiasm. Station points get little squares. The deepest backward drift wins a hook. Nightly steps string themselves like beads so the curve is honest when copied to clay. Brightness codes, 3 tidy grades your team agreed on, sit beside the line because historians are still debating how often Babylonian diaries quantified planetary magnitude versus describing it loosely. On this roof, the numbers keep you from writing poetry where timing belongs. Stations teach humility to anyone who thinks motion stops loudly. In reality, eastward drift slows, doubts itself, and reverses like a thought changing its mind. The meridian slit that helped you with Ziqpu stars returns in miniature, oriented along the ecliptic. When the planet's dot slides from one side of the slit to the other more slowly each night, you know the station crouches near. Timing relies on averaging 2 or 3 nights bracketing the moment, halfway in both time and longitude, and the tablet earns an honest S instead of a performance. Historians are still debating whether ancient records pinned stations to specific portions with high precision or treated them narratively. The Rooftop writes both when the sky and the clock cooperate, adding the little triangle of doubt when cloud or glare muddled the call. Grids lend the confidence that keeps the line from becoming a doodle. The ecliptic anchor holds, path names whisper context, Enlil for north, Anu for center, Ea for south, and sexagesimal ticks turn gaps between dots into language you can share. 0, 57 for the wanderer's nightly stride, 1, 03 when haste arrives, 0, 10 when it loiters like a market friend eager to gossip. Base 60 loves halves, thirds, and fifths. So the arithmetic that updates your ghost steps feels like pouring measured water from one bowl to another. A mainstream truth strolls by quietly. The success of the Rooftop owes as much to sexagesimal's friendliness as to keen eyes. Templates sneak onto the bench because late hours love tools that think with you. One palm rib strip carries pre-marked nightly means for Jupiter. Another keeps Saturn's slow march. A tiny knot at the rib's edge equals 1 lunar diameter, handy when Mars grazes a known star. You lay the rib along the ecliptic, plant the first, then pivot the strip to suggest the next 5. The ghost path appears like footprints in damp dust, never too bold to bully reality. Obscure trivia gets another home. A chickpea pressed into a bead of wax, your sliding spacer, gives a satisfying little click when it kisses a tick mark, saving you from counting errors when the wind scolds. Practice distills the method into a ritual even a tired cuff can repeat. Same hour each clear night, same lamp height, same board angle against the parapet, same nib for planet labels. Variation turns dots into gossip. Repetition turns them into geometry. When clouds interrupt, you resist the urge to splice imagined steps. You label the absence with a hatch, then let the line resume when the sky apologizes. Historians are still debating how continuous some preserved sequences really were and how much interpolation later copyists performed. Your page declares its gaps openly so no future reader accuses you of optimism disguised as data. Numbers inevitably start to sound like people. Jupiter keeps appointments at around 0, 080. 12 per night when unhurried, slows to 0, 00 at station like someone considering their life choices, and then backs at 0, 070, 09 with a dignity that would make a priest nod. Venus glides with separations you can feel in your wrist, 0, 30, 0, 40, then vanishing acts at conjunction, while Mercury darts in 0, 15 bursts and disappears like a joke too quick for courtyards. The city will never hear these values aloud. It will feel their consequences in ferry schedules and festival rehearsals. Mainstream diaries carry those numbers as wedge marks and brief phrases, letting arithmetic travel further than sandals ever do. Goal year logic turns yesterday into a helpful uncle. Jupiter repeats in the same sign region after about 71 years, Saturn after about 59, Mars after about 79, Venus near 8 years, Mercury near 46. All fuzzy enough to keep a scribe honest, tight enough to make prediction feel like courtesy rather than sorcery. The Umanu flips a tablet and shows a column labeled Last Time, and your board gains faint echoes along the ecliptic where memory suggests dots. Historians are still debating how these cycles were discovered. Pure accumulation of diaries or clever algebra hiding inside clay, but the rooftop treats them as tools, not trophies. Rituals in the temple keep a separate ledger, and the two meet politely where data becomes appointments. A priest may ask, when will Venus return to the morning above the eastern gate? Not to worship arithmetic, but to know when to rehearse choral entrances. A boatman wonders, when does Jupiter calm itself near midnight? Because quiet light helps convince passengers that the river is a friend. Your diagram answers both with the same posture. Label, step, note. Omen specialists elsewhere read your lines for meanings the rooftop doesn't adjudicate. Historians are still debating where, exactly, interpretation shaped observation versus the reverse. The roof's answer is unromantic: write what happened, then let other rooms argue. Neighbors, inevitably, give nicknames to the wanderers that your tidy labels never would. The Big Judge for Jupiter, Old Slow for Saturn, Red Brother for Mars, Shy Lamp for Mercury, Goddess Mirror for Venus. You smile, keep the nicknames out of the clay, and sometimes tuck a tiny pictogram on wax near the line as a private nod to the alley's poetry. A curious side note sneaks onto your legend. Dots with a small crescent beside them mean the neighborhood actually noticed. A field mark you carry to clay as a wedge that historians centuries later will puzzle over and maybe misinterpret as a number. Let them have the riddle your copyist knows. Debates visit like weather, sometimes refreshing, sometimes exhausting. A visiting scholar insists that every rooftop must have used fully formed system be zigzags by a certain century. A neighbor from upstream shrugs and says their team still prefers stepped velocities when clouds make slopes feel like lies. Historians are still debating the diffusion and dating of these schemes across cities, and whether shop practice lagged behind the mathematician's best clay. The page, fortunately, accommodates either with the same modest grace. Nightly differences penciled in the margin. A neat zig when speed rises, a neat zag when it falls. A line that anyone can copy without swearing. Errors bloom like dandelions and get plucked by ritual. Once you plant a Mars station 2 nights early because you fell in love with the idea of stopping. The correction mark? Your cohort's little inverted wedge for self-accusation. Sits there forever like a kind joke you tell on yourself. Another time a lamp halo lures your eye, and you draw a Venus dot that the morning admits was a star briefly showing through a cloud seam. The clay receives both the false step and the apology. A mainstream ethic stands up in sandals. Honesty beats elegance. The archive prefers confessed wobble to silky fiction. Comparisons make the zigzag digestible for newer hands. Jupiter's loop, broad but calm, fits neatly between 2 constellation landmarks. Say, the back of the Lion and the head of the Virgin, while Saturn's loop could hide inside Jupiter's like a child under a cloak. Mars writes a curve so lush you're tempted to add color. Mercury hardly draws a loop at all, more a knot scribbled at dawn and dusk. Venus does its greatest elongations like rehearsed bows in a dance your city knows without needing your labels. Quantities float around these metaphors. Span in parts, duration in portions, and the board turns theater into measured motion. Drills turn serious work into a game without emptying meaning. One apprentice plays planet, sliding a bead along the ecliptic. Another plays table, announcing nightly means. A third plays air, jostling the lamp cover with a fan. Your job is to draw the line as if none of this nonsense were nonsense. The laughter keeps fear out of hands that must draw under pressure. And the reed learns to maintain width and angle even when someone whispers a joke about Mars stealing the scorpion's tail. Later, under real wind, that muscle memory rescues a label headed for smudge. Coordination across roofs becomes a quiet network when loops span months. A watcher 2 courtyards east sends word that their horizon haze cleared during your cloud patch. Your dots catch up the next night without guilt. Another team further south writes that Saturn's station leaned a portion later than yours. A parallax lesson you copy into the margin with a tiny compass icon. Historians are still debating how systematically such inter-roof collaboration happened versus ad hoc messenger luck. The rooftops themselves function like polite neighbors sharing well water. A little here, a little there, no declarations, plenty of help. Forecasts grow braver when repetition keeps its promises. After a clean season, your board can confidently lay the ghost path for Jupiter's next loop. Mark the 2 station windows as pale squares, and pencil the retrograde span with a dashed arc that offends no god and calms every clerk. When cloud or dust spoils 3 nights in a row, the prediction line holds its shape like a scaffold the next clear evening can climb. A mainstream point repeats in your bones. The map is not the sky. The map is the invitation the sky sometimes accepts. Refraction, sneaky as market rumor, teaches the humility sign again. Low planets dress in false positions as air bends their light. Your diagram responds with bolder dots, thicker labels, and the small refraction glyph down in the legend, your politely drawn wave, so later readers don't accuse geometry of betrayal. Historians are still debating how explicitly field teams corrected for refraction numerically rather than by rules of thumb. Your shop writes the reminder and treats low measurements as provisional unless a culmination crosscheck cleans them. Storage sounds like housekeeping until a loop survives because of it. Wax with a wide Mars arc sleeps flat under a gentle weight so summer heat doesn't crown it. Parchment with a long Saturn track gets a dowel of the right diameter so months of rolling and unrolling don't distort where the ecliptic crosses a crease. Clay copies receive wedge lines that describe the loop soberly enough to outlive at least 3 dynasties. A tiny docket rides with each board: planet, path, season, weather bias. So a spilled stack doesn't turn history into an unguided puzzle. Finally, the evening reaches the sweet part when dots become a curve so obedient it feels like friendship. Jupiter sits near the 2nd station. Venus leans gracefully toward the sun. Saturn minds its slow decorum. Mars writes bright mischief without tearing your patience. And Mercury, predictably, flirts with invisibility then winks hello when you were thinking about bread. One mainstream truth settles like a shawl over your shoulders. Babylonian strength lies not in a single grand theory, but in the nightly conversion of zigzags into step patterns a reed can draw and a clerk can copy. One obscure tidbit lingers for future gossip. A few watchers rub a breath of sesame oil into a cord to make its rotation smoother when drawing long arcs. An indignity to kitchen goods that produces prettier circles. One debated question remains politely unresolved. Whether your team's neat zigzag tables came straight from the mathematician's shelves or grew in this very rooftop classroom through decades of diary-driven tinkering, historians are still debating, and the stars, predictably, refuse to testify. Office doors breathe open with the same sigh as lamp covers on a damp night, and the temple's daytime face greets your board like a clerk greeting a traveler who arrived exactly on schedule. The rooftop's dots become morning sentences, and those sentences march into rooms where omens, budgets, and bread counts share a table without arguing about seating. A mainstream anchor steadies your steps. Babylonian astronomical diaries routinely note sky positions alongside weather, river levels, and market prices, so the page that timed a planet might also whisper barley high or water low. That mix is not a mistake. It's how a city thinks with one notebook. Paperwork smells like reed and sesame when the Umanu leads you past shelves where clay dries into policy. A scribe from the economic office, hair neatly bound, sleeves rolled for speed, wants last night's line on haze and north wind because kiln smoke delayed barges at the quay, which nudged date prices, which nudged a tax figure that should not pretend to be innocent. Your numbers wander into his columns, and you realize that dots you drew at midnight can move silver by noon. Historians are still debating exactly how tight the coupling was between rooftop diaries and price records in different centuries, but your hallway knows the informal path by heart. Temple corridors organize attention the way your grid organizes sky. One door opens to omen specialists, guardians of Enuma, Anu, and Lil, who read eclipses and unusual risings as sentences from a language everyone respects and only some people claim to understand completely. Another door opens to the Office of Counting, where river measures and storage jars receive admiration usually reserved for gods. You deposit the board with both. The first room listens for portents, the second strips your lines for schedules. Neither asks you to become anything other than accurate. That's the contract here. Clarity buys trust, not applause. Between shelves, omens step lightly so as not to dent accounting. A lunar eclipse that began on the north limb gets copied with the direction intact because that detail can map to a regional concern in omen logic. The same line, carried 2 rooms down, tags work at night reduced because crowds stared and kills paused. You watch data have 2 lives without melting into argument. A senior interpreter confides a mainstream caution. Omens point to possibilities, rituals answer fear, but schedules still need clocks. Historians are still debating whether omens drove policy or mostly dignified choices already shaped by weather and war. The corridor treats causation like a polite secret. Archive voices murmur when you enter the drying room where tablets sleep with signatures pressed into edges like seals on bread. Your clay from last week. North wind steady, Jupiter retrograde stable. Now carries an administrative docket number and a short line about ferry departures. The archivist taps that docket gently and says, "This is how paper listens to stars." An obscure tidbit hops onto your memory. Some offices dust a little lamp soot into the clay slip they rub across tablets before drying. It darkens wedge strokes just enough that old eyes love them. No one will write a hymn about soot. Everyone will read better because of it. Meanwhile, a messenger with dust on his sandals leans into the doorway with a request that sounds poetic if you don't think about boats. When will the moon set on the night of the king's inspection of the river works? The calendar says the inspection lands near first quarter. Your diagram says the moon will sit kindly high, then drop past the western palm exactly when torches prefer quiet wind. You translate into portions, not proclamations. The answer goes onto a slip with a knot. 1 knot for time certain, 2 for weather caveat. Ritual and logistics clap hands like children who just discovered they can be friends. Bakers in the market yard have opinions about omens that your page refuses to adopt but politely acknowledges. On mornings after orange halos around the moon, bread sells early because people hear that as a sign for start soon. And starting soon feels like surviving. Your diary line for that halo carries a measured ring width in finger spans and a note, haze present. And the price column 2 shelves away decides whether the halo was meteorology or macroeconomics. Historians are still debating how often patterns in the diaries correlate with price swings in the surviving fragments. The ovens don't debate, they open. Granaries hum like bees when tablets arrive with north wind steady all week. Cool, dry air pleases storage. A clerk marks ventilate on afternoon watch, because airflow won't bring damp mischief into jars. Your planet loops, which on the roof felt like art class with numbers, become a memo about when night guards can actually see their doorways without inventing imaginations. Nothing glamorous here, only the dignity of work that lands where bread lives. Budgets sneak into astronomy by the front door labeled lamp oil. The office that rations oil for night watches uses your weather line and watch length to set weekly allocations. Longer clear nights plus 2 predicted eclipse vigils mean extra sela for the rooftop and fewer complaints from eyes. You don't sign the budget, but the budget listens to your ink. An obscure shop trick crosses lanes. Lamplighters keep a coil count for wicks, a tally that matches your portions. So a wick section equals a portion, and a night's plan can be wound in advance like a little calendar around string. Requests from districts ride rumors of omens like fish ride river currents. A quarter near the northern gate whispers that Mars glaring in the Scorpion foretells accidents on scaffolds. The omen room handles the anxiety with ritual, while your office answers with an equally practical note. Wind steady from north, dust minimal, visibility good, post extra lamp covers at the work ramp. 2 truths occupy 1 street. You discover that kindness wears 2 uniforms here, incense and checklists, and both are trying to keep citizens from falling. Kings do not personally walk hallways with tablets, but questions with their names on the edges make rooms stand up straighter. A royal inquiry framed in cool wedges asks whether an upcoming travel day will enjoy Venus as morning star above the eastern route. Your board says yes, the calendar nods, and the omen room checks whether such beauty carries any warnings. The reply goes out in layered sentences. A time, a place, a courtesy to courage. Historians are still debating how frequently royal decisions turned on astronomical advice rather than on politics dressed in star clothing. Your read learns to answer without theater. Letters to outposts make your loop practice look like navigation school. Ascribe drafts. Expect Jupiter's second station in late harvest. Plan inspections requiring steady night light then. You supply the numbers, the paths, the path names so the note can be read on a roof built by strangers who still trust in Lil Anu Ea. Every time your handwriting leaves the city, your stomach performs a small ceremony you refuse to name. Maps traveling without you feel like a friend borrowing your best cup and promising to bring it back unchipped. Auditors, the temple kind who count what nobody thought would be counted. Love your diaries not for planets but for patterns. They line up 2 months weather notes and point to days when smoke heavy coincides with market late. Then glance, without judgment, at a tax entry that looks optimistic. Nothing accusatory appears on tablets. Only the gentle weight of please explain. Historians are still debating the formal interface between astronomical diaries and fiscal oversight. Your hallway conversation suggests the interface is a glance and a raised eyebrow. Rations for watchers become a small economy you can draw. Winter watches are longer, oil costs climb, bread portions adjust, and a note from the office says, 2 extra loaves on eclipse vigilance nights. You copy the policy into your shift book so a tired apprentice does not pretend to be stoic and then faint under the meridian frame. An obscure tidbit hides in the pantry. Sesame cake crumbs, swept from the floor, dry into a powder some scribes use to improve traction on wax when humidity tries to turn lines into jelly. It's not elegant. It works. Contracts with boatmen occasionally include lines that sound like your voice even when another scribe writes them. Depart on nights when the moon is in its first quarter. Wind from north. Clouds light. 1 clause reads, and you can feel last month's diagram humming under the ink. The contract doesn't thank the rooftop. The boatman does, later, with a bag of dates and a grin that tastes like better sleep for people you'll never meet. Portents remain portents, carefully roped off from what you do even when they pass inches from your elbow. The omen room reads an eclipse's direction, watch, and cloud cover. The ritual shop prepares substitutes and prayers if the clay says danger. Your page keeps timing honest and lamp logs tidy. A mainstream fact keeps these lanes polite. Enuma Anu in Lil's rules turn directions and watches into interpretations. But the diaries that do the timing never pretend to be the speech of gods. They're minutes, not thunder. Historians are still debating how much the same hands wrote both omen tablets and observational diaries in different periods. Your fingers smell like ink from both rooms, which might answer the question or complicate it. Calendars become the hinge where omens and office shake hands. Intercalary months keep harvest festivals where barley actually lives. Your crescent reports feed decisions that feed processions that feed morale that feeds labor that feeds taxes that feed the lamp oil fund that feeds your watch. You draw a line from slender moon to granary without pretending magic. You call it civic physics. Someone in the corner calls it good governance, which is a polite translation of the city didn't trip over its own feet this year. Rooftops feel different after lunch when the budget office borrows your read to annotate a lamp requisition. 2 nights with predicted thin cloud, 1 station watch, 1 inspection by the deputy. Sum equals bring more wicks. The act of arithmetic tastes like lunch too. Ordinary, necessary, slightly sesame. They hand the reed back the way a careful friend hands back a child. You pretend not to be flattered. The reed blatantly is. Neighbors drift through the forecourt with complaints charming enough to count as folklore. A potter blames Venus for a kiln crack. A baker credits Jupiter for a good batch. A money changer wants to know if Mars will stop staring at his stall. Your polite habit is to point at wind, heat, and shelf age first. Then at the planet schedule the way you'd point at a street sign, helpful, not mystical. Historians are still debating the social weight of popular astrotalk on temple practice. Your own practice keeps the tone warm and the numbers sober. Scholars with traveling sandals bring other cities' habits in their satchels. One shows a tidy price column woven into his diary with glyphs for good fairy, bad fairy, and market thin, like weather icons for coin. Another swears by a separate tablet. His omens live completely apart from prices. After tea and an amiable argument, your group copies his icons and he copies your wind marks. Harmonization travels by courtesy, not decree. Later, someone will claim everyone always did it this way. Your memory will keep the tea stain. Accountants announce a small triumph when your north wind steady line allows them to shift guard rotations to later hours with no loss in visibility. Fewer torches, same safety, less oil. Feels like stealing a crumb back from chaos. They slip a gratitude fig onto your bench, and you pretend it's a bribe so that accepting it can double as a joke. The fig tastes like numbers done kindly. Debate erupts where it always does, between rooms where people love different nouns. An omen reader argues that eclipses should command schedules when days are grave. An overseer counters that schedules should command omens unless a sign shouts. Historians are still debating whether policy bent toward ritual in times of fear or held course under the ballast of administration. Your reed keeps writing times and winds that will let either course call itself honest. Finally, late afternoon leans golden across the courtyard, and you're bored. Cleaned, copied, docketed, rests where tomorrow can find it. The city has eaten your lines the way it eats bread. Quietly, efficiently, with gratitude that keeps its hands busy instead of its mouth. A mainstream truth sits content. Babylonian star work lives in the braid of omen, office, and economy, not in any strand alone. An obscure footnote lingers. Some lamp counters keep their tallies in sexagesimal too, because 60 folds evenly into nights and into jars. A debated question politely refuses to sit down. Were the diaries born to serve omens, Or did omens lean on diaries that had already learned to serve schedules? Historians are still debating. Your rooftop waits for dusk. Caravans roll in with late light still clinging to their wheels, and the courtyard fills with languages that sound like different kinds of wind. A stranger with a neat beard and a tunic stitched in a way your needle has never tried steps through the temple gate carrying a travel tube for scrolls. He is not a priest, not a merchant in the ordinary sense, and not one of those storytellers who trade riddles for bread. He is something rarer, an asker of measured questions. The Amanu gives him a place at the bench and a cup of watered wine, and your board, still smelling of lamp smoke, becomes a map of nouns both of you think you know. Conversations begin with nouns because verbs start fights. Zodiac, he says in a Greek accent that makes the word feel carved, not pressed. Ecliptic, you answer, letting the reed tip hover over the familiar lane, as if to prove that a road is a road no matter what you call it. 12 constellations parade across his tongue under new names, Creos, Tauros, Didymoi, and you match them with the ones your roof has trained, the hired man, the bull of heaven, the great twins. The cadence differs. The geometry does not. A mainstream fact sits smiling between you. Greeks and Babylonians share the 12-part band, and degrees paced in 60ths already make both alphabets behave. Library air replaces courtyard dust as parchment scroll meets wax board on the same bench. He produces a parapegma, a little calendar of star risings with holes where pegs can mark today, and demonstrates how a city square can keep time by watching a bright star climb the dawn's shoulder. The practice looks like your first visibility games for Venus and the Moon, repackaged for public walls. Historians are still debating whether parapegmata learned their stride from Mesopotamian lists or grew independently from Greek city needs. At the table, the argument feels like whether you enjoy but don't need to quantify. What matters is that your dots and his pegs want to be friends. Diagrams compare manners the way guests compare bread. His is round and clean, letters wrapping the ecliptic like ivy. Yours is round and clean, wedges whispering path labels. Enlil anu a without bragging. He wants to know why you still prefer wax for rehearsals. You want to know why he writes on papyrus that turns fragile in damp rooms. Materials turn into a lesson that neither of you expected. Longevity of clay versus agility of scroll. Permanence of wedge versus speed of ink. A quirky tidbit slips in and refuses to leave. He keeps a small sea sponge to erase ink off scraped parchment, and you keep pumice to erase pride off damp clay. Numbers fall on the table like coins from different mints that still buy bread. He counts degrees by hundreds and tens and adds minutes and 60ths because that's what everyone around the Aegean has started to do. You count everything that smells like the sky in Sexagesimal because that's what Sumer taught Babylon and Babylon taught your fingers. Conversion turns into a game. 3, 0, 7, 30 becomes 3 and an eighth to him and remains comfort food to you. A mainstream bridge forms casually. 360 divisions around the rim feel natural in both mouths, and the habit owes more to the Mesopotamian appetite for 60 than to any new invention in marble courtyards. Tables lean in next because tables always do when languages want to marry. He mentions an 8-year cycle for Venus that brings the star back to near the same place. You nod at the goal year slips your master keeps and recite first visibilities that line up like rehearsed soldiers. He mutters Metin when calendars start arguing with seasons. You reply with the way intercalations keep festivals honest in the temple without needing speeches in the assembly. Historians are still debating who discovered what first and how many rivers carried the news. Your bench resolves the question the way scribes always do, by copying the useful into tonight's plan. Wind sneaks across the roof as the temple grants permission for a shared watch. His eyes are sharp but prefer high contrast. Your eyes forgive low stars because haze has been your rude neighbor for years. He brings a sundial mind to a moonlit night. You hand him the clepsydra and a word Ziqpu, standing, and watch it become his favorite thing in 1 hour. Culminations charm him because the meridian behaves like geometry carved into air. Parapegmatrix charm you because civic schedule glues to sky in a way you never had to sell to clerks. A mainstream anchor holds steady. Time can be divided by dripping water or by the motion of stars. Both methods sing when you let them harmonize. Eclipses wander onto the board like dignitaries whose names everyone pronounces carefully. He speaks of Saros with the confidence of someone who has met it dressed in Greek letters. You speak of 223 months with the confidence of someone who knows where the numbers sleep on clay. His memory carries a rumor that 3 Saros cycles, an exeligmos, brings the hour back into neighborhood time. Your margin learns the word because it's a courteous way to tell boatmen when shadow might greet them before dawn rather than after. Historians are still debating which port first pinned these cycles to public prediction. The Rooftop pins them to tonight's weather icon and moves on. Planets ignite the friendliest arguments. He likes circles on circles, epicycles riding deference because geometry feels like poetry when it leaves the page and starts steering a model. You like step functions and zigzag velocities, system A's tiers, system B's slopes, because numbers that repeat are kinder than metaphors. He draws a loop with a compass and a proud smile. You draw a loop with a chord strip and a prouder humility. A debated question sits between you like a placid cat. Which tradition explains better and which predicts cleaner? Historians are still debating this question, and the incense does not care. Letters creep into names the way spices creep into stews. Greek labels, Karkinos, Leon, Parthenos, start appearing small beside your cuneiform constellation names on practice wax. Because 2 words for the same figure cut down mistakes at the parapet when visiting sailors share the watch. In return, your wedge labels for Ziqpu stars hitchhike onto his parapegma. Because public walls love a local accent that actually points at the correct bright thing in midsummer. A tiny bilingual lexicon grows in your pocket, a palm-sized reconciliation of synonyms that respects both families. Geometry gifts you a new toy that tastes like future. He carries a table of chords, lengths that live in a circle, and whispers that they make triangles shut up during arguments. You test a chord to measure the separation between Mars and a helpful star, convert to parts, and feel a door open you didn't know the house possessed. Later, your master says a man named Hipparchus will make a longer tradition out of this trick. Tonight, all that matters is the way a reed rests easier when a distance behaves like a length you can lay on a board. Navigation stories swap hands as easily as bread dates. He talks about hugging coasts, reading stars that stand above capes, and pegging calendars to winds with gossip-worthy nicknames. You talk about crossing brick alleys by Ziqpu, reading river widths from moonlight, and using windroses sketched in margins as quick explanations for bad dots. The sea teaches him Orion with a belt that means sail now. The river teaches you the swallow with wings that mean late flood. A mainstream truth ties knots around both sets of tails. Astronomy becomes infrastructure when routes want to stop being rumors. Instruments crack jokes at one another's expense like old friends. His armillary rings refuse to keep secrets about the ecliptic and equator. Your slit frame refuses to wobble when gravity is in a mood. He laughs at your onion slice humidity test until it predicts a sticky night. You laugh at his polished bronze sundial until its shadow at noon calibrates the gnomon point you drew in spring. Obscure details find a home. He waxes chords with beeswax warmed in a spoon. You smooth wax boards with a bone blade. Both methods make lines act like they were born wanting to be straight. Ceremonies sneak in because cities need theater. A festival wants Venus to frame the eastern gate at first light. and his parapegma pegs that day while your diary times the moment. Priests rehearse the last turn of the procession with the confidence of people who think calendars can be persuaded by charm. Money follows theater. Vendors arrive on time. Singers drink water when they should. Torchbearers get the oil they asked for. Historians are still debating whether astronomical advice drove ritual or tidied it. The roof measures and lets the courtyard choose whether to call the result destiny or logistics. Scribes indulge in a nerdy pleasure neither of you admits out loud. Alphabet games. He writes degrees with little Greek letters for subdivisions. You answer with sexagesimal dots that purr like good cats. A shared joke starts living in the margins. A small alpha drawn beside a measured angle means, don't trust this without coffee. A small wedge beside a beautiful chord means, show the apprentices this one. Standardization sneaks in without decrees. It arrives as inside jokes that turn into habits. History itself knocks on the parapet when an elder mentions the older lists. Eudoxus used star risings to teach seasons. Hipparchus wrote eclipse comparisons with values that smell like your archive. Ptolemy will one day turn both into a thick book that likes itself. Names float across the roof like kites on short strings. A mainstream point keeps you from floating away. Whatever the treatise, its spine is made of nights someone spent counting drips and saying now at a slit. Grand theories ride on backs of small honest timings. Everyone who knows that sleeps better. Copies of copies of copies seed the back part of the promise in tonight's title. Greek numerals begin to appear as glosses in the margins of clay. Your wedge counts appear in the margins of Greek notes. Visiting scribes leave behind parapegma columns that your temple modifies for local latitudes. Your crew exports Ziqpu lists that look suspiciously comfortable in marble courtyards downwind of barley fields. Historians are still debating how direct the lines of influence were, ports, courts, or itinerant scholars, but clay and papyrus tell similar jokes by the time they dry. Rooms with different gods on their walls handle the same numbers with different songs. In your temple, Enlil's path, Anu's belt, and Ea's road give direction to the math. In his gymnasium, the circle slices itself into beauties named for things that climb and descend. The harmonization is not a takeover. It's a braid. When an eclipse shows up, the chant in your courtyard says, North Limb, Middle Watch, and the speech in his assembly says, Capricornus, second hour. Both sentences point to the same shadow. A debated question paces a shaded gallery. Did Greek geometry change how Mesopotamians drew, or did Mesopotamian arithmetic change how Greeks predicted? Historians are still debating, and everyone involved still throws good feasts. Lunch breaks become classrooms in both directions. He learns to cut a reed without turning it into a trident. You learn to rule letters along a curve without making the script look seasick. He practices your habit of placing labels along the outside of arcs. You borrow his trick of leaving a sliver of untouched surface around dense notes so the eye can breathe. Little practical courtesies add up. His habit of weighting parchment under a smooth stone on humid days. Your habit of turning boards so elbows always push away from fresh ink. None of this will earn a tablet of fame. All of it will keep tablets readable. Merchants prove to be better diplomats than scholars when sexagesimal meets silver. He calculates interest in twelfths. You split angles in sixtieths. Both of you dislike sevens for the same reason. Market laughter welcomes the discovery that a base that manages halves, thirds, and fifths kindly is the same base that makes a month schedule that people don't curse. A mainstream link surfaces without asking permission. Mathematical taste buds get trained by ledgers as much as by stars. Return trips have a way of taking something with them you did not notice you were missing. His ship loads papyrus filled with your Ziqpu lists and a polite glossary of names you wrote in ink that refuses to be dramatic. Your roof keeps a slim copy of a parapegma that looks tailor-made for the city square near the Potter's Kills. A month later, you hear that a Greek outpost pegged dawn song practice to a rising you suggested. 2 months later, your market uses the public board to announce a fairy time by the twins. Maps build towns when they walk around in daylight. Rumors of machines drift in on jackdaws of gossip. Somewhere in the islands, a box with gears turns handles into sky predictions. Somewhere in Alexandria, armillary spheres teach geometry with rings instead of lines. Hearsay tastes like sesame, everywhere and on everything. You file the stories under pleasant to imagine. Then return to your reed and your water clock because your city does not run on rumors. Historians are still debating the exact marriage between Babylonian periods and Hellenistic mechanisms. Your parapet votes for marriages that produce stable schedules. Lessons travel back invisibly even when feet stay put. After a season with Greek colleagues, your team writes planet labels with slightly more generous white space, and their team writes weather lines with a frankness they didn't know they needed. You adopt his habit of drawing faint ghost tracks for the next week's planetary steps. He adopts your little icon for refraction when low horizons misbehave. The updates never make proclamations. They make nights easier. Comparisons sharpen without causing fractures. He teases your affection for stepwise speeds. You tease his loyalty to circles that don't earn their keep on hazy nights. Both of you agree that predicting eclipse windows with Saros-like cycles and then marking nodes on a humble board is a marriage of arithmetic and caution that no one should sneer at. A mainstream truth yokes your wrists together. Repeatability feeds both theory and bread. Teachers, unsurprisingly, love this ecumenical phase. The Umanu schedules a demonstration day. One wax board shows a Babylonian-style zigzag table for Jupiter. Another shows a Greek-style loop on a deferent. A third carries a shared set of nightly dots. Apprentices watch as both schemes kissing the same data produce lines that agree within the margin of a lamp hiccup. The moral is not one system wins. Its two sensibilities can use the same sky without filing lawsuits. Historians are still debating whether such polite joint work happened often. Your class has lamp soot on its fingers and smiles on its face. Ritualists adjust choreography with a confidence they owe privately to maps that don't lie. A procession passes under a gate exactly when the morning star clears the parapet line because your board said so and the parapegma nodded. An inspector schedules a river check for a night when a bright culminating Ziqpu promises calm light. A scribe writes a contract for fairies that quotes both a constellation and a degree. Theology receives credit at the feast as it should. The reed receives sleep as it deserves. Letters from elsewhere begin to include small kindnesses that make you blush. Our lamp is lower since your note. Glare hides fewer labels. We write north limb now, it helps. Your icon for wind saved a fight. None of these lines change empire. They change afternoons. They also lay down the faint tracks of the back in your chapter title. The way Greek rooms adopt Mesopotamian notations while Mesopotamian rooms adopt Greek layout habits, each too busy to boast. Museums in some unimaginable future will argue over the ancestry of diagrams that smell equally of clay and papyrus. One will show a circular sky with letters wrapped clockwise. Another will show a wax board copy that curls up at the corners and carries wedge labels. Both will claim to be first at something. A debated question will keep them civilized. Where do good ideas begin, and where do they merely learn better manners? Historians are still debating. Rooftops, thankfully, just keep drawing. Night returns, which is the only reason any of this matters. The ecliptic carries its procession whether or not anyone invites it to dinner. The moon plays its tricks with shadow whether or not anyone names nodes. Planets rehearse loops like old comedies that still get laughs because timing is timing. On this roof, the parapegma from abroad and the Ziqpu list from home share one lamp cover. On that roof, the zigzag table and the epicycle sketch share one joke. The city sleeps a little easier because schedules learned a second language. Courtyards tell stories when benches are empty. A child points at a board in the square and calls the twins by a name her grandmother learned from a sailor. A baker mutters that prices rise when smoke sits heavy and the moon looks exhausted. But the mutter sounds less like magic and more like respect for patterns. A watchman sets his clepsydra next to a chiseled peghole calendar and shrugs, willing to be helped by both. A mainstream truth rises like a quiet moon. Shared sky breeds shared habits more surely than shared speech does. Crossing guards for knowledge tend to be old women with baskets who have seen too many markets to be impressed by men with scrolls. One such woman, stooped but sharper than a reed tip, watches a Greek scribe and a Babylonian apprentice argue gently about where to put a label on a curve. She interrupts with the only strong instruction anyone really remembers. Put it where a tired person can read it, and takes her bread. The rooftop christens this the basket rule, and immediately elevates it above half of theory. Workflows change just enough to feel like a new pair of sandals, not enough to blister. The night routine adds a peg check to the dusk ritual. The morning copy adds a column for public board note sent. The reed case grows a pocket for a thin wax slip of Greek letters because showing kindness in someone else's script turns questions into friends. The lamp log gains a line for peg visibility, which turns out to correlate embarrassingly well with copyist mistakes after noon. Arguments about origin find their proper size when hunger enters the room. Someone quotes a poet in Greek about the turning spheres. Someone quotes a proverb in Akkadian about not spilling oil. Both lines look good in lamplight. Bread arrives. The Umanu declares that the sky won't pick a side and neither will the temple. Anyone who times a culmination honestly gets to eat. The scholar from far away laughs and accepts a date, which means the vote is unanimous. Generations measure time differently than clepsydry do. An apprentice who watched the Greek scribble letters onto your board will one day teach another child to split a label so it avoids both a loop and a belt tick. A visitor who first learned north limb in your corridor will one day chisel a peg calendar for a harbor that never saw your parapet. Influence walks like that. Elbows learning to lean differently, wrists learning not to smudge, lamps learning how low is polite. Rains will eventually wash one public board and a fire will harden one clay tablet into a survivor. A museum many centuries away will display the tablet and write a caption that forgets to mention the laughter that taught the method to live. Another will reconstruct a parapegma from fragments and argue about whether the peg holes match your latitude. A mainstream constellation keeps you from feeling theatrical about the loss. Methods travel in wrists as much as in artifacts. Maps return the favor by making wrists worth training. A dotted Venus appears where both boards predicted. An eclipse's first bite begins exactly on the limb both rooms labeled. A boat leaves under a sky that behaved like a colleague. The Greek visitor drinks one last river-scented cup, promises to send a note from his port, and presses your reed between his fingers as if he's memorizing its balance. The gesture says what neither of you wastes ink on. Ideas cross water better than armies do. Packing the visitor's scroll tube involves a practical charm. Rap against corners, mark against damp, label against fatigue. Your own board slides under its cloth, and the lamp cover goes back to being a perforated beehive that never brags about making good light. The roof empties of foreign vowels and fills with the usual murmurs from bread ovens. A debated question lingers kindly in the air. When the book from a far-off library someday explains your sky back to you, Will it feel like a stranger or a mirror? Historians are still debating. The river prefers movement to answers. Footsteps down the stair sound like sentences closing. The temple's lower rooms receive your copy on clay, your note to the public board, and your tiny sketch of a chord trick that the apprentices ask to keep. Someone in the office adds a line to a contract that quotes a rising by name and degree. Someone in the omen room underlines a direction on the moon and schedules a small rite. Someone in the market chooses to open early because the peg on the square suggests dawn will look friendly. Shared method keeps all three busy and keeps none of them lonely. Quiet takes its turn as the chief instructor once the door bolt slides home. Night waits along the parapet, patient as wheat in a still field. The reed dries on a strip of cloth. The clepsydra breathes out its last syllable, and the faint ghost track you penciled for Jupiter's loop holds shape in the dim, like a promise a city keeps to itself. Nothing in that scene cries Greece or Babylon. Only draw carefully, time honestly, label kindly. That trinity, inconveniently humble, is how tools remember where they learn to be helpful. Gratitude slips in like a backdraft from a lamp just extinguished. The stranger taught your elbow some new mercy. Your diary taught his pegs a new candor. Future arguments will scale mountains out of this hill. Future books will build palaces on this passing nod. None of that changes the best part. A schedule that works tomorrow. When the sun goes down again, the ecliptic will be in the same sky for both shores, and some other set of wrists will measure it with the same stubborn hope that numbers can be made kind. Somewhere between the rooftop and the storeroom, a realization settles on your shoulders like a linen shawl. The most useful maps you make are the ones the earth refuses to keep. Ink dries on wax, wax gets scraped, parchment curls, and the only material stubborn enough to outlive dynasties, clay, prefers wedges to curves. The city eats schedules, not masterpieces, so your best diagrams serve their night and quietly step aside. Mainstream truth murmurs behind that thought. Surviving tablets overwhelmingly preserve lists, tables, and diary lines. Full graphic star charts are rare guests. What you hold in your hands most afternoons is not an atlas but evidence that methods knew how to dress in many wardrobes. Text when permanence mattered, lines when speed did, and the wardrobes wore out at different rates. Archives receive your morning copy with the composure of a river wall, and even there the shelves favor prose over pictures. Rows of diaries hum with clear, north wind, Jupiter retrograde, and barley high. Their wedges aligned like soldiers. Next to them, omen series and goal year cycles, progression tables and zigzag schemes. When a circular tablet appears, rings, labels, a hint of a path. Everyone leans in as if a rare bird has landed in a courtyard. Historians are still debating which of those circles are true observing diagrams versus teaching toys or ritual aids. You lean closer anyway, tracing with your eyes the ghosts of belts you know by pulse. In Lil Anu Ye, the scarcity doesn't feel like a failure of the past. It feels like honesty about what work needed to survive. Numbers, thankfully, leave fossils even when drawings don't. Sexagesimal ticks in a diary become distances on a modern page. Ziqpu times in a margin become meridian checks on a rehearsal board. Lunar interval columns, those me rhythms you learn to love, turn into scaffolding that supports an eclipse plan without a single arc drawn. You step through old lines the way a mason steps through foundations someone else laid. Jupiter near 0.08 each night, station around month 3 translates directly into bead spacing along an ecliptic you can redraw, even if the original scribe never bothered with a curve. Mainstream arithmetic keeps the bridge sound. Base 60 nestles halves and thirds and fifths so smoothly that a reader centuries away can reverse engineer your hand motions from your numerals. Clay, loyal and patient, records your voice but not always your gestures. It holds the sexagesimal counts, the watch names, the wind icons simplified into wedge shorthand. It does not love the tender halo you drew around a faint star on a humid night or the cautious broadening you gave a dot low in EA to admit haze was rude. You learn to treat clay like a speakerphone. It carries the words clearly if you keep them plain. It drops the music if you over-decorate. Historians are still debating whether certain incised circles on a few tablets represent true planispheres or administrative wheels for calendar work. Either way, the clay you sign each day behaves like a careful witness that quotes you verbatim but doesn't attempt your accent. Wax, forgiving as a kind friend, becomes the rehearsal stage where lost maps once lived their busiest lives. Lines draft, thicken, correct. Labels slide to let the eye breathe. Belts find their distance. Ghost tracks for wanderers hover faint as moths. Then the morning comes, the wax gets scraped into a soft curl that remembers nothing, and the night's path leaves no artifact. Only a better clay copy and a city that runs on time. An obscure workshop habit puts its hands on the problem with quiet competence. Some crews press a second, lighter impression of the wax diagram onto a thin plaster disc purely for teaching, then store the disc until a season's loops end. Most don't bother because method lives fastest when it lives in wrists. Parchment, nimble and ambitious, pretends it can outweed humidity and ash. On nights when the temple can spare it, you draw a clean circle, float the ecliptic inside, and copy a week's work so a cousin roof downriver can borrow your eyes. If the courier dodges rain, the outward sketch lives long enough to teach. If the courier doesn't, the rivers gets a story and the temple gets a shrug. Mainstream practice understands the odds and doesn't hold grudges. Text goes to clay, graphics to wax or hide, and the gods of weather decide which memories become riddles for scholars who like puzzles. Absence, then, becomes a teacher in its own right. The missing map turns your attention to residues no flame can eat. Layout habits encoded in prose, legends smuggled into margins, vocabulary that secretly describes geometry. A diary note that says scorpion sting at 2 parts into EA, low contrast, tells a patient reader where on a hypothetical board a dot would sit, how big it would be, and which band would host its label. Venus first visibility at portion 10, separation 0. 12 north of east, draws itself if your hand knows the grid. The city may have burned the drawing. The sentence survived with instructions folded in like seeds. Detectives of the sky, you and every apprentice with a wax slip, learn to read those instructions as if a board were whispering from the past. A double tick at the east in clay wins its cousin in ink at the rim of your circle. A habitual wedge shape after a number tells you whether the unit meant watch, angle, or length. A phrase like 3 into anu, 5 high, gives you a coordinate system innocent of axes but heavy with practice. Where drawings vanish, conventions stay. Someone long ago decided labels sit outside arcs, near the meridian's west side, and that decision echoes in prose that never mentions it outright. Reconstructing the missing map isn't sentiment. It's obedience to the grammar inside ordinary lines. Fingerprints hide in the tiniest choices, and historians with patient magnifiers love them. A certain scribe's numbers arrive with a preference for 0, 07, 30 where another prefers 0, 08. Rounding habits that become signatures. A certain crew writes wind icons like tridents while another writes them like combs. Your group uses a triangle for approximations, your neighbors use a little hollow dot. Pile up enough of these quirks across tablets and a personality appears, and with it a mental diagram of how that personality likely placed belts, ticks, and labels. Obscure lore, the chickpea spacer clicks at every 5 parts. Becomes a clue when a margin note tosses off, clicked thrice, station near, and a scholar centuries later rebuilds a loop with surprising accuracy. Traces of projection live in phrases nobody intended as theory. Equal into Anu and into A hints that a circle's middle ring kept an even distance to north and south belts. The southern path drawn broader in summer whispers that low haze forced a practical exaggeration on boards too honest to pretend uniformity. 2 parts north of east almost certainly meant a chord step on the horizon, not a great circle nicety. Historians are still debating whether Babylonians used any formal projection beyond concentric guides for pedagogical maps. Your roof's answer has always been use what works tonight. Reconstructors follow the same mercy. Assume simple circles unless numbers shout otherwise, then let practicality draw the rest. Legend, the small box of explanations in a diagram's corner, doesn't often survive as a box, but it survives as behavior. Copyists use the same 3 hatch densities whenever cloud eats a path. Clerks transcribe wind direction with the same 4 wedges. Apprentices inherit an icon for refraction that looks like a friendly wave. You can reconstruct the legend from the diary's etiquette alone, the way a traveler can reconstruct a city's traffic rules by watching corners for an afternoon. If a future reader asks where the legend went, the answer is into wrists, into jokes, into the point where nobody has to ask how to mark low contrast because everyone marks it the same way. Benchmarks, calibration stars, and ritual checks anchor reconstructions like nails under a carpet. Lists of Ziqpu culminators tie dots to time. Lists of first visibilities tie dots to calendar starts. Goal year echoes tie loops to last decade's loops. With 3 anchors, you can lay a believable ecliptic. With a 4th, you can fit belts to the latitude and the city's skyline. With 5, you can place labels in the exact places your teacher would scold you for missing. Mainstream method bows, unfussy and reliable. Build the grid from what you can time, not from what you wish someone had drawn. Let the sky's behavior set your circles. Reconstruction becomes not a single drawing but a habit of mind that eats afternoons with surprising tenderness. You line up a month of diary entries, sketch faint belts, then seed the ecliptic. Dots sprout where lines say they must. Differences between nights grow into steps you can measure. Weather notes nudge dot size. Lamp logs decide whether a halo symbol belongs. By the time the board breathes, you realize you made a map that honors a page that never wore one. You also realize that if someone had preserved the original diagram, you would be tracing it anyway for today's sky, because rooftops prefer living lines to relics. Experiments keep the reconstruction honest. You take one ancient sequence. Jupiter entered retrograde in month X, stayed 5 months, station on day Y, and force your chord strip to behave at the same scale as your belt spacing. The loop you get kisses known stars at nights the diary mentions, misses where the diary says smoke was bad, and returns to forward motion within a night of the written now. The next test uses a Venus sequence from an old rain list, 5 synodic periods over 8 years, and your board pins first visibilities within the same handful of portions your elders would recognize as respectable. The missing map starts to feel less like a loss and more like an invitation to participate. Comparisons across cities add a layer of spice to the reconstruction stew. An Uruk diary and a Babylon diary note similar loops with slightly different dot spacing. The difference smells like latitude and skyline, and your belts adjust their tilt and generosity to match. A Greek parapegma pegs the rising of a bright star near where your Ziqpu list expects it. You give the point a bilingual label and watch 2 traditions share 1 dot. Historians are still debating whether particular shared practices traveled by scholars, by merchants, or by sheer convenience. Your bench knows the answer is by anyone who hated being late. Workshops that train apprentices become informal museums of method. A board with ghost tracks for future loops, a board with fat dots for haze drills, a board with hatches for obstruction, a board with chords for distances, all ephemeral, all constantly updated. None of them aim at posterity. Each aims at tonight. Paradoxically, these perishable teaching plates tell a future reader more about real practice than a single preserved showpiece would, because they carry the corrections, compromises, and little rudenesses of weather that grand diagrams are too proud to include. If a scholar in an age of glass cases asks where the art went, you can answer, into tools that didn't pout about being erased. Apprentices learn reconstruction by small acts of empathy. If I had written those numbers, where would I have placed that label? If I had seen that haze icon, how bold would I have made the dot? If my lamp wick log said short, where would glare have vanished and letters regained edges? This isn't romantic time travel. It's craft recognizing craft. The same muscles that remember to steady the palm on a wooden edge at midnight learn to steady judgment when rebuilding someone else's night. You draw as if the original scribe could walk in, glance down, and nod. Scholars who never climbed your stair still partner with your work by treating every wedge as a hint of posture. Does this diary prefer equal division of the ecliptic in its language? Expect the board behind it to carry even ticks. Does that one love latitude language? High, mid, low? Expect belts that breathe with eye-level obstacles in mind. Does another alternate between 2 into Enlil and explicit star names? Expect a diagram that uses both anchors and coordinates with a pragmatism that makes purists sigh. Historians are still debating whether such inferences overread the evidence. The Rooftop smiles because reading behavior has always been the way scribes survive. Debates about origins sharpen pencils and tempers in equal measure. Were there once entire shelves of star maps that clay never bothered to harden? And do our few circular tablets prove it? Did later Greek planispheres owe their skeletons to Mesopotamian grids? Or did the two lines of habit meet on docks and in courtyards and share tricks until neither remembered who started what? Historians are still debating these questions. Your comfort lives elsewhere. If a method makes a city less hungry and a night less confusing, it will be reinvented by anyone who needs it. A roof that needs to keep time will discover belts and ticks no matter which language its prayers use. Continuity, ironically, is the gift absence gives. When a map does not survive, the only way to resurrect it is to practice so faithfully that your hand becomes the explanation. The way your reed lifts from a curve to avoid smearing, the space you leave around a label so consonants don't crowd, the choice to seat a number beside a dot rather than on top of it, those are not decorations. They are hypotheses proven by repetition. A future reader may never touch your wax, but they can read your clay and build a plausible board because you kept your text clean enough to imply your posture. Blueprints for reconstruction hide in tools no one would bother to curate. The rib with 3 pinholes for equal spacing does not look like a museum treasure. The chickpea spacer does not. The lamp cover with 15 tiny perforations around its rim does not. Yet each tool explains a sentence in a diary, and each sentence reveals a tool. If a line says, "fifths marked along the ecliptic," that is a confession of rib holes. If a note says, "thread on the parapet helped low star timing," that is an admission of a thread method any modern can repeat in an afternoon. Lost maps, found methods. The slogan works because methods are social and therefore resilient. Evening reaches up like a careful hand and tugs you back to the roof where living lines will bury another map before dawn with the same gentle ruthlessness as always. One last look at a shattered tablet in the storeroom, direction marks for an eclipse, watch names you can still smell, a price line for barley that refuses to explain whether it rose because of omen or weather, and then the stair returns your feet to the place where diagrams die and schedules live. The grid comes out, the clepsydra tips its first syllable, and the board prepares to be beautiful for a while and useful forever. Nightfall slows its breath as the lamp turns kinder, and the city's noise thins to a gauze that barely touches the rooftop ledge. Spaces between ticks feel wider, lines grow quieter, and every label you placed begins to soften at the edges like cloth laid over a chair. Somewhere below, a gate sighs shut. Somewhere upriver, a late boat nudges a mooring post with a hollow, sleepy knock. Shoulders relax. Hands forget to clutch. Thoughts that earlier demanded room now stack themselves neatly and wait. The 3 belts you've traced all week, Enlil Anue, start to look less like lanes for traffic and more like long, slow paths for breath to walk along. In through the north, out through the south, a pause over the center while the body remembers that it is allowed to be simple. A wind rises, just enough to move the lamp cover's perforations into a soft shimmer, and the pattern they cast on the board becomes a woven mat your attention lies down on happily. Names drift backward like friends stepping out into the courtyard. Jupiter, Venus, Mars. No longer asking to be measured, only to be left on their hooks overnight. If the moon is up, it does not argue. If a cloud crosses, it does not insist on being meaningful. Water in the jar finds its level. Ink finds its calm. The cord coil remembers its circle without needing to prove it. Eyes close not because the watch orders them to, but because the room has learned the gentler verb, to dim. Next time, the board will be bright again, and the city will be hungry again, and the reed will put on its work voice. For now, the rooftop finally sounds like what it secretly is. A lullaby with lines in it. Sleep, apprentice. The sky can keep its own notes for a little while.